Diesel babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the snap, hold is down, kick on the way, and it is good. And Matt Prater, in his first game as a Buffalo Bill, has won the ball game here in Week 1. They come all the way back to win the game at the gun with a 32-yard field goal for a 41-40 victory.
And that is the way we wrap up the first weekend of the National Football League. Got a Monday nighter this evening, and that's the way we start the Monday edition of Sean and RJ Live on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Got the entire morning crew with you. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. The Buffalo Bills down 15 points in the fourth quarter. I'm glad that my Raven buddy did not put me on blast when I was like, stop freaking out, stop panicking, game over, this is done. 16 unanswered, and Matt Prater wins it if you stayed up that late.
That was a wild finish, and not good when you have the Bills defense on your fantasy team.
Yeah, you have Derrick Henry eating away at my fantasy football lead, but you have Derrick Henry doing it against your Bills defense.
I know. And, people are like, you can't do that. I'm like, what do you do? Get a new defense every week? I'm not putting that much effort into fantasy football. Okay, my lineup is set for the year. Okay, what it is, that's what it is. All right, I suffer the consequences, and I understand that, and I just donate my money, and we're good with that.
Henry scored his last one on the long run, and I went and I kept hitting refresh, and I'm like, why isn't Choppy closer to me? It's not counting the touchdown. Did it already count? Am I way behind? I went to my screen and I hit fast forward to think I was trailing and behind on my television screen, but it's because it was against your defense.
Because of the defense. And I looked down, it's like -8 on the defense. It's like, oh, crap. But tremendous finish. And you get a little luck, right? You get the tip ball for the touchdown, and you got to have that.
Then the fumble.
Yep, to make a comeback like that, you've got to have something like that. So good comeback by the Bills.
Baltimore's reputation is starting to really solidify itself as in big games they do falter. And it's funny because that's kind of been Buffalo's thing too. Like you've got two teams that have a tendency to do this, but man, that is a brutal loss for Baltimore. You in just the fourth quarter. If you just took the fourth quarter stats for Josh Allen, He rushes for 2 touchdowns. He throws for 1. He throws for 251 yards in the fourth. 251 yards allowed passing in the fourth quarter is insane.
Crazy.
He's the best quarterback in the National Football League. And I have Mahomes on my fantasy squad, but it's Josh Allen. You want to throw Burrow up in there? Burrow can't sniff what Josh does with the legs, but Josh doing it still with a cast of receivers that you really can't instantly name. This guy, I think we hang on to that Mahomes reputation. They do get there in those moments and step up, and Mahomes in the clutch and one-score games and running around a little bit to make that big play. I think Mahomes is the best.
Or Allen's the best? Yeah.
I'm sorry, Allen.
Allen, yeah, to me, I think we've reached a point where, and I think Kansas City's still a scary team to play, but this is, at this point, it's Allen and Burrow that are the ones that are jockeying, I think, for that top spot of like who's the best quarterback in the NFL because of just what Allen can do with his legs. And then Allen a little cocky after the game, basically calling out the little community, the Buffalo Bills.
The Bills,
some of you guys went home a little early, which that was the stunning thing. If you watch on that final drive, they've got the overhead shot, and it looks like a third of the stands are empty. People had bailed on the game.
Well, there's a lot of Buffalo nightlife to get to, I'm sure.
Got to. Well, I mean, this is like this is probably the last good weather day they're going to have, right? So they had to hit their patio bars in in their little strip they've got there. Oh, look, Allen's tremendous. I don't know. I mean, it's hard. It's hard for me to say because they never actually do beat Mahomes. None of them actually beat Pat in a game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's hard for me. You know what I mean? It's hard to say that he's better.
I think if it's a one-off, then okay, fine. Mahomes will figure out and pull out a way. But over a 17-game season, I'm taking Josh Allen with what he does and the cast that he has. And by the way, if we're doing power rankings this week, which we probably are, I would still put Baltimore over Buffalo in my power ranking.
Yeah, look, when you've got a 15-point lead late in the fourth on the road, I don't need the final score to know who's better. Baltimore does this.
Yeah,
they do this
a lot.
They either blow a lead or they destroy you against a big opponent. They've destroyed Buffalo last year. They destroyed Detroit the year before. They just destroyed them. But then they blow leads left and right.
Yeah, Baltimore's probably a better football team. I trust the personnel on Baltimore more. Although I will say, if the Cowboys care at all about outside noise and outside like just chatter and you guys did this wrong or you did that wrong, they must have been celebrating that Derrick Henry fumble because that was going to be another thing that I saw on Twitter a ton last night of like, oh, you need to save that Derrick Henry money so you could pay Micah, huh? Is that what you needed? And now we're sitting here without either of them, you idiot.
18 for 169, Derrick Henry on the ground, 2 touchdowns, 9.4 a carry. Lamar ran around for 70 yards. He had 209 throwing, a 14 on 14 of 19. It seemed like more than that. He had 2 touchdowns through the air. Zay Flowers, 7 for 143. DeAndre Hopkins out of nowhere with the early possible catch of the season. But you had Keon Coleman on the other side, 8 for 112 as Josh Allen ran for 2 and threw for 2.
So Keon Coleman, who is he had a nice start last year, kind of cooled in the second half, but like he had a nice start last year, and now he looks like a stud right here. That's going to be a new measurement people are using coming out of the combine is going to be how fast you go through the gauntlet drill, which is that drill where you run across the field and you catch passes and you keep alternating which side you're looking at. So in 23, the fastest one through the gauntlet drill was Puka Nacua, who was also ran a slow 40 time. Keon Coleman's 40 time was not great, but he was the fastest through the gauntlet drill. More teams are going to start looking at that as like, okay,
and was that
this is
supposed to be
indicative.
like game speed?
Yeah, it's basically, it's just supposed to show like, all right, his ability to run through the like across the field and make the catches and get to the next spot where he's supposed to be. Like, yeah, just more how do you practice in game speed rather than just time speed in a straight line.
So 41-40, Maggie Gray before our show saying that this was the most incredible comeback in Buffalo Bills history. She said that.
Yeah, she was like, now obviously the Frank Reich game that had some more stakes, but this is a more impressive comeback. And not only did she do that, she told that apparently in the break room to Boomer Esiason, whose college teammate was Frank Reich. And so she's telling Boomer like, hey, you know that Frank Reich game where he was down 35-3 as a backup, not nearly as impressive as this 2-touchdown comeback in the fourth quarter.
How much were the Bills down against the Oilers?
It's like 35-3.
35-3 in the third quarter with a backup quarterback.
Gosh, Maggie.
I'm about to throw that one in the that
Worst
not
take?
true. Worst.
I already marked it
Maybe.
down for Friday.
Yeah?
Yep.
Oh yeah, we got the audio. We got to pull it.
Yep.
Meanwhile, what grade are you giving his debut?
2nd and 10. As Goff's being chased by Parsons. Look out! He's got him! His first sack as a Green Bay Packer.
Jim Nantz with a call on CBS as maybe the most impressive win of the weekend belongs to Micah Parsons' Green Bay Packers with a 27-13 win handling the Ben Johnson-less Detroit Lions at Lambeau. Wow. Now, the Tolos already hit me up. Garbage time sack. What else did you expect? Aaron Rodgers numbers. What else did you expect? Typical. Wait till it's week 12. Wait till it's week 13. Micah Parsons in this game, just for the actual numbers. And again, I want your grading of the debut if you watched it on the Frank LaFranco Injury Attorney text line. He played 29 of 65 snaps, I think without the epidural somehow.
He only played one in the first quarter.
Did he?
He came in on that third down.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He played 45% of the defensive snaps, 3 pressures, second most on the Packers. The results of the pressures, a 2-yard loss on a completion, a Jared Goff rushed interception, and that sack, according to ESPN research. What'd you think of the Micah debut?
Solid. He was generating pressure. He was beating Penei Sewell, who's one of the better tackles in the NFL. So he was
2 clear and obvious highlights of Sewell. He bulldozed him early on, and then he beat him inside pretty badly.
Yeah, he looked like Micah, like for a lot of those reps. Now it's an empty stat sheet for the most part. He gets the sack at the end. Otherwise, he would have had a completely empty stat line. He's playing less than half of the snaps, but yeah, I don't know. I would probably say he popped. He flashed. I'd say a B for Micah standards, probably.
Yeah, B minus, something like that. He wasn't. You have to grade on a curve, right? Because he had been basically out. His stamina, his fitness. Where is that? How tired was he? How much did the back hurt? All that stuff. The back, air quotes. But yeah, this is also, he basically impacted 3 plays. If that's what you're getting, that's not worth $47 million.
Well, the 3 plays one was a turnover.
Yeah, no, you're right. But still, to me, $47 million, you got to impact more than 3 plays. But that's not what he's going to do because he's only playing. That's really 6 plays.
How much
he's only playing half the snaps.
How much did he throw Goff off with the timing throughout the night? How much did the other guys benefit because of Micah's presence?
Yeah, and that's going to be the biggest things that they'll look at it as. I'm sure when Green Bay looks at the film and they're trying to evaluate what he gave them, they'll look at it as, well, he impacted the game. He didn't fill up the stat sheet, but he impacted the game. He impacted what we wanted to do. So in that sense, especially against one of the best offensive lines in football, fewer than half the snaps, to have those 3 right there, that's something they would look at and say, all right, that's worth our money there. Green Bay, outside of just the Micah impact, Green Bay just looked like a really strong, solid, all-around football team yesterday.
I wonder about that offensive line now without Ragnow.
Ragnow's a big part of it, but
they could not run the football.
That's that's a really good pass protecting offensive line still in terms of the guys they have.
Micah with his first post-game comments as a Packer.
Super relief. I'm telling you, this last 6 months was super draining, super toxic for everyone. And it's something that, I don't think no player should have to go through. I think players' fate should be decided earlier. I think the fact that I was traded a week before the season was really outrageous and rough. It's something where I could have been with these guys getting better and better. And we could have had probably even more dominant start, if that was the decision we were going to make. So I'm just happy that's behind. These guys embrace me. They believe in my talents. They believed in me, and I'm just going to give these guys everything I have because I know what's at stake. I know what they gave up for me to be here, and I'm going to do what it takes for us to win.
He's got to be thinking on the field afterwards with Jordan Love. This team we just beat humiliated and embarrassed us last year on Jerry Jones' birthday. And we just went in here. I played 50% of the snaps, and we absolutely dominated them. this is a different world and a different universe. That's what I'd be thinking after week 1.
Yeah, and I mean, look, that is a team that is obviously better equipped to win right now than Dallas is. That's a team that's in a better position right now than Dallas is. The more he keeps weighing in, which it was very, very gentle at first, and it's getting a little more aggressive each time. By the time we get to the end of September and they're getting ready to play Sunday, I know we're going to get a comment during that practice week that blows up.
He's going to get booed. Mm-hmm. That was my prediction with Zach Gelb when he goes, what happens when Micah comes back? And I had to think about it. It's a great sports talk question, but I said 2 weeks ago he's going to get booed, and the more he talks, and he will, I think that is going to be a near lock bet if you can get that prop.
You'll hear boos. Yes, because you can hear boos more.
Yeah.
Like 10% of the crowd booing will sound like the majority.
I think it'll be like at least 60-40 right now.
Yeah.
60-40 boos?
I think it's going to sound like it's raining down.
Oh, I think it'll sound like it's raining down. I just wonder, I think that the Cowboy fans they seem to be, at least when you go to training camp, they are fan first. They're player fan first.
He's no longer a Cowboy, as you'll see on Twitter.
I know.
As you'll be told on Twitter. Not a Cowboy, I don't care.
See, if I paid attention, yes, I would see that.
Now, will they give him the pregame little 30-second video that they've always given to like Zeke and different guys like that?
We'll have to ask Jerry Jones. The debut of the Jerry Jones Show is tomorrow at 8:30 here on Sean and RJ. This morning, we're absolutely loaded as always. Thanks for waking up with us as part of the 6 a.m. club. We got the College Kegger at 7, best and worst of the weekend in the Expressway. A new Music Monday at 8:20, and Dirk at 9 as booked by Peyton Phillip Russell. You're waking up and you're the Lions. What's your panic freak out level?
I'm very panicked about that offensive line. They did not run the ball well, and they did not pass protect well. Everything was underneath. Like, everything was thrown short. I would be very worried. I'm not so worried about the coordinators, because I think they'll get better as the year goes on. Although losing a coordinator, like any quarterback will tell you, like losing a coordinator is bad. Like early on, I think that offensive line is in trouble.
I mean, they missed Ben Johnson. That yesterday it looked like it anyway. That looked like a team that missed schematically what Ben Johnson can do, and so I'm panicking if I'm them.
Let's take you inside the rest of the NFC East. Do they already have a quarterback controversy in New York before they take the Cowboys on Sunday via this radio station, your home of America's team, and the Texas Rangers are still in it big time. All that and more with the 6 a.m. Club. Sean and RJ just getting started on the Fan.
That's a Lola B product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute product. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, well, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
1st and 10 at the 19. In motion, Debo. Wheels around, takes a handoff, spins back to the left, has a wall in front of him at the 15, breaks a tackle at 10, to the 5, leads for the end zone, touchdown! Touchdown, Washington! Deebo Samuel!
And that ended it in the fourth quarter on Commanders Radio. But before that, and I think this is, RJ asked a good question last night in the email, does this make you happier about the state of the Commanders, or a little bit more worried about the New York Football Giants, who are coming to town on Sunday? 9 a.m. pregame. Book it already. Kickoff at noon on this radio station. Good morning, Metroplex. It is a football Monday with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. 105.3 The Fan. It was 14-6 in the fourth quarter before Deebo Samuel rushed in that touchdown. Jaden Daniels, who was making some impressive throws early on, 19 of 30 for 233 and a touchdown. He ran for 68 yards, and Debo not only ran it, he had 7 for 77 through the air. But I think the story is on the other side early on, as Malik Neighbors already looks. I guess you could say it now with what Indianapolis did. Never did I think that Malik Neighbors would be happier with Daniel Jones than he is Russell Wilson, because Malik Neighbors looks like he could demand a trade faster than Tyreek Hill. He had 5 for 71 receiving. Russ, 17 of 37 for 168, 4.5 yards a pass with a 25.6 QBR.
That's not good.
Malik Neighbors was already fighting with Brian Daboll on the sideline. They were going at it. Daboll tries to pull him in a timeout. Physically force the high five. Malik wanted no part of it. 21-6 Commanders.
This is this could get ugly. Could get ugly there, and this is I'm a little bit happy. I don't know if this is going to end the same way for the Manders that it did last year.
The Manders?
The Manders. The Commanders. Manders. I had them as one of my 5 out. I know we didn't do it. I wrote it down. I had them as one of my 5 out. Look, it's just that is not an impressive win at all. Not at home. That is not an impressive win. That's not a good Giants team. They're infighting already. I mean, the only team more toxic than them might be Miami with the infighting they have with their coach. So I feel I am super happy right now about what's going on in the NFC East outside of Philly.
Yeah, I mean, outside of like if you look at this, they were able to run the ball without a problem, like consistently every single time on the Giants. The Giants.
Tell me about this guy. His hyphen name that got hyped up in fantasy.
Old Bill Krosky Merritt.
Yeah. How we get Bill out of that? Jacory to Bill?
Yeah, so it was, I don't know, during the preseason he started like really like I don't remember why the explanation was, but he started going by Bill instead of Jacory. So people have been calling him Bill. So he's Jacory Krosky Merritt. He was like the offensive MVP at the Shrine game over at the Star in January during that whole draft game. And so but I'd been around him for that whole thing. He's a running back from Arizona. He was a guy who a lot of people liked some of the upside, but he was not a big-time running back prospect. He was not considered one of the top prospects available. He went number 245 in a draft that had something like 252 picks. So he was not he almost went undrafted, but he's been somebody who throughout the preseason has been considered impressive and somebody who runs really physically and is tough and is always falling forward. And so he's somebody who people like, and he's somebody that the Commanders clearly like and have been given opportunities to, but this is bad for the Giants to me. This was just an awful. Washington was sloppy. They had a bunch of penalties in a day where the league average third down conversion rate was 43%, which is ridiculously high for the league average. Last year was 38% around the league is what you would convert on third down. So in a day where there was just a ridiculously high third down conversion rate, Washington was 4 for 11. They were not particularly efficient there. They didn't have a lot of the discipline, and they had all those penalty issues and different things like that. So to me, it's just it wasn't as close as 21-6. Washington was clearly better than them, and to me, it's I don't care what the spread is. Slam dunk, take Dallas to cover next week.
Yeah, 4, Choppy.
Yeah, that's a sucker bet. That's too low. It should be 6.5. Especially the Cowboys coming up with mini bye week.
I'm going to underdog right now.
Yeah, let's do it.
Russell Wilson's so bad. And I know afterwards Brian Daboll was trying to say, oh, no, I want to be clear. This loss isn't on him. It's not on him. He's not responsible for this. But it's amazing he's been able to hang around the league 3 more years after that first year in Denver.
The Giants are the 3rd team in NFL history to have 6 or fewer points in a season opener in 3 straight years. 6 or less in 3 straight years. And Brian Daboll already, after week 1, was asked about his QB against Dallas.
Is it safe to say that Russell is still your starter?
Yes. I mean, we're just right here after the game. I got confidence. We got to do better around overall. Coaches, players, around everybody. So, we'll get focused and ready to go on Dallas.
Brian, in fairness, you're not answering this. It sounds like you're not answering.
Well, we're talking about after every game. I got confidence in Russ.
That is can you not ask that right after the game? Like, is that Is that pertinent? Don't have to ask that right after the game?
It's pretty pertinent, I'd say. given all the buzz. For
it has to be asked this week.
Yeah. Ask them today, right? Like they're doing. Let them watch the film.
When he's,
I gotta watch tape.
When he's that bad, and it's New York, and there's been so much buzz about Jackson Dart, people are going to be demanding tomorrow morning. Where was the answer about Jackson Dart? Where was the answer about Russell Wilson and Jackson Dart? It's a pretty good sign that he's in consideration. That afterwards the Giants refuse to let him speak to the media.
Yes, which breaks NFL protocols. Mike Flory was all over that. More on that later on here on Sean and RJ. Around the rest of the league, he's not done yet.
Rodgers under center. Play action pass. Rolling to his right. Fires off the back foot. Calvin Austin. Touchdown Pittsburgh Steelers. The play action pass. He gets Austin in the right portion of the end zone for the touchdown pass. 4th of the day for Aaron Rodgers.
Game of the day before last night with the Bills' 15-point comeback. This was a shootout back and forth as the Pittsburgh Steelers outlast the New York Jets. Rodgers' former team, they swapped quarterbacks with Rodgers and Fields. 34-32 Pittsburgh. Aaron Rodgers, 4 touchdowns out the gate.
He looked really, really good. Justin Fields looked good. Justin Fields had a ridiculous touchdown pass in this game. I mean, in general, this was a game that I was interested in for the drama aspect of, oh boy, here's Aaron Rodgers going back to play the Jets, and we'll see how tense it is and everything else. And then you end up sitting there watching, you're like, oh, this is actually like a good game. This isn't even just too bad. Like, this is just they're playing entertaining football across the board. In fact, the only person who had a moment yesterday, or a couple moments where I was like, oh, that wasn't very good, was DK Metcalf, who was the one who's supposed to be one of the most solid out of all the players involved in this. But the big Aaron Rodgers performance, and then for Jalen Ramsey to have the big tackle to wrap things up, that was a great game yesterday.
The Jet fan doesn't know how to react to this because they're used to cheering one time in a game, and that is on the one touchdown they score, and they lose 9-7. This, they cheered like 11 times, and they still lost. So that kind of checks for a normal Jet fan, but to have a score that high, they're not used to. They're not accustomed to this.
I think one of those touchdowns was like a little shovel pass, so I'm trying to dock Aaron 1 by saying, but still.
Yeah, I hate counting that.
Even if it was 3 legitimate ones, you got to pay. Aaron, it's going to start ramping up the unsufferableness next to the comeback withable, as he was asked how good it felt after the reported exit interview with Aaron Glenn, where they embarrassed and humiliated Rodgers. He was asked afterwards how good it felt.
You spoke about the meeting with Aaron Glenn on McAfee a few months ago. Beating him, is there significance in that, since he basically told you to your face that he didn't think you were right for that team?
Yes, that's what he did.
So there's significance in beating him for you?
I was happy to beat everybody associated with the Jets.
Waving to the New York crowd, walking off. So you're a Steeler fan this morning. You're feeling absolutely fantastic. DK ended up with 4 for 83. You are a baseball fan, and you're also feeling great.
2-1 pitch. Swinging a line drive, base hit up the alley, left center field. Freeman round second, he's digging for third. Cut off by Myers. Beasley waving Freeman home. The relay throw to the plate is late. Freeman slides in. Young at second with a double. The Rangers lead 2-1.
Sandler with the call on this radio station. They've won 2 of 3. Really, really close to losing. 1, 2.
Could have lost 2 or 3.
3, 4. Yeah.
You could have lost on Friday. The baseball gods proved they do exist because there was 2 instances on Friday that would have won the game for them. There was the near home run from Langford that missed by about a half
I
a
was
foot.
certain that was out when it left his bat.
And then you had the bunt, right, that popped up, but then it just trickled foul, which would have walked it off too. And then you finally get the double. I haven't seen, since they've done these extra innings with the ghost runner, I haven't seen teams go all the way to the 12th without scoring. But that happened. Usually you get a run,
great job
you
by the
scratch a
boys.
run off. So I mean, they could have lost. They could have lost on Friday. They could have lost 2 or 3, but you had to win the series. Like you're outside the amount of games you have left in the division, but you had to win. You had to win this series.
And RJ Choppy, showing what a seam head he is in the midst of your first NFL Sunday, is sending us live updates on the Rangers in front of 35,000. I know you're a proud baseball papa.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Look,
smokes.
It was the noon games. You know, I was bored to death with the Jets Steelers. It's the Jets. I'm just bored out of both teams.
This is the game of the day.
And I'm bored to death with the Giants. Anytime the Giants are on TV. And those are the games we had.
You had free red zone.
Man, I tell you, I can't do it. And, you know, I've fully said, MLB TV, MLB Network has the same thing. They have, like, on at night, they'll put on, just start going to the big moments. I just feel you lose. I feel you lose the ability to really dissect what's going on in each game. Right? You're a highlight fan. No offense. You're a highlight fan then. You know, and I don't like highlights. I like lowlights. I'm a big lowlight guy. I like the lowlights of everything.
The Rangers are 4 back in the West, but more importantly, a game and a half in the wild card. There was a point over the weekend where they were just a half game back with the Milwaukee Brewers starting tonight. They've won 3 straight, 89-55, and we gave away tickets to this series a few weeks back here on the show.
Sounds like Milwaukee's due then for a loss. Or to lose a series is what that sounds like. This is the fact that
best record in baseball.
The fact that they keep Texas being able to have big moments where, like, they were 1 for 14 on Friday night with runners in scoring position, but, like, they hit them when it counts. Like, and it continues to be a Michael Hellman, or it's a Duran, or it's just like they keep cycling through who's going to be the hero in a different night.
Is this more improbable and make less sense than the World Series end of year run? You got to take things in context with the injuries, record and everything. With the injuries, but then you factor in the record. But they shouldn't be a game and a half.
No,
they shouldn't be.
They shouldn't be. I mean, they obviously they've had great pitching all year, but some of that pitching is now injured. But look, this is going to be an interesting series, a good test, because Milwaukee was 21-25 the week of Labor Day, just a week before Labor Day. I'm sorry, Memorial Day. They were 21-25, and what'd you say the record is now?
89 wins.
89 wins.
89-55.
Loss. They were 21-25, so they are 68-30.
Yeah, about 70% winning percentage.
Good God.
CeeDee Lamb pulling a Michael Irvin at the Ford Center at the Star, and is Jalen Carter getting suspended today? We catch you up with what's going on with the Cowboys inside the Star on Sean and RJ next.
remember when you used to be, what was it, Pepper Lady? Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Anyone else, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
And we do it on your official home of the Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and our insider, Bobby Belt. It's DFW Sports Station live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. College football kegger at 7 o'clock today. Best and worst of the weekend in the Expressway. We got a PBR giveaway? Is that what we're doing?
Professional bull riding tickets.
PBR tickets all week long. 720 Expressway. It's a New Music Monday, and Dirk Nowitzki will join us at 9 o'clock, followed by Nick Eatman. Today, the ruling is expected on Jalen Carter. Ian Rappaport saying unlikely to face any additional suspension. Though nothing is official, it'll likely be just a fine. G from Jersey tweeted me and said, "You really think former Eagle Troy Vincent going to suspend his former team's best player? Not going to happen." And then Walt Anderson, the referee, confirmed that Dak's initial spit. This is for you, Jason Kelsey. I was trying to think of the new school terminology to kissing up to someone. I know there's grifter. There's
what is grifter?
Farming.
Glazing.
I can't keep track.
Yeah.
I didn't want to just write, "This is for you, Jason Kelsey. Stop kissing up. Stop sucking up." I wanted to come up with a new school cool term, but I didn't know what it was. Glazing?
Yeah, that's going to be the closest, probably.
You'd have to glaze the Eagle fans, Jason, when you said, "Oh, the truth will set you free." Dak spit first. Walt Anderson said, "No, the initial spit violated no rules."
There we go. See, and that was after all the Eagles fans were taking their little Chat GPT definition of the rule book and go, "See, look at the." They were all sharing the same screenshot that one person had gotten off of Chat GPT, and they were treating it like this is a quote from the rule book. It's like, no, you don't understand. There's literally nothing Dak did that instigated that. Although I will say, the more angles I saw of it, and the more that it was slowed down, and I saw some of those other things, it did creep in my head for about a half a second on Friday when I was watching some stuff back about like maybe he did just give him the hard count a little bit.
Yeah, move on.
He did a textbook job of trash talking with his eyes, instigating with his eyes. It was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. Staring at him, spitting down, the smile.
And the smirk.
The smirk set Jalen off. Your little brother smirk that he gives you.
He just feels like, and I know it's 1 week, but it feels like watching him walk into the stadium the other day
Dak?
and staring off with Jalen Carter. There does seem to be a little bit of a different demeanor or attitude early on from in a good way. But like there does seem to be a little bit more of kind of just a like basically glass eating kind of like demeanor from him.
And then the Florida Gators copied this.
Yeah, they did. Yes, they did. It's an SEC thing, I think. That's what Bobby said this morning.
Yeah, I mean, Dak went to Mississippi State, although his was not a spit. Right. I don't think. And then you had Jalen Carter, and then now you get Brendan Bett from Florida, who got ejected.
This was so like Carter had the. He had the respect to do it on the jersey. This was flat in the face.
Yeah.
This hit mucosal. This hit an orifice.
The further east you go in the SEC, the more the spit rises.
Yeah, definitely right.
You go from
Absolutely,
Mississippi to Georgia to Florida.
Right, absolutely. So this was in the face.
By the way, the Eagles are signing 3-time Pro Bowler Zadarius Smith. I thought they were going to be looking for corner help. They go and get Zadarius Smith, 1-year deal, up to $9 million. So they add with Zadarius, who had 9 sacks with the Lions and Browns last year.
Yeah, he's still somebody who can rush the passer pretty effectively. That's something that Philadelphia clearly wanted to get better at. We heard about Howie Roseman calling about Micah Parsons. They lost Milton Williams over the offseason. They lost a couple different pass rushers. And so now, they need to be able to generate a more consistent pass rush.
Brian Schottenheimer gave his own Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods every single week here on the show. His Star Ups for the opener: Marshawn Nealon, Solomon Thomas, Kenny Clark, Malik Hooker. The Cowboys safety's getting a lot of praise in this one. Javonte Williams and Jake Ferguson. Highest graded Cowboys from PFF. Dak with a 90. Brevin Spann-Ford with an 83. Malik Hooker with a 76, Donovan Wilson 74, Nealon 73, Odigizua with a 72, Cooper Beebe with a 70, and Trayvon Diggs with a 70. Bobby has post-Huck clarity where he rewatches the film at 7:20 this morning.
Yeah, that sounds like, in general, the kind of discrepancy that you might expect given what we saw the other day. Like, I think the only guy who, when you're watching that game the other day, stood out as, wow, he's playing at a really high level right now, was probably Dak for a large portion of it. Early on, it was CD before everything turned south in the second half. But, they got the one that interested me there that Schottenheimer listed off was Ferguson, where Ferguson didn't didn't stand out to me during the game, didn't stand out to me on the way back. I'm sure it was all having to do with fundamentals that I was Like, he's playing within his role and he's playing within what he's being asked to do. But Ferguson was not one that stood out to me a great deal.
Nick Harris got word that CeeDee Lamb pulled a Michael Irvin, right? I think it was after the court case.
Left $1 million check on the table.
Oh, that was a great story. Aikman goes to the facility, and Michael is out there running 110 miles per hour by himself, even practicing his celebration, even going through the classic football spike. And Aikman goes out there and just Irvin starts dying laughing because he's like, "You're watching that? I was out here by myself, even doing my own celebration." Well, players were off on Friday and through the weekend, so any in-house work was optional. One player in the facility, CeeDee Lamb, spending quite a bit of time outside on the jugs machine.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the kind of thing that they wanted to see from him this offseason in terms of what got him to the point where he was captain status and somebody that they feel like has continued to grow. I always give CD credit for every year there's something that he works on, either to like really works on and comes back and is different, either about his game or about his personality or about his off the field demeanor or different things like that. He genuinely works at trying to get better. And so after that game, owned it, and then goes out there and takes the off day to really put in work. That's what you want to see from him.
Man, the worst part of those drops is watching them back in slow motion. It looked like he was grabbing the ball and like pushing it down to the ground. Like his hands were hooked. Like he was doing the Thriller dance.
Is that what he was doing?
That's what he looked like he was doing.
The slow motion shots, everybody had the shot of him extended, and that fourth one, which obviously was the most difficult of all the catches. But when you see that, when you see it, there's so many different shots that came up of just like, there it is, right in his hands, and he just couldn't finish it.
Randy Moss kind of called him out yesterday on the ESPN pregame. You're the third highest paid receiver in the league. Need more from you. CeeDee Lamb knows it. That's why I'm not killing him too much. Also on a pregame show, Jay Glazer on Fox gave us another Micah offer.
Okay, look, we all know that Micah Parsons asked for a trade about a week or so in the camp, but nobody knows is that Dallas actually made the decision to trade him about a week or so before that, started putting feelers out. What they were hoping to do was trade him to an AFC team. I think they were shocked they could not get any traction anywhere from an AFC team. The team actually threw in the biggest offer was the Philadelphia Eagles for 2-1 to 3-5, amongst other things. Obviously didn't want to trade him in the division, but the Green Bay Packers, they chimed in early, they kept with it, and Kenny Clark is what made the difference for Dallas.
Decided to trade him a week before. No AFC bites. 2 1s, a 3, and a 5. And our first debate of the morning, as Bobby Bell thinks the Cowboys should have taken it.
2 1s, a 3, and a 5, amongst other things. What else was what other picks were in there, or what player was in there? You take that deal. Like, I would take the deal. I don't care that they're in the division. I'm taking the deal. That makes them a better football team. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm not worried about what other people are. I'm trying to make this team better.
Don't tell me what I'm saying.
Look, the among other things is the
Well, if it was significant, I think he would have said it.
Right.
I think he would have said it.
Probably, yeah. It's probably like could have been.
Although he may not, right, with that little quick hit that they do, he may not have said, he may have just wanted to get the main bullet points out. Maybe a fourth or fifth wasn't wasn't enough for him to mention in his little hit on there, but we'll ask him. Well, I mean, we get Jay on periodically. We'll ask him, I'm not doing this. This still isn't enough. And again, we're forgetting Kenny Clark. We're forgetting Kenny Clark in this. 2 1s, same thing from Green Bay. 3 and a 5 versus Kenny Clark. Does the 3 and the 5 outweigh in the division? I care more about in the division than Bobby does, but I'm going to say Kenny is worth a 3 or a 4. Can we settle on that? Should we settle? What should we settle on?
6. Sure.
6.
3. I think 3. I think 3-4 is probably right. So yeah, back end of the third from Philly. That's probably similar.
So then the only other thing I'm getting until we find out more from Glazer is a 5th. That's not enough for me to trade him to the Eagles.
Yeah, I would not take it. I would value. I would
unless you just don't want the win now of Kenny Clark. And you're like, forget about trying to fortify the run defense this year. I'd rather the new fresh player in the third.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kenny Clark's a good player, and he played well the other night for the most part. And so there's definitely value there for that. I just look at it and I go, if you're telling me it's 3 5 and then plus something else. Whatever that was. That could even be a 7th rounder. That to me is like that's capital that I need right now. I need capital to rebuild this team. I need capital to be able to flesh out some of the depth that they've lost. And so to me, I would have made it. Now I tried like crazy to find like big time players getting traded within the division in the NFL. It does not happen. The last time that anything even came close was Cornelius Bennett was drafted by the Colts, and he didn't sign a contract. He couldn't come to an agreement with them, and his rights got traded to the Bills. And that didn't work out for Indianapolis ultimately because they took what Buffalo gave them, and then they took all that, turned it back to the Rams with some extra to get Eric Dickerson, and then Cornelius Bennett went on to be one of the best linebackers in the NFL.
Bobby's doing number 97, Buffalo Bills. Bobby's doing Darryl Talley, Bruce Smith. Bobby's doing it. I'm not. Choppy, break the tie.
I need a little more. Like if they had said 2 1s, a 2 and a 3, that's enough for me. Then I'm all in. Yeah, I in the division, I'm with you. I don't care about in the division, but I do care enough to tax them. There's got to be more of a tax on that to me.
877-881-1053. Would you have done that reported offer instead from Adam Schefter? Back to the Cowboys as Bobby reviews the tape. Should we be feeling as good as we are after the opener, post-Hut clarity at 7:20, the best of worst of the weekend, and a PBR ticket giveaway? Dirk at 9. I thought it was starting off as a boring college football weekend. It was not. The college football kegger is Arch back, the local thriller. We have it all for you next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, I'm freaking out a little bit.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Man in motion, jet sweep to Burks. At the 10, cuts it outside to the 5, dips it into the 2, he's to the 1. Is he in? Give it to him. Touchdown! Touchdown! Dion Burks, and the Sooners take the opening possession, 75 yards to Peter.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
No, we're not, but we are going to be hosting John Mateer in New York City for the Heisman Trophy presentation.
And you can bet on that.
This kid is.
You can bet on that.
This kid is fun.
It's very fun. They don't call him Moneyline Mateer for nothing.
Oh, is this because of his Venmos?
Yes. Some Texas fan made a shirt that said Moneyline Mateer. It's great.
Whatever happened to that? Totally went away.
It went away.
Did we get a ruling?
I don't remember that I saw a ruling, but I think what everyone is assuming is that it's pretty obvious he was joking. Maybe he wasn't, but that's on the surface what everybody thinks. Maybe they did get a ruling. I just missed it, which is certainly possible.
He went from 7-1 to 15-2 as the Heisman favorite. Then Nussmeier, Carson Beck, Dante Moore, Arch goes from 16-1 to 12-1.
16-1 to 12-1. Well, look, we'll get to Arch because I think Arch and Uncle Peyton have the same arm right now. I think that's evident. But Oklahoma is dangerous. They are a dangerous team if Mateer is going to play like this because he plays. I mean, he's fun. He can run. He's not just a passer, even though he can sling it around. Oh. And they've got a defense to go. They got a defense to go along.
I was looking at his running style first before the passing. And he made a throw, too, in that game where I was like, whoa. I think even Ryan Clark, who, again, is only going to give props to people who played, Ryan Clark was like, whoa, John Mateer, I was not familiar with your game. This kid was so electric against Michigan, sent me down a rabbit hole of, okay, where did he come from again? I know Choppy was saying number one transfer, but what did he do at Washington State?
Backed up Cam Ward.
Is this flash in a pan because he's been around for a little bit? The story of this kid is what? John Mateer.
Little Elm.
He's a Little Elm kid. So he was Little Elm.
It's not nice to say that these days.
Is it not?
It's Big Elm.
Oh, Big Elm.
Regular Elm.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Being walked away in the handcuffs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he was a Little Elm guy, and he ended up at Washington State. He was a 3-star recruit. Now, Washington State, he was good there last year. And, yeah, he had been, like Choppy just said, he had backed up Cam Ward. But even still, I think already this season you're seeing a player that is clearly improving, and some of the stuff he does is really, really exciting. He can be reckless with the football. Like he absolutely can do some stuff with the football that makes you kind of tense up in your seat if you're an Oklahoma fan. That ultimately is going to be why I don't think he's going to be the Heisman this year, is because I think he's going to find himself in situations where late there's going to be big turnovers or there's going to be things like that. He can get a little overconfident at times with the football.
One of the worries OU had is that they don't have, for whatever reason, they just don't have these elite wide receivers. Oklahoma for years always had pretty good wide receivers rolling through there. And for some reason, they were concerned about, wow, we got FCS transfer receivers. Well, they've done fine, and he has done fine with them. And I hear you, because that was his that was the mark on him, was questionable throws, taking some liberties, and maybe he felt he had to do that at Washington State. I don't know. I didn't pay much attention to them last year. They were out of the Power 5 for crying out loud.
He looks like a gamer who can pass and run.
Yeah, and they brought his coordinator over to OU, and Ben Arbuckle he's 29. He's looking right now like he could be the next one up. Like he's the next one up. People have been really impressed with him so far, and that's what Venables needed.
Yes.
Venables needed a guy like that. Not only just quarterback, but he needed somebody to come in here and be a legit forward-thinking offensive mind.
Bryce Underwood was not happy pulling a Malik Neighbors on the Michigan sideline. He's a big boy.
Yes.
Yeah. Man, he's a big boy as well. But the Oklahoma Sooners getting the win.
Yeah, and look, this was, I think a lot of people, I know I expected it, but because this is the first road game for Underwood. I mean, that's just a very difficult thing to deal with. And we've seen quarterbacks who are making their first road start, they just struggle.
He's still a freshman. He's very young. Trevor Lawrence is so rare. Like the idea of a guy who just walks in at 18 at the quarterback position and is the best in the country, it doesn't happen very often. And so he'll have his growing pains, but I think he's going to be fine. Bryce Underwood has shown enough flashes already through 2 weeks that it's like, all right, I think he's going to be okay.
So the Venables seat is not warm anymore. It's cool enough. The same cannot be said for Billy Napier and the University of Florida.
Gramatica for the win, and there it is. 18-16, the final score, and the Bulls explode off the bench.
You heard that name right. Nico Gramatica, son of Martin. And that was just a stunner. If you thought Florida was this world beater, that people thought Florida was this world beater. And it turns out that there is a Florida that's a world, that's South Florida. And they have the 2 best wins of the young season. They're the only team that's got 2 top 25 wins already. And they do it in really impressive fashion. They destroyed Boise State. And then they go into the swamp, a difficult place to play. And they wind up coming away with a victory. And another spit incident. More Spitgate, an idiot spitting. This is in the face of the South Florida player. Gave them the extra 15 yards. He gets booted. They later kicked that field goal. And now they are the absolute group of 5 front runner to make the playoff because there is that one guaranteed spot they're going to get.
They got Miami coming up. They are opening with 3 ranked opponents, and that was on the road against Florida. They handled Boise State in week 1. They've looked really good. There was On3 had a report last week of the highest recruiting budgets in the country. And right there at number 20 was South Florida, which I don't think a lot of people typically think of them as being one of the big power players. But, man, this is 2 really impressive wins for them. They missed that field goal. Gramatica missed the initial field goal to go ahead with like 3 minutes left. Florida gets the ball back and then can't pick up a first down. DJ Lagway threw a pass down the sideline that went through the receiver's hands. But, that was huge. And then you get, Byron Brown going 90 yards, and he looked really good in this one. In general, South Florida just looked like we're a tougher team. It felt very much like this is the blue-collar side of Florida. This is the pampered side of Florida, and we're going to come in here, we're going to punch you in the mouth, and you're not going to be ready for it.
Well, remember last year they played Bama on the road, and they hung with Bama for like 3 quarters. Yeah. And then Bama pulled away at the end. And this, it's not exactly the same team, but there's a lot of the same players.
They have to be really high in the AP poll if they beat Miami. Like they've got to be way up there. Like I don't know exactly how far, but it's really tough. You start out 3 wins like that on the road. It's really tough to probably keep them out of the top 5 to 7.
I'd have to go see what the top.
If we're going to be if we're going to be meritocracy here, they have to be up there.
They have to because you got 3 top 25 wins. It is the college football kegger here on 105 to the Fan. They were chanting Fire Billy Napier on the way out. I don't know how he survives this. This is Florida's schedule still. They got to play LSU, Texas, Tennessee, Ole Miss, Miami, Georgia, and Florida State. Good luck. They might not even make a bowl.
How long has Napier been there?
It's like year 4.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4. This is year 4. Couldn't happen to a better dude.
Not a fan?
Do not like Billy Napier.
Okay, all right. I thought I really wanted him at Tennessee when we got Heupel instead, and he went to Florida. I was like really upset. Shows what an idiot I am.
Bobby might not be right.
That's true.
Although he's going to get fired, so that would make you still wrong.
He is going to get fired. How did Arch Manning do in his home debut in the 2025 season?
Manning with the snap. Arch looking. Still looking. Fires across the middle. Caught. Touchdown, Jack Endries. 2 touchdown catches for Parker Livingston, and now 2 for Jack Endries as the Longhorns cash in the San Jose State turnover.
Longhorns radio with the call. That was, let me tell you. Look, they went 38-7. It is what it is. There's something wrong with his arm. There is something wrong.
The highlights of the grimacing are not good.
No.
We need to get it on the fan cam from Aiden. But this game started off a little bit slow in the first half of the first quarter. My father-in-law, Longhorn fan, he's starting to panic. He's like, what? Why is it scoreless? Like, what is going on? And then I think Arch threw for like 4 touchdowns in 5 minutes or something. I went back and looked at all the throws because I was not going to watch this opponent. These players were wide open. Very, very difficult for me to garner anything. But, Bobby, you said last night you were a little bit worried still.
There's a little bit of concern because, I mean, he was fine. Like I said, it was wide open stuff. But, I mean, this is, he's clearly looks in pain or like there's some sort of issue with his arm right now. And this
Are we only picking this up from this game, or was there something from the Buckeye game?
He was playing with his shoulder pad. A lot of people were talking about how he kept playing with his shoulder pad, and a lot of people thought kind of the weird slot release he had, which he's always kind of had that sort of release, but it was aggressive in week one. A lot of people thought that was compensating for something, that something must happen. Yeah. And a lot of people looked at the very first throw he had against Ohio State where he skips it 6 yards short on a wide open throw that a lot of people were like, there's something not right with him. But it does make me wonder if this is Applewhite and Sims 2.0.
Uh-oh.
That we got the legacy recruit that everybody's just like, that's got to be the guy. He's got to be out there. We got to make room for Chris Sims. We got to make room for Arch Manning. And then ultimately you got people at the end going like, boy, I wish we had Quinn Ewers, or boy, I wish we had Major Applewhite. Major Applewhite heroically coming into the Big 12 title game and trying to save you versus Colorado after old Top Button got you into hell against them 20 years ago or 25 years ago, whatever it was. But that is something that the more that Arch struggles, if he continues to struggle, or the more that Arch has some of these issues, that's going to be a bit of a echoing of history, I feel like, that people are going to start talking about.
That game was on 1080 KRLD. You can maybe, if you want to, sit him. You don't need him against UTEP. You don't need him against Sam Houston State. You can maybe sit him if he's hurt, get him healthy, because you got to go to Florida, and then you got the Red River game.
Pepe, you worried at all with your burnt orange T-shirt?
Yeah, because Ohio State obviously didn't thrill me a lot with his performance. The first couple drives, I think, against San Jose State were pretty awful as well. And like you said, Sean, those guys were wide open. I'm not going to, applaud anything when you're playing San Jose State at home. It was better to see him throw touchdown passes and run the ball, but RJ's right. I think you sit him the next two. You have 3 weeks until Florida, because you have a bye week there in between.
Sit him against Florida too.
You could. Man, they might have a new head coach by then. But yeah, still a little worried. Not hitting the panic button, but a little worried right now.
Mike Gundy did not look. They didn't show up. 69-3. They lose to Oregon. He of course said last week
they lost by how much? Say that again. Say that score.
69-3. They lost 69-3 to Oregon. Now, but it's a road game.
It's like Georgia versus TCU.
Oregon didn't even score in the fourth quarter. They scored 69 points through 3 quarters. And of course, this week he said that they got all the money in the world, and we spent $7 million for 3 years. They spent $40 million in 1 year.
Like T-Boone never existed.
Like completely forgetting that T-Boone. I'm sorry that Daddy passed away and his kids don't spend the same kind of money that you would like him to spend. But Dan Lanning, best quote in college football, at least my opinion, he did mention this after the game.
I told our team right before the game that, it never requires extra motivation for an opportunity to go out and kick ass, but it never hurts when somebody pours gasoline on the fire. So I felt like these guys wanted the chance to go prove who they are. And I'm sure I got a lot of respect for Coach Gundy, but at his press conference, he's probably saying, see, I told you so.
Gundy afterwards said, when I made that comment, I was complimenting Oregon for what they had done. Second thing, which I said later in the week, we've made commitments also, but we have to be better and fundamentally sound and execute. Gundy is 4-10 over his last 14 games, and 2 of those losses are the worst of his career. 52-0 against Colorado. I was rooting for Lanning to pour it on even more. I loved this. I can't stand Mike Gundy, and I was rooting for Dabo to lose against Troy as well. Unfortunately, that one did not come true, but Gundy's kid goes on social media. Did you see this?
I did not.
This kid goes on social media, basically tells the entire fan base, you're only a fan because of my dad and what he has done and what he has brought.
Oh, yeah.
You should be praying at the altar, basically, of my dad. He is Oklahoma State football.
Man.
Comment deleted. I was paraphrasing, but it's not far off at all.
Yeah, it was up for like half an hour, I think, before it got deleted, but that was more than enough time for all the Oklahoma State fans to capture it and talk about it.
Awful. A&M wins 44-24 for Utah State. It's a perfect day, weekend for local teams, except for one, because Baylor had to ruin the SMU party 48-45, Tech 62-14 over Kent State, and Peyton's UNT, Mean Green 33-30 over Western Michigan.
College Kegger here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We got PBR tickets to give away. We have best and worst of the weekend, including my godson having his moment in college football. But should we be feeling as positive about the Cowboys as we are? Bobby's first edition of Post-Hut Film Clarity, commercial-free expressway, next.
After we get you over to QC Kinetics, get you healthy. We are going to keep you healthy, boys and girls. If you've been dealing with joint pain,
Saffron Squad? Nutmeg Maidens? Pre-curb? No. Nutmeg Maidens? I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
You watch it and you're super into it. It's like really exciting. The storyline's good. And then you finish it and I'm looking at the film and I'm just like, I was watching it?
Stop calling them films,
Mike. That is gross. And those people are getting paid.
That's right. It is the return of Post-Huck Clarity. Hat tip to Peyton Russell for the name there. This is where I go over things that I feel differently about after the we've had some time to let things settle. We've got a chance to look at the tape and look back at the last Cowboys game and say, these are some things that I was wrong about or that I feel differently about, or however these different angles that you want to look at here. Some good, some bad, but usually there's always plenty to feel differently about once you've seen it. Number one.
How long does a typical rewatch take?
So, like, obviously depends on how bad
game.
or this I spent probably like 90 minutes on this game. So that's typically about it, 90 minutes to 2 hours, depending on how many times I want to go back and watch something, or if I want to, like, how many notes I'm taking or different things like that. But this one was pretty straightforward. Got to sit down, watch it. Saw a lot of the same stuff that I thought we had seen. Like, the defense was not great in the first half. They got better. With a lot of the blitz concepts and different things that Eberflus did coming out of the delay. CeeDee Lamb, those drops were not awesome. Those sort of things came out of this that were pretty much what you thought when you were watching.
Did Eberflus wait way too long to blitz?
Yes.
Did not blitz Hurts a single time in the first half. They recorded 3 pressures. Then he blitzed 6 times in the second half. They generated 11 pressures. In the half, played zone 100% of the night. Had no player see more than 41 snaps. 7 linemen who played between 20 and 41 snaps. That from NFL Pro.
That is a Rod Marinelli defense right there. We get all the rotating defensive linemen. To be fair, though, that's also Aaron Wycott, and the new defensive line coach. That's also what he's been big on. He comes from San Francisco, kind of that tree. And what they're big on is also rotating the defensive linemen a lot, keeping everybody fresh. But that's always been a Rod Marinelli staple. So keeping those rotations, the zone coverage they were playing, the lack of blitzing, that's all very similar to Rod Marinelli, who Matt Eberflus is a disciple of. Number one, the biggest thing that stood out and the biggest thing that probably needs some correcting, Tyler Guyton was not great. But that's actually okay. Because I think within the context of it's the first game back, there was no ramp up really. There were questions about the playing surface. It's Philadelphia. It's on the road. It's an intense environment. It's a guy who had a tendency to hang his head last year. I think given all of that context, you can take some misses and still look at what he did and went, there's improvement. And he wasn't hanging his head in this game. He wasn't having issues with confidence. It didn't look like last year. You could see him breaking when things would not go his way. There wasn't any of that this year in this game. He was head up. The run blocking a lot of that was really good. I think it was the first touchdown Javonte Williams had. It was a great combo block from him and Brevin Spanford that led the way for Javonte Williams to score. The pass protection stuff was not as great. There were a few times where he got worked pretty bad. There was a great video from Brandon Thorne, who works a lot with Duke Manyweather and does offensive line film review and different things like that. And he had talked about how one of these pressures that he gave up was he's watching the ball. He tends to watch the ball. He tends to look down the line of scrimmage to watch for the snap, especially in a loud environment. And Guyton looking down the line of scrimmage, by the time he had seen where the defender was and then moved his head, Philadelphia, as soon as he turned his head, shifted. And they knew, all right, he has no awareness of where this guy is now. He thought he was lined up in a certain spot, looked for the snap, and now he's in a different spot. So when the ball was snapped, you see Guyton turn to where he thought he was and then have to quickly adjust and reach, and the guy was past him. Dak had to get rid of the ball really quickly. Andrew Whitworth came behind on that and commented on it and said, hey, if you look at the fact that it's post-Huck Clarity here on 105 through the Fan.
I love, though, that because Sean's an adult, and his eye even moved on that one.
That's what I was going to ignore it until Sean turned his head. So Whitworth followed up on that and said, I will say as a tackle, at times Tyler Smith is lined up pretty close. You can't be as head forward as Terrence Steele is. You have to kind of lean and look for the ball if the offensive lineman, the guard next to you, is too far up. But in general, Tyler Guyton was not awesome in pass protection, but he was still, there were clues, little context clues that said he's getting better, and that's really all you need and all you really want out of this. Number 2, I think we've had a pretty realistic offseason on Dak Prescott and realistic conversations about what he needs to do and where he's at in his career, Jerry was right. This was one of the better games I've seen from Dak on tape. He was absolutely in rhythm, comfortable, totally in command of the offense. I think Pro Football Focus had the note, which I hate quoting from PFF, but they had the note that he had 4 big-time throws that were basically drops. That these were 4 passes that the way he, given how much space there was, how far down the field he's throwing, different things like that, they were big-time, massive deliveries, and they didn't even count the one to Schoonmaker that I think was one of the better throws I've seen from him. Just right on the money on a few different occasions that things weren't finished up. But if he plays like that, Ben Solak from ESPN had said something about this over the weekend where he's like, if Dak plays like that, they're going to be really good this year.
Yeah.
If he's like that, if he's giving you that every week and the numbers don't show it, the box score doesn't turn it out, even QBR is not going to turn some of that stuff out because they're not going to factor for a lot of those things that we saw. But that is, if he's playing at that level, that is the second half of 2023 Dak that was out there.
When we were in camp, we were I watch the quarterbacks more than I watch anything else. I make no, I've said that often. It was like, and obviously it's not fair because he's so much better than Milton is. But when he went in there after Milton had played, it was like, okay, the adults are here, like the grown-ups are here, because he is. We are at the point in his career where the answers to the test. He's reached that stage. You're 10 years in, and that's you're 150 games into your career or whatever the number is. You've seen thousands of plays. There's no surprises anymore. You know what to look for. So he should be at that point where it's kind of like, yeah, he may lose. He probably doesn't have the same arm strength he had in 2016, but his brain works so much faster that it doesn't matter.
You're on this arm strength thing a little bit. I don't see what you're concerned about.
He's got a pop gun arm. He's got.
I don't think
he's got
so.
Old man arm now.
I'm not seeing it.
Yeah.
A couple of the throws. I mean, the Lamb drops, one of those throws, it was like, that ball got there. You want to see a popcorn? Look at Brock Purdy. That's a popcorn arm. He threw an out route to Pearsall that should have been a touchdown. That was a floater, that BS that he tossed up to the backup tight end that ended up being a touchdown. I'll make a fantasy football comparison to tell you how good I feel about Dak's opener. He gave me 8 points in fantasy. 7.8 to be exact. Nothing. Got destroyed in my college league with my buddies, and I'm not concerned whatsoever. Not whatsoever. I'm more concerned about Mahomes going into week 2 than I am Dak going into week 2 with the weapons that Mahomes has lost. That's how good, if you actually watch the game, Prescott was.
Yeah, he was fantastic, and if they get that level of play out of him, Dallas is going to score a lot of points this season, and the Giants are going to be in trouble this weekend. Number 3, Dante Fowler is a problem.
I already bet the Giant game.
I did too.
I already underdog bet it straight up.
That's just not a big enough 4.5 or whatever it is at right now. That's just not a big enough spread. Post that clarity here on 105.3 The Fan. Number 3, Dante Fowler is a problem right now.
Problem can be a nice compliment.
Yeah, not a problem for offensive lines. It doesn't look like a problem for the Cowboys defense. A guy who just did not look like the same player that he was a couple years ago with Dallas. Did not look like the same player that he was with the Commanders. Now he's going to give his, you're hoping. He's gotten a lot of praise from Brian Schottenheimer for how he's kind of been the big brother in the room and been a veteran presence that they've needed in the defensive line room. So hopefully you see some of this get cleaned up and it's just cobwebs in the first week. It's some rust, whatever else he's got going on. But this was not a good game for him at all. He was not very effective. In fact, I was listening to our sister station 106.7 in DC over the weekend, and I was listening through to one of their
Jack
podcasts.
FM.
No. I was listening through to one of their podcasts, and it was the B. Mitch and Finley show.
What's Springer have to say about Dante about Fowler's game?
It was the B. Mitch and Finley show. It may have been JT Springer that was actually on there because it was not B. Mitch that was in there for that day, and so they were talking about it, but they were just going off on that Friday morning show, like, yep, that's part of why Dante Fowler's not here anymore. You saw that. Like that's the guy who just becomes undisciplined, loses the edge, causes a lot of problems for you. He was not good enough as a pass rusher and caused too many problems for you.
He was getting picked apart by Tolos trying to defend Saquon.
Yeah.
Not even just the pass rush stuff, but what Barkley was doing, putting him on skates.
Yeah, Fowler was not good in the run. He was not good rushing the passer in this one. He had one rep that was really impressive where he forced a throw from Jalen Hurts. I believe it was on a third down, but that was pretty much the only bit you heard from Dante Fowler all night. Number 4, Tyler Smith didn't help out Miles Sanders any on the fumble. So Tyler Smith, it's not very often that you see him get moved or you see him fail to sustain a block or anything else that has to do with power. He's one of the most powerful players in the NFL. Byron Young, the defensive tackle for the Eagles, just was able to win that battle with him and was able to shed Tyler Smith and ultimately force that fumble. That's just not something that you normally see from Tyler Smith. So ultimately, Miles Sanders has to hold on to the football, but it was an unusual thing to see where Tyler Smith just wasn't able to sustain his block.
Did Booker play better than Smith?
No. Okay. I don't think so. No, Tyler Smith he had a couple of moments where it was like, okay, that's a little un-Tyler Smith-like. He had the penalty as well at one point, but
and how was Steele?
Everybody, the offensive line was solid. I didn't think that Guyton, obviously watching it back in pass protection specifically, was not great. But I thought overall this was a solid performance. It gives you encouragement that the offensive line can be seriously better, not like leaps and bounds above, but they will be noticeably better than I think they were last year. And so that's something that you can take as a positive. And then the last note here in post-clarity, I did not give enough love to Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs was really good in this game. And in fact, a side note on that, I had given him a star down for a big completion, talking about Kaiir Elam. Kaiir Elam, it was not just the one completion. They were definitely going after him. That was all right, let's stay away from Bland and Diggs here. Diggs when he was on the field. Diggs obviously didn't play the entire game, but I thought Diggs was really good in this game. And if you can get him to be, if he was at 80% in the game the other night, then 100% of him is going to be really, really good for them this year.
And was Elam bad throughout the rest?
He wasn't bad. It's just he was getting picked on a little bit. He was having some trouble. I know I heard Broadus talking about this on Friday a little bit, that he thought that he understood a little bit better how you can have the Elam transition from training camp Elam to regular season Elam, and he can see some of the things, some of the lapses that'll cause you to be able to take advantage of him. But I still am. I'm going to be open-minded about Kaiir Elam. I don't think it was like a performance where it's like you can't throw him out there anymore like you had with Andrew Booth at one point last year. But it was not a great start, and he needs to show mental toughness to be able to bounce back from that, because that's been an issue for him at times, is been between the ears and some of the keeping encouraged and staying up and positive throughout some of his struggles.
And Trayvon is still in Micah mourning after Parsons' first sack at the end. Garbage time, right? Garbage time. At the end of the Lions game, Trayvon tweeted, "This can't be real. Wake me up from the dream." So Trayvon still in mourning over his BFF in Green Bay. Post-Huck Clarity every Monday. Expressway with Bobby Roberto Belt, our Cowboys insider here on Sean and RJ. We are commercial free, and every day this week we're going to hook you up.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see professional bull riding on September 26th at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, we got a new Music Monday at 8:20. Dirk Nowitzki will join us at 9. Were you all over the U.S. Open, Mr. Tennis?
Yeah, no, I wasn't.
Why? Sabalenka.
I know.
Sabalenka.
I know. Sabalenka. Did she win? She won, right? She won the whole thing?
She won the whole thing.
She won the whole thing. Good for her. Good for her.
You abandoned it. You were talking all big Final Four last week.
I know, but the weekend comes around and there's a lot of football, there's some baseball, and I had the kids, baseball's going on, so not the U.S. Open weekend I was hoping for.
Every Monday at this time, we want to know what you got into. It's best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Let us know.
And it is caught. Wide open and downfield for the touchdown is Bryson Coleman. Vanderbilt in the end zone on 2 swings, this time from 54 yards.
Peyton even more excited to get to it than me. Best and worst of the weekend, 877-881-1053. Franklin LaFranco injury attorney text line. Let us know what you got into. I'll start off. I was sitting there with a Godfather moment, dream come true. My godson playing for Vanderbilt as a tight end, number 82, and they were taking on Virginia Tech. So there had to be like 35, 40 family members who made the drive from Maryland to Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech.
Blacksburg, eh?
Blacksburg. One of my very few college football games I've attended.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Theo Vaughn was there, big Vanderbilt guy. He's obsessed with Vanderbilt. I guess he went there, but they hold up the keys. Key play.
I think he lives there. I think he lives in Nashville.
I wonder how many people actually lose their keys at Hokie games because they're sitting there drunk, holding up key play. But Pepe, let's get ready to go ahead and play this again. Virginia Tech is up early. Vanderbilt needs a spark, and this happened.
Pavia, and it is caught. Wide open and downfield for the touchdown is Bryson Coleman. Vanderbilt into the end zone on 2 swings, this time from 54 yards.
54 yards, second collegiate catch ever, first touchdown for young Bryson Coleman. They were down 10-0, and absolute mayhem breaks out in the Shreve household and on my cell phone. They go on to handle the Hokies to set up a big matchup with South Carolina.
Now, how much playing time did he get last year, and how much has he gotten so far this year?
Like 3 snaps week 1.
So last week.
Yeah, last week, 1 catch, 5 yards. He got on the field a couple times last year. Now, the problem for him, he's playing behind an NFL tight end.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be talking about this Stowers kid, right?
Yeah, he's gonna be in first round discussion. He's one of the guys. He's a dude that he's got in front of him.
Yeah, so he's got that kid. Then I think there's a blocking specialist. Like he has a 50-yard touchdown catch. And I'm tweeting and going on the Vanderbilt social medias. I'm trying to find at Clark Lee, the head coach, who I love, but get the kid on the field. Let's stop depriving him of playing time. What are you doing? Get your electric tight end threat out there. I'm writing on the Vanderbilt pages.
You're the Laura Rutledge of the Coleman household. And her husband played Major League Baseball, and every time somebody said something bad, she would go on there as she had a burner account just for him, and he didn't know about it. You need to set something up with that.
Yeah, well, I'm just writing it for my own account. I don't care. I'm like, what are you doing, coach? Get the daggone kid on the field. Well, it was actually smart coaching. They ran down Virginia Tech's throat, and I guess the other tight end is the blocking specialist. Bryson, he's kind of RJ Choppy mindset. Like, I'm going out here to catch passes. I'm going out here for jump balls. I'm 6'5". I run 4'5", 4'4". I'm
6'5", because Sports Reference, I was just about to tell you, has him listed as a 5'5", 210-pound tight end.
My godson?
That's
Somebody's got to make a correction to Sports Reference, because his page right now says he's a 5'5" tight end.
Oh, yeah.
He's the Deuce Vaughn of tight ends.
Yeah, that's the problem. You can't block when you're 5'5". What are you supposed to do?
Not a ton of playing time. I think a lot of it does have to do with the blocking, but I think he'll be on the field a little bit more now. But dream come true in the SEC, catching his first touchdown, 50-yard bomb.
That's awesome.
Needs to work on the celebration a little bit. I don't know what that
was. Trayvon Diggs. Yeah, the little, whatever that thing was, the little swinging the arms around.
The arms flailing.
Need y'all to beat South Carolina. You know, they're that they're kind of one of those fringe playoff teams, and need to kind of get them out of there.
Yeah.
How was it all just in slow motion? Like when you saw the ball in the air, were you like, don't drop
So
this?
I just put Ava to sleep. I'm upstairs with Ollie, and I see this big white kid on the bottom of the screen, and I'm like, is that right? And then I'm watching this player, and he's totally running free, and I'm watching it. I'm like, this kid's open. Like, this kid's open. He catches it. I'm still not totally sure that it's him. I didn't want to freak out because the gold numbers kind of blend in with the white jersey a little bit.
I hate that.
I can't totally see the number. And when I realize it's him, I jump up. I remember Ava's asleep. I sprint downstairs to go tell Amanda. I forgot Ollie. So I'm halfway down the steps. I turn back around. I run back. I pick Ollie up. This is a big boy now. All right, he's not no lightweight. I carry him down the steps. I'm sprinting downstairs to put the game on for Amanda to watch the highlight. I'm trying to get everything I can, video. I go to the play-by-play. I screenshot it. I'm tagging the Vanderbilt accounts. I'm trying to blow this up on social media, sending it to all the family who is at the game. It was amazing. That was fantastic. So I hope the first of many to come, including against your Longhorns, as I'll be going to Austin for that one.
So how close was it to where you missed this potentially because you were putting Ava to sleep? Like, was this like a minute or anything?
I was good. Plus, I was pausing. You know, I got all the Vandy games recorded.
Well.
As Sotolo said, you're the only one. You're the only one who, outside of Nashville, who has Vandy games on the
Maybe
DVR
not even there.
recorded. Maybe not even there. So it was fantastic. That's my best of the weekend.
All right, very good, very good. My best of the weekend, it's psychological. Okay, you think it's going to be the worst, but we go to play golf over the weekend. Sarah and I. I'm getting my bag together, taking out of the travel case because we had just gone to Michigan. We played golf in Michigan for a week, and I noticed the driver looks a little short. And I go to pull it out of the
like my godson.
I know. I go to pull it out of the bag, and it's a stump.
A what?
It's a stump. It's it got cracked, broke, cut off mid shaft, and I'm like, what?
It's a John Bobbitt club
mid shaft stump.
The hell? So it snapped. It had snapped somehow in transit. And now look,
swing. I know you swing.
We're 3 weeks removed from the airport. There's no way I could go back to the airline and say, hey, you guys broke my golf club.
Yeah.
All right, because let me tell you
wasn't a Spittle who got a bag or a set or a driver replaced?
I think he may have.
Was he telling us that? You have no recollection of it.
I don't remember.
I'm fuzzy, so there's no chance you have memory of it. I think he got a new gear.
And then you're right. He did get a new club. And then if you look at it, it looks like it's looks like somebody sawed this thing off. There's no way, because graphite, it shreds. This was a clean break. So someone took a saw and sawed this thing off. I'm convinced of that. But this is good because I now will get a new driver. See, that's how I'm always looking at the positive.
Yeah, you made this as one of your best of the weekend. Was weird that you're going to have to spend $500.
It's going to be
$500 on a new driver.
But I get a new driver. Like, everybody loves to get a new driver.
How old was the last one?
Oh, this is about 10 years old. This is about 10 years old. It was time. It was time anyway. I hit it well, though. So I wasn't like, and I have it's a really nice shaft. I got a really nice shaft on this.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't like looking to get a new driver, but I need a new driver because I'm just technology-wise in 10 years.
Yeah.
So that's my best of the week. And
you know
I don't
what you're going to get?
I don't know what I'm going to get.
You don't have a golf connection?
I do. I got a couple of golf guys, yeah. I don't know what I'm going to get, though. But you have
to go and hit with them before you actually buy it.
I'm gonna have to go hit with them, see how it feels, see which one pops pops the ball up. But now, do I go to Do I go to the airline? Say, hey, listen, you broke. All right, too late. I'm 3 weeks removed.
You may as well try. What do you have to lose?
Nothing. $500. $500.
Time.
Give it a shot.
Yeah, that's my best. Worst. I got a little cut on my hand here. We got a wasp problem. All right.
The worst of the week, the little cut on my hand.
So I'll never forget RJ's ex-wife telling me early on. I'm like, what do I need to know about this guy? Give me the rundown. She goes, he's the biggest wuss. Hey, when he gets sick, oh my God, the entire world shuts down.
I'll read it.
Now, you know what I was going to do? I wanted your medical description.
Okay.
I want to read his medical description, and then Aiden, I want to somehow shove this finger on the fan cam, but this guy... Is this like Chicago Hope, that old show?
Listen, so we have a massive wasp problem, and they land on the side of the pool, so I take my hat and I whack them. All right, well, I hit the stone part of it, and the corner of the stone, it just cuts into my finger. Cuts in. And it's
so you hit the brick wall.
I hit it's stone. It's like that white stone.
Oh, that's worse.
It's worse. So I hit it, and it hurts like hell, man. And even in...
You didn't see the wall?
I saw the wall. I didn't think I was going to hit the wall.
Okay.
I just hit with my hat. This thing feels deeper than the Grand Canyon. It's a very small cut. Even in boy math, this is very small.
What's boy math?
That's even a boy math would say this is only a half an inch.
It looks like it stings, though.
It stings. It stings like crazy.
Could have wrapped it, man. Open wound?
Yeah, it's an open wound.
Put a Band-Aid on it.
I should have let it air out. Getting all the... I want the germs. Okay, help my immune system. We got to figure out these wasps because we can't do another summer like this. This was awful. I swear it's the tree behind me. It's the tree in the neighbor's yard. They got a nest.
Pepe, you can relate.
Yeah, I executed 4 to 5 wasps yesterday. I was doing yard work and
pay to get him.
Yeah, I'm mowing and these things will fly around me and I just let them go. They never really attacked me or landed on me. So I'm like, I'll just walk by them. I'll do my yard work and be done with my day. And then a couple got a little too close to my dome here. I could hear the buzzing in my right ear and the left ear. And I was like, all right, that's it. So I stopped mowing. I went to grab the spray. I waited for them to land. They start looking around for a nest. Oh, this is a good spot right here. They start, tapping their stinger on the side of the wall, thinking, oh yeah, this is great for a nest. And then I kill them right there.
Yeah.
Kill them. So I took about 4 or 5 out, and then I ran inside because I was worried that I was worried that whenever you kill one, it sends out some kind of fumes out that goes, oh, we're dead. Come save me. And so I ran inside afterwards. And I killed 4 to 5, and I'm terrified of waspies, anything with stingers. I hate them.
We leave these. We hit them in the pool with our hats or my hat. I'll hit them in the pool, and then we'll get them out, and we just leave them there. It's like a morgue. all around the pool. There's just dozens of them. We leave them there thinking it's going to scare the other ones. It's like a scarecrow. It's going to scare the other ones away, and it never does.
No, it's because what Peyton said. You're sending off the signal to the others that say, hey, we're dying, come help me, and then you end up getting more, probably is what you end up doing. But this is actually, there was something on TikTok I saw the other day. I almost bought it instantly because it had a TikTok shop link. Laura was way too excited about this bug killer. Like, we all had like the tennis racket that zaps them, gives us a lot of power. There's a new one now. It's like a little laser pointer that when you put it fries them basically. It shoots a laser that just like cooks them basically. And Laura saw that and she's like, get me that. I want to go get all the flies. I want to get all the wasps. Like, she's got a little bit too much obsession, a little bit too much happiness with the idea of just being in control to kill things.
What was your best of the weekend, Peyton?
Well, it's a new month, so my rule. Once a month, I go north to the casino. I won last month, so I was like, you know what, I got to go again, see if I can make some money here. And I did. I won $162, and man, I saw some lady next to me at roulette. She went through, I think, $1,500 in about 15-20 minutes. Ooh. She was spamming the roulette, spinning everything like that on the screen, and in her right hand she had 3 to 4 ATM receipts as well, so I knew she was going through something there. But yeah, won $162 in that trip on Friday. But the worst was probably the trip back. I guess I need to start checking the weather when I go up there, because I got stuck in that god-awful storm that was Friday night. I mean, it took me and Mackenzie almost 2.5 hours to get home. And usually it's about a 90-minute trip to Windstar. It took us almost an hour more because of that storm we were driving in. I couldn't go above 50 miles per hour. And there wasn't traffic. It was just there were puddles everywhere. I was hydroplaning. Everything was going wrong. And I somehow made it home. I almost had to pull over. Almost had to do one of that. But no, wasn't able to pull over. It was getting late. So I was like, you know what? Let me make it home. But yeah, I was going probably 40 an average all the way home.
And is she fine going to Windstar? She doesn't like gambling like you do. Like, what does she do when she goes?
She just sits there and watches. She'll make sure she has her phone fully charged, and if she, because she's not a big gambler. She played some slots there. I gave her $50, and she obviously lost that. So it's down 50 immediately. But
why'd she obviously lose it?
Because why would she win anything there? And that would be her luck though, right? Is to play one time, because she's never really gambled. She'll hit the slot machine a couple times, spin the wheel a little bit, but she doesn't really gamble. But I was like, here's $50, just go through it. And she lost it.
And what did you end up doing? Winning or losing?
Winning, 162.
All right.
We're up 300 our last 2 trips, guys.
Yeah, buddy.
There he goes. The man wins, and the woman loses.
He wins. I feel like he's got like way too many instances where it's going to catch up eventually. It seems like too many of these he does come back winning.
It's been a long time. Yeah. He had a drought.
He did have a drought.
Yeah, I'm down this year. I've kept track of my records since last year. Last year I won over a grand total. This year I'm down 350.
Best and worst of the weekend here on Sean and RJ.
The best and the worst are the same thing, which is I slept for 24 hours after we got off the air on Friday. Not consecutively, but cumulatively from Friday at 11 till Sunday at 3, which is nice. I needed the recharge, so I got the 24-hour sleep. The problem is that when you sleep that much, you feel like I've just wasted literally all of the time off just being unconscious and didn't get any time to actually like live life, because then you're just like, but I always like the if I wouldn't have been asleep, I would have been laying on the couch watching Dateline or something, so it wouldn't have been that bad. Here's the issue. This is the actual worst. I've got gamer children now, I think. I think I'm about to have some
killers and gamers.
And it's a continuation of the killing. So they're nuts about the little bug zapper thing. They want that. They've gotten obsessed with this YouTube page called Let's Game It Out, which it's this guy who he plays all these different PC games. He'll play Sims. He'll play these random like computer games that people make. People give him keys and stuff like that, and he'll play the thing. And he just spends the whole game trying to see how much can I like just torture random characters or like lock them in a closet for like 2 days and see what basically. And he just does this commentary, or he'll do like ridiculous things. Just tests the limits of the reality of this universe and jokes around with it the whole time. It's funny, it's whatever. Well, the girls have zeroed in less on the funny part of it, and instead they just like, yeah, it's funny to like lock somebody in a closet. So they are like now playing Sims. They're playing Sims 4, and they are obsessed with doing things like, how long can we go without the Sim eating? How funny would it be like before the Sim just gets mad and can't eat anymore, or like they need to eat, or like, oh my gosh, they need to go to the bathroom. Look, she ended up peeing on the floor in the living room because I'd locked the bathroom door, wouldn't let her there. They're kind of becoming psychos about it, but now they're all over the simulation games. Addison would not stop bugging me during NFL games yesterday. It was like, can't you watch this in the back so that I can play video games, or can I take the PlayStation in the back? And it's like, no, this is Sunday football. This is what we're doing. And no, you're not going to play Sims. But she has become obsessed with it. Laura's obsessed with it. And they are just hyper fixated now on trying to see how much they can torture their little Sims, it seems like.
All my kids do is play video games when they're at home. I don't even see them. The doors are shut.
No more credit card issues?
No, he's asked. He had the guts to ask one time, could I have $1 for Roblox or whatever it is?
Look at that.
And I was like, yeah, go ahead. It's just $1, but I mean, he has not had any credit card issues. Thank God. I removed his access. I got rid of it.
Best and worst of the weekend, along with a PBR ticket giveaway here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. My worst of the weekend was Bobby. I'm not going to get into it too. It was a Ranger
text, baby.
It was a text message Ranger fight. I'm not even going to get into it because he ruined my NFL Sunday. I was I haven't been this furious for a long time. And that's why I saved it for the end of the segment, because I don't even want to revisit it. But I called Choppy. I almost called Bobby's wife to ask if he was drinking, because that was the only explanation. I almost told him just to stay home today. I was so pissed off, so furious. I was raging. Amanda's like, "What's wrong?" Like, Cowboys decent mood, first football day, we're relaxed. Kids are, and you just have that one thing for no reason come out of the blue to ruin your day, put you in a bad mood. I'm like texting Sandler, like, what's going on? Am I off on this? Bobby pissed me off so much. Oh my God, it was my worst of the weekend. I was gonna say it's my water bill that I got.
How was it? High? Very high.
$930 water bill.
I'm sorry, what?
Jeez.
You had a leak.
$930 water bill. I went to go ahead. See, that sounded like a little bit of a I'm laughing at you laugh that you just did. You know what I mean? Like, sucker, way to go.
You got sick on your vacation and you were stuck in the room the whole time.
I've already written again. I've already written the township.
Yeah.
And I was over. I was like, what's the water usage here? Because now I'm watering 3 times a week, but I'm watering to keep this stupid tree alive.
Yeah.
I feel like without this tree, because then if I lose the tree, I'm out, $1,000 or whatever to replace the tree. So I've been working on this one tree. It's been working. Over 10,000, whatever the measurement is, used for the month of August. What do they measure it in? Gigawatts is kilometer. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the water rate is, but over 10,000 used. I'm going to have to move out of this property because of the water bill, which easily beats my electric. But I never thought I'd be paying more for water than electric. It is criminal.
Wow. Mine's $116.
Shut up.
Mine's $0.
And the month before was $125.
Yeah.
And then 125 again, then $118.
Yeah.
Wow, I'd be worried about a leak. $900 seems excessive.
I mean, how's a leak? It's when the water goes on. Like
how long? Do you know how long it's on for when you're watering?
I don't even want to talk about it anymore. Let's go back to Bobby. The Detroit Lions think the Cowboys won the Micah trade. Around the rest of the NFL, don't forget Dirk at 9 and a new Music Monday all next hour on The Fan.
Products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. That's New York. I'm not saying this is your hair.
and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the snap to Love, throws right side of the end zone. Touchdown, Jaden Reed, right corner of the end zone. They beat Terry and Arnold again, and a Lambeau leap to the north end zone stands for Jaden Reed.
Statement win of the weekend and day in the NFC at least. You got Buffalo, Baltimore with the all-time thriller last night. The Bills down 15. Excuse me. Yeah, they were down 15. They scored 16 unanswered, and they stunned the Ravens 41-40. What's that number right there? Trailing by 15 in the final 4 minutes of the fourth quarter since 2000. What is it?
3 and 2,312.
That's not a very good winning percentage.
I would guess those 3 are all the Ravens, too.
So that's the Ravens blowing another game. AFC matchup, the big NFC matchup yesterday was Green Bay, the debut of Micah Parsons, registering a sack, forcing a Jared Goff interception, played 45% of the snaps, and the Packers end up handling the Detroit Lions 27-13. If Ben Johnson has a night tonight with Caleb against the Vikings, that Ben Johnson hype train is going to be out of control.
They get him next week.
What's that?
They get him next week. Detroit at home. So, they win. Chicago wins today.
Yeah.
And then they beat Detroit next week. I mean, holy cow.
877-881-1053 to grade Micah's debut. I think we're all giving him about a B.
Yeah.
About a B for the performance. And Michael Silver's put out an article. The Athletic is all pushing it. Read Michael Silver. As Micah Parsons was apparently getting goosebumps over his first Lambeau reaction.
I can't lie, it gave me chills. This environment, the first time, how they embraced me, the fans, this was one-on-one. This was really just a blessing in disguise. My man J Love told me it'd be this nice, and I think, nothing he could have said, I could imagine it'd be like this.
Those little comments, those little quips. He did it the week leading up. I've never seen a locker room like this. Everybody here. This is one of one with this fan base. All those little things starting to add up, Bobby.
Yeah,
to me at least.
This was one-on-one.
This is something that it's slowly building, and by the time we roll around here to week 4 when he's leading into it, I'm sure it's going to be very direct. And look, there was clearly a lot of frustration. He went as far as yesterday to the way he described some of the stuff was he was using some language that was not kind at all. Like in terms of when he talks about toxicity and what's fair. When we start
what a complaint. It's just not kind. It was not kind at all.
It's just like when you start to there's nothing like above like there's nothing just taking the high road about it anymore. When you're talking about things being toxic and you're talking about things not being fair to you, that's a serious direct charge.
Micah hopped on Bleacher Report and tried to set the record straight again for some Cowboy fans who are not happy with him.
I think the hard part is that people feel like, I didn't try to do everything I did to stay in Dallas. They didn't want to do a contract with me. It was kind of either play on your 5th-year option or go do a contract and go play somewhere else. I think people have the presumption that, I just wanted to take the money and that's all it was about to me. Everything's in writing. If anyone ever really had that hard conversation or felt like I didn't try to stay, they're completely wrong. I felt like, I was given no choice. It was, to me at first, a little disrespectful, but I take it as it's just part of business. I didn't take it any type of way. I just felt like they want to do what's best for their team. They didn't feel like I fit in that. I'm not mad at all. I'm not mad at Jerry Jones. I actually still respect Jerry Jones very highly. He gave me a chance to be a Cowboy. He let me live out my dream. People don't realize those 4 years in Dallas was probably some of the best years of my life. I gave it everything I really wanted to end my career there. It just so happened that the staff and the higher ups wanted something different, and I'm not mad at that.
So there's Mike and Jerry both going, and Jerry tomorrow is probably going to say there is no ill will, guys. I can't say it enough. There's no ill will. There's nothing between us. It's all fine and good. Jerry Jones tomorrow 8:30 with the season debut on Sean and RJ. Dirk this morning at 9.
Yeah, and he's Jerry talked a lot about in that opening press conference. It still cracks me up. And I've got to respect Jerry for doing it with a straight face, where he stood up there at that press conference where they announced the Micah trade, and he basically goes, guys, this was a Kenny Clark move. That's Okay, chill a little. Like, I'm sure Kenny Clark helps, but you did not go out into this going like, I need Kenny Clark, Micah, or whatever else it takes. Bring him here.
Glad you brought that up, because yesterday, not a great Cowboy outcome in that game. You want Green Bay to lose as much as possible so you can get the higher draft pick. I don't want Micah to go there and have immediate success. He had an impact on that football game. The back and forth on my timeline over where Micah actually played well was insane yesterday. Oh, it's a garbage time sack. Oh, what's new? The game was out of hand. That's when he actually shows up. He didn't do anything. People weren't giving him credit for forcing that golf interception. So Packers win. They look really good. Micah's in love with the fan base. They're in love with him. All that is bad. The best part of the game, though, and this really kind of blew up, was Jim Nantz and Tony Romo on CBS talking about their meeting with Lions head coach Dan Campbell discussing the trade.
When we were talking to Dan Campbell, they were so relieved that Clark was leaving this division.
And I'm like, well, Mike is coming in. And believe me, he's like, well, Mike is a monster too. It's not like you're saying.
Green Bay is challenging the middle of the field with a completed pass.
It felt like they were more relieved that he was gone, Clark, than they were concerned that Parsons was coming to Green Bay.
I felt the same. They didn't say it, but it was implied.
Horrible audio. We could not find better of it, but someone took it off their television. Dan Campbell and the Lions giving the strong feeling to Romo and Nantz that they were more concerned about Kenny Clark than Micah Parsons. And that made me feel fantastic.
Well, yeah, whether or not
I'm not totally believing it, but I felt good.
Well,
I believe that Dan gave that impression. I'm not believing in that reality, but I felt good.
Yeah, because the interesting thing is, Dan or any coach is not going to go give bulletin board material, which now Micah has bulletin board material basically for his entire career there.
Yeah.
They're more worried about Kenny Clark than me. Kenny Clark is a guy who, unless you're a kind of a football junkie, you've never heard of Kenny Clark.
Right.
You just never have.
Yeah.
But every casual football fan knows exactly who Micah Parsons is and has known Micah for probably about 6 years now, dating back to time at Penn State.
And Micah gave Dan Campbell the bulletin board material. Teddy Bruschi kind of destroyed Micah yesterday in the ESPN pregame because of the comment that Micah made about trick plays.
Yeah, and he basically, and I love what Micah said. He says, if you run a trick play, I know you can't beat me. And that's an old Lou Holtz thing. I've always felt that way because toxic masculinity RJ wants to just line up square to square. I don't accept curveballs. Throw me a fastball. I don't accept curveball. I'm trying to strike somebody out. When I was pitching, I don't even try to strike you out with the curveball on 1-0. All right, if it's a 2-2 pitch, fastball up. We're going to see who's man.
It's one of those stupid, outdated sports sayings. Just like if you're thinking about retirement, you need to retire. There's a lot of classic Parcelliisms. That one needs to be retired. And the whole trick play thing, it's also stupid. There are instances where it's true. You can't do anything, so you have to rely on this. But that was to embarrass the Cowboys. That wasn't to beat the Cowboys last year. That was to humiliate and embarrass the Cowboys because of what happened in the Dan Skipper game. But Micah said that, and Teddy Bruschi destroyed Micah for it. By the way, Kenny Clark in the opener, 5 tackles, 4 against the run. The key stat, Patrick Walker had it, minus 2.8 rushing yards allowed per carry when Clark was on the field. Minus 2.8 rush yards. 6.6 rush yards allowed when he wasn't. What do you make of Dan Campbell, what he told Romo?
It makes sense from the perspective of who is Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell is like the grit and the toughness and the do this. And what does Detroit like to do? Detroit likes to run the ball at you in a million different ways and get really creative with things. So, yeah, I'm sure Kenny Clark, as somebody who plugged up the middle and blew things up, was a frustrating player for them to go against for their run game. And Micah, his first 2 times that the Lions and the Cowboys played, Dan Campbell has played against Micah Parsons. They ran for like 125 yards both times. So they probably felt like Micah may get sacks, but we're still able to maintain our offense. We're able to do what we want. Of course, yesterday that didn't totally work out because they ran the ball for, I think, like 26 yards on 18 carries whatever it was.
They got completely destroyed on the interior of the line. And that's where, nothing. They got nothing up the middle. And, Gibbs got nothing. Literally nothing. You got him on fantasy.
Yeah.
And, he got David Montgomery got nothing. And they were not able to pass the ball downfield. So it didn't matter whether Kenny Clark was there or not.
Would you like the Micah Parsons PFF grade?
Yes.
What do you think it was?
74.
Chop.
Do they dock him for snaps not played or just?
No, it's just whatever you do.
Brevin Spann-Ford was at the Cowboys' second highest rated player.
63.5.
90.
Oh.
He had a 90. His run defense grade was 65.5. His pass rush grade was 91.6, and in coverage he was a 76.9. So they have him as the 6th highest ranked edge rusher after week 1.
Yeah, the two most homerish Cowboy fan takes from opening weekend. George Pickens did nothing on that personal foul. That was Mickey Fisher-esque take from the homers out there. And then Micah did nothing yesterday. That was garbage time. Doesn't matter. I mean, he looked like a damn cheetah again, just coming out of the cage on that sack.
To do that against Sewell.
Oh, yeah.
Who's maybe the best pure.
Well, he's the best right tackle. We know that. He could be the best pure tackle. He threw him and then beat him inside on the other one.
Yeah,
but a lot of national analysts are taking the Cowboys' side. Rodney Harrison and Tony Dungy agreed with the Cowboys, and so did Terry Bradshaw yesterday on Fox.
I think Jerry Jones did the right thing. I don't blame him one bit. I would have unloaded him. Saves me a ton of money on the salary cap, number one. All right? He's automatically getting 2 more first-round picks to go with the 2 he's already got. And who's to say that at the end of this year, if things don't work out, somebody's going to get traded and pick up another one. Jerry Jones is sitting in the driver's seat. I think it was a smart decision. And here's the one thing about Jones, whether or not Parsons was a difference maker or not with the injury to the back, and you tell me that's no big deal. I disagree.
I'm not buying it.
Okay, I do. But anyway, here's the thing. Jerry Jones had to answer to no one to make this trade. It wasn't the Jimmy Johnson trade when Jimmy moved Walker and they got the 6 players and they unloaded the 6 players, which equaled 6 draft picks. This is going to be the same thing, though. Good move by Jerry Jones.
It was a boring, un-Jerry-like move. Boring moves are generally good in football.
Look, I mean, they need depth. They need cheap, high capital labor. That's what they need to be able to get better, especially while they're trying to navigate through where Dak's at in his career and his health and everything else, is that they need some of this. It's really tough to let go of a player like Micah Parsons, but it's also you can make the argument that capital will be more valuable to them.
Let's celebrate the Rangers over the armpit, and it's a new Music Monday with Dirk around the corner at 9. It's all next on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you over to Underdog Fantasy.
Also brought to you by the personal and jewelers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-0817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The 1-1. Swinging a fly ball to right field. Smith back, track, wall, he leaps. That one is out of here! Jake Berger! A 2-run home run! And the Rangers take a 4-1 lead.
They win the rubber game against the Armpit 4-2. Jared Sandler with a call on your home for Rangers baseball. Game and a half back of Seattle in the wild card, and they're 4 games back of the Armpit in the American League West. 18% last week to make the playoffs. They now sit at 21%. This is Sean and RJ along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Below the belt on the home of the Cowboys at 8:40, and Dirk Nowitzki live at 9.
The worst part of the weekend, obviously, is Saturday, right? With what they did on Saturday, losing 11-zip. But more so than that is that you lose a DeGrom start. Yeah, and you really. You can't. You're not in a position where you can lose too many DeGrom starts, and that was the problem going into this weekend. Is that him and Hunter Brown were going up against each other, and those are the aces of both staffs. And something had to give. One of those teams was going to lose, and you hope. Well, obviously it wasn't you, but and it's not like Jake pitched poorly. He gave up 3 runs. He went into the 6th, but it wasn't vintage DeGrom or anything. And then obviously you get blowed up in the last 2 innings.
He's got 1 win in his last 7 starts. DeGrom beat Hunter Brown on May 15th, 1-0. Each went 8 innings.
Yeah, and obviously it's quite obvious those guys are on the same schedule path. Maybe there's an off day that Houston has or that we have that will make sure that these guys next week don't match up again. I think they're gonna. But you would hope to maybe separate those 2 out. And that way, you might be able to steal a win when he's not throwing and then steal one when he is.
None of it continues to make any sense whatsoever. I'll take it, but it makes 0 sense. When you combine Friday and Saturday, they were 1 for 23 with runners in scoring position.
I think that's very good.
1 for 23. And the lone one was the Dustin Harris walk-off single.
Walk-off.
Friday, Saturday. Mm-hmm. Now, look, we do have to praise, Bobby, Merrill Kelly.
Yeah. He's been really good.
He's been really good. He limits the Astros to 5 singles, 1 run, striking out 7, over 7 on Friday. Since he's been here, he's 2-1 with a 2.98 ERA. And then Robert Garcia on Friday retired all 3 that he faced in the 12th.
Yeah, you didn't necessarily need Merrill Kelly when you made the deal, but you need Merrill Kelly right now because of all he's done. DeGrom, you mentioned the DeGrom thing. It's not just him getting that 1 win. If you look at over his last 10 starts going back to July 7th, the Rangers are 2-8 in his last 10 starts. It's not even like about the decisions for him. It's not like he's just getting no decisions, and they've only won 2 games out of his last 10 starts. And like, if they miss the postseason or whatever, that's going to be a big part of why, is because you weren't taking advantage of these DeGrom starts down the stretch. But Merrill Kelly's been absolutely huge for them, and so that is a credit, the foresight or the luck or whatever it is, that now you have a Merrill Kelly even without Nathan Eovaldi.
They do miss Hunter Brown next time around, so that was the only one that wasn't open yet. So they're going to get Garcia, then they're going to get George Costanza, Jason Alexander, and then Christian Javier, and be Leiter, Kelly, and DeGrom. So next time you face the Astros, you're going to have the 3 guys that you would probably want to have on the hill.
Elsewhere throughout the sport, by the way, the Milwaukee Brewers, we gave away Tolo tickets to this series. That starts tonight with the best record in the entire sport. Milwaukee starting this evening on this radio station. Devastation for the way that Yamamoto lost his no-hitter yesterday. 1 out away in Baltimore, up multiple runs, and he ends up getting the loss as Jackson Holliday ends it with a home run, and the Orioles win.
That was like the first time that it ever happened, where the starter pitcher went 8 2/3 and of a no-hit game, and they lose in the 9th. That is the first time that ever happened. First time ever.
Is that the first time?
Because it had happened like where the guy had a no-hitter and lost the game. But this is the first time that that guy with a no-hitter went like 8 2/3 or whatever and got taken out, and they lost. of a no-hitter.
Because I was going to say, I know Harvey Haddix has the very famous 12-inning no-hitter that then he loses. And I thought Pedro lost a game in the 10th inning.
But he continued the game. What I'm saying is, like, this is the first time the guy had ever been taken out. Because you've seen pitchers have lost no-hitters. It's happened, it happens once every, 15 years or something.
Mm-hmm.
For him to get taken out, it just doesn't happen. But it was, the Dodgers, I think this is the 23rd blown save and they've had or over the last this year and last year, just an incredible amount of blown saves this team has had, and they still win all the time.
And then the baseball story that took over the entire world was Philly Karen.
This is, we've got to find her name, okay? Because we thought we did. We thought we found her name. All right? And you could tell, you knew exactly what the name was. This woman had, she checked off every box of just the absolute Karen. But this was the Sally Jesse Raphael starter kit that she's got out there. Okay.
Who is that, Peyton?
No idea.
Oh my God. So, backstory here is...
Peyton, you do know Whoopi Goldberg, right?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I know her.
Okay.
Old lady glasses. Yeah.
Old lady.
Yeah. Old lady glasses.
Can you name one movie she's ever done? No chance. You know what show she's on now?
No, I don't think so.
Hey, not a movie or a show.
The View. Dang it, The View.
So, a woman named Cheryl Richardson Wagner is being...
Is that the name? 3 names?
It's 3 names.
You knew
it was going to be 3 names.
Yeah.
But that's not her. That's who they outed. This poor girl is like, no, that's not me. I'm a Red Sox fan. But here's what happened. Obviously, at the Marlins game, Marlins-Phillies, and there's a foul ball, and this guy is in the same row. She was in the row behind. It was in his row. He runs over there. He runs over about, 8 to 10 seats, grabs the ball, and gives it to his son. Well, this lady comes running, storming at, and he can hear the footsteps. Bump, 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 bump. And then she grabs by the arm, and he does this little scared look, and she starts jawing at him about this baseball. Just starts jawing at him about this baseball, and he just finally takes it and just gives it away. He had given it to his child.
It's on the fan cam.
And he just takes it away, and he says, screw it. I'm just going to give this to you. I am choosing to not deal with getting an argument over a trivial thing.
Very choppy mature.
It's an $11 baseball. Here, take the ball, lady. Get the hell out of here. Go back to your side. I'm going to stay over here on my side with my child. This lady deserves every bit of the criticism she is going to get. She is miserable. Look at her. Yeah. She is miserable. How do you hate life so much? She absolutely is an HOA president. There is zero chance that this lady does not work in an HOA.
And she was there's an alternate angle. It's up right there right now. Aiden's got it. And you can hear her in the video going on this alternate angle saying stuff like, you stole that out of my hand. You took that. And it's like, no, it wasn't in your hand. It was in the seat. You may have been grabbing for it. Y'all may have both gone. But that's fair. This is not the tennis incident where you're snatching a hat from somebody. This was a fair ball, and honestly, this guy's reaction probably ended up better for him anyway because he ended up getting a much better setup.
The Marlins came by. They gave him a little care package. Harrison Bader of the Phillies invited the kid down into the tunnel, gave him a goodie. And then Marcus Lemonis. Did you see this?
I love Marcus Lemonis, the prophet.
He's the founder of Camping World or something.
Yep.
He found this. He says on social media, this dad and the son are going to the World Series this year on my dime.
What?
And they just won a new RV.
Dang!
Hell yeah.
And if he didn't react the way he did, if he wasn't like, you know what, lady, just take the ball.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't get all that stuff, which is why I wouldn't get it.
He's getting criticized too.
He's getting criticized. He's getting called soft.
Beta.
He's
called beta.
Yep. Never should have given the ball back. Or the other side is he's like, hey, this doesn't matter. Just take if you want that bad, take the damn ball.
Yeah.
My kid, I'll go buy him a ball in the.
And thankfully they win out in the end, and hopefully they find her name. It's a new Music Monday.
I'm Casey Kasem. Coming up next are the 3 biggest hits of the year.
We got a bunch of big name artists dropping songs on Friday, and the third one we're going to play is very controversial, and you're going to see why in a second. First, a man going through a rebirth right now, and creating the oddest sounding music of his career. Like just doesn't match up with him at all. It's Justin Bieber with a new song called Love Song. It just doesn't sound like any of his stuff. Like the last few songs he's released don't sound anything like anything he's ever put out, which is fine.
Yeah.
Good for growth and evolution or whatever else. I don't know that I vibe with it.
I can't hear the words, I want to write you a love song without thinking of Sarah Bareilles or whatever.
It's a great song.
It is. So I immediately, I can't hear the song.
Are you pro Justin Bieber, Sean?
I don't have anything against him. I
feel
don't
like he
root
gets
against
relentlessly picked on still.
him. You know,
Yeah.
he's like the Johnny Manziel of music.
Good comp.
And Bieber, like we still hear from Johnny. I root for Bieber more than Johnny. I don't have anything against Johnny, but all of us in that situation would have been out of control, egomaniac. The entire world is at your feet. And I thought Bieber did a nice job of bouncing back from that, because there was a Manziel type run that he had where many were wondering if he was going to last.
Yeah, a lot of people
Literally.
wondered, was he going to be alive in a few years, that kind of thing. All right, the next one, we're getting the repetitive dance tracks of the season now. This is Lady Gaga's newest one, The Dead Dance.
Catchy.
It's catchy. It's that like classic repetitive dancing until I'm just like you hit a hook and you hit it over and over and over. But I mean, it's catchy.
All right. So, did y'all see the music awards, the video
VMAs?
music awards?
No.
All right, I didn't either.
I haven't watched that since like SNL.
But I was either on yesterday or the day before. CBS was on Channel 11. So I guess either after the Green Bay game or on Saturday, and I just kept the thing on before whatever else was going to be on, and I saw her accept some award, and like I just can't do artists. Like she was wearing
her outfits,
whatever she was wearing. I mean, you can't leave the house in that. I don't care where you're going. You can't leave the house in that.
All right, this is the last one. This is my favorite of the three artists, and it's a decent sounding song. But Aiden's going to throw the cover image for the single up on the YouTube, and while y'all are listening to it, I want you to see if the image looks familiar. This is New Martyrs by Miguel.
Tell me that you're with it, babe. 'Cause I'm with it, babe.
Oh, God.
She said,
oh, jeez.
Is that the New York Shooter?
It is the Luigi photo with Miguel's head placed on top of it.
That's the album cover?
And it's called New Martyrs. And this is generating a lot of controversy right now, where a lot of people are just like, it's an inspiration, it's an artistic choice, whatever else. Then there are other people who go like, this is an awful taste. You cannot throw that image up there. But he apparently has said, like, that whole incident was the inspiration for that new song we just heard there.
Yeah, I didn't even hear the music. I was too busy listening.
Coffee was rattled, too.
The coaches, Dirk Nowitzki, coming up at 9 o'clock. Then Nick Eatman, would he have taken the Eagles' offer? We now have the actual report from Jay Glazer. Eatman at 9:20. But the coaches that helped shape Brian Schottenheimer, that's next. In Below,
the Belt,
on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
#1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
How Brian Schottenheimer went from another coach's dumbass son to the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys through the lens of the coaches who have worked with him most closely. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. And I should be clear here right out of the gate, because that probably hit your ears aggressively. That is a quote. That is a direct quote you just heard there about another coach's dumbass son from Jeff Fisher, which we'll get to here in just a sec.
Wow.
Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram had a really great article up last week where he had worked really hard over the last few weeks to interview Steve Spurrier, Dick Vermeil, Bill Cowher, Jeff Fisher, Dan Quinn, Pete Carroll. I think there's Chuck Pagano was in this too. Just guys that Brian Schottenheimer has worked with throughout his career. And in the instance of Cowher, not a guy he had worked with, but somebody who, like Marty is that's his most important influence on his coaching career.
On staff.
Yeah, and has known Brian for a really long time. So this is a really good piece from Nick over at the Fort Worth Star-Telegram where he got the various opinions and thoughts from these different coaches for their thoughts and their perspective on Brian Schottenheimer and his coaching trajectory. This is the first one from Steve Spurrier, who we've all heard the story now. He talks about he wears the visor as a nod to Spurrier. He was a backup quarterback at Florida, had really wanted to be there, and that was before Spurrier had kind of developed the full, hey, this is a championship program type of feel at Florida. Spurrier said he wanted to transfer to Florida. He picked Florida, and offensively we're one of the best in the country. I guess he wanted to be a ball coach, so hopefully he learned a little bit of how we were doing it down here. He said he didn't play a whole lot, but he did play the first game. We didn't score on the first 2 possessions, so I told Danny Warfel, come sit on the bench for a while. Shotty, you're in. They were blitzing. I called a hitch pass, and Shotty went 1, 2, 3, dodged about 4 guys and threw it 50 yards for a touchdown. He came back, and I said, good job, good job. All right, Danny, you're back in the game now. And just threw Danny Warfel back out there. But he said from the classroom to the practice field, even his very limited, and it says Spurrier emphasized very limited opportunities that they gave him on the field, he said that you could always tell that Brian Schottenheimer was going to be a head coach.
Was Shotty's job to get the Spurrier visor when he threw it? Visor boy?
Yeah. Whenever Spurrier would throw it, naturally, Shotty said he just started picking it up. He wasn't told to, but after a while, he started picking it up, and then it became an expectation to where when Spurrier threw it one time and he didn't pick it up right away, he looked at Brian like, go pick it up, dude. He said he had a wonderful attitude about everything. He was right there with the leaders, never missed a weight room event or a class. He was a guy you never had to worry about doing everything the right way. He was preparing himself to be a coach. There's no question about that. Now, one of the more emotional coaches in the history of the NFL is Dick Vermeil.
Oh, Dick Vermeil.
Dick Vermeil is
who do you think he was referring to?
Well, Spurrier. Like emotion, like out.
Oh, yeah.
Like, not
no, this
like
is different
crying.
emotion. This is crying emotion,
Yeah.
Dick Vermeil, which Dick Vermeil launches off in the beginning of this article, and he says, well, in addition to being in heaven, Marty Schottenheimer should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So he was getting emotional right out of the gate. But Dick Vermeil said very specifically, even though he had a relationship with Marty and they were friends and he knew of Brian, he said he absolutely did not hire Brian Schottenheimer for his first NFL coaching gig because of his relation to Marty. He said, I didn't hire him because he was Marty's kid. I hired him because every time I was with him, there was no way to misjudge what he was going to end up being. It was well defined early on that he was going to be a football coach. He said his fascination with the game went beyond running the football and went into the intricacies of a passing game. When he was deciding where he wanted to go to college, he was looking at what kind of passing attack they had and how he'd fit into it. So the whole Marty Ball idea that has been concern for a lot of people. Yeah, that's something that Schottenheimer doesn't necessarily adhere to. And it's something that we heard in the Collision Low Crossers clips we played, that book about the 2011 Jets, where he's literally telling Bill Callahan to wake him up when they're done watching run plays. Because he doesn't care for the running game. That's not what he wants. And in fact, Bill Cowher, who, again, close relationship with Marty Schottenheimer, his quote with this, he said that he's always been his own coach. He's always been an offensive guy. Marty was a defensive guy at heart. Brian had his infatuation with the offensive football, and I thought it spoke volumes because Steve Spurrier was at the forefront of throwing the football and doing things that were uncharacteristic in the game and opening the game up, and Brian absolutely loved that. Talks about when the adversity struck after the split from Rex Ryan in 2011, where the Jets season had kind of crashed and burned after their back-to-back AFC title game appearances. Bill Cowher said no one could be in a better position to handle that than Brian. I'm very proud of how he handled it. That was the same thing his father had always done. Take the hand that was dealt and make the very best of it. And this is the thing that I think that absolutely stands out about Brian Schottenheimer so far. He doesn't let you see what's bugging him very easily. And that was something that we'd heard about in that Collision Low Crossers book too, was that the author said out of all the things that went wrong that season, the guy who I never saw the weight he was carrying and some of the burdens that he had, the guy who never showed it to you was Brian Schottenheimer. He just wouldn't. He refused to put that out there. Now, the quote from Jeff Fisher.
And his dad was super emotional, too.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Super emotional.
Jeff Fisher, who he had hired after the Jets' departure. Jeff Fisher had hired Brian Schottenheimer to be their offensive coordinator. And Jeff Fisher's first impression years ago, he said, I remember Marty saying Brian wanted to get into coaching. And I would think, okay, there's another coach's dumbass son. Fisher laughs now when he recalls these days. He said it wasn't even 15 years later when Schottenheimer was a coaching free agent that a chance meeting brought them to the same Nashville diner one morning. He said, I gave him a call just to talk and touch base. He told me he was living in Nashville. I asked where in Nashville. And when he told me the development, I was literally driving by it. We had breakfast the next day, talked a few more days, and I was really excited about Brian and what he would do offensively. He said the thing that impressed me most about him early on was how he talked about players. He was about relationships, and that's what I was about.
That's the first one that I don't like. I don't want anyone that's had any kind of close relationship with Jeff Fisher. If you've coached, looked at, worked with, had a conversation, shook hands with, that's immediate. It's a knock. The immediate knock.
Don't you want? Doesn't that show that Jeff Fisher was trying to throw some like understand that wasn't his forte though, and he needed Shotty to rescue him there.
Old Navy tech vests he used to wear on the sidelines. that victory formation where you run around putting the V up.
Oh, did he?
Oh my God, I hated it. Oh, we're gonna win the game. I'm gonna put the V up here.
Now I love it.
Robert Langdon in Angels and Demons.
I love in this section. Do you guys remember when we had that meeting with Shotty back in May or whatever it was?
Oh, yeah, the only time we've sat down with the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah, I remember it.
So when we were
it
there,
wasn't a camp.
When we were there and we were talking about coming to Dallas, remember he was telling us, he's like, I actually came to Dallas because of Dan Quinn. That, like, Dan was, I felt like I had gotten to a point in my career where I was like, man, am I still on top of like the relationships and connecting with people the way I want to be? And that he had always said Dan Quinn was the best example of that he had ever seen. And so he was like, I need to get around Dan again and refresh myself about what it takes to really connect with people and be there with folks. So Nick had talked to Dan Quinn specifically about, hey, what was it about Shotty that stood out to you and some of the work that you guys have had? Dan Quinn said, because at the time, his first year here in Dallas, he was just basically an assistant. They would call him, I don't remember what his exact title was, but his job here was that when Dan Quinn was getting ready to go up against whatever team for the week, Brian Schottenheimer's job in 2022 was, you are going to draw up a game plan of how you would attack us with this personnel so that we can prep and kind of get the idea of an offensive-minded coach. In fact, that's probably something we can talk about here in 3 weeks with Brian Schottenheimer is you've essentially made 17 game plans to stop Micah Parsons before.
Yeah.
Because that's been your role previously in 2022 was how will the offense respond to these things? But Dan Quinn said he was like a secret weapon to me. I asked Brian if he could look at every opponent, but do it from the view of their eyes. I don't want to see how Brian would attack. If you were there with their players and their system, what would you do? To that, he also had to know the Cowboys' defensive system. He was in defensive meetings when we installed the defense. What a cool year to do a sabbatical and do something different. He could have been a quarterback's coach or an offensive coordinator at a lot of different spots, but for one season, we all got to be together. He said the first thing about Brian, he's got real poise. He has a really strong inner game. He's been through enough that it's not going to rock him when adversity comes. He's down for it. He says once you're around Brian, he's a real heavy hitter in coaching. He just has really strong leadership qualities. People gravitate toward him. Those are the qualities you need as a head coach. And I think that's the thing. I think almost more than anything else, the Cowboys viewed hiring Brian Schottenheimer as a do-over for letting Dan Quinn walk. I think that they felt like this is the offensive version of Dan Quinn, and all that culture stuff we loved about Dan Quinn, we can get a make good. Sean Payton left, and we never had another Sean Payton to follow behind with.
Yeah.
But now we've got Dan Quinn again that we can basically apply, and we can get the offensive side of it and get that culture benefit.
You gave me the head nod like you wanted to say something, and you're writing a poem over there.
I didn't give a head nod.
Oh, what are you writing?
I just thought of something for Dirk.
Oh, okay.
Thought of something for Dirk.
Now, and this is a great article from Nick Harris, again, over at the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. We'll put it up on the Facebook page. But he had asked all the different coaches that he had interviewed with, discussed things with. He said, hey, the Cowboys hiring Schottenheimer in January, how much of a surprise was that to you? His trajectory, are you surprised it took him this long to get here? Did you think he was going to reach a point where he wasn't going to get here? Dick Vermeil said, I was surprised he hadn't become a head coach sooner. I let him know I was proud of him, that I was happy for him, that his dad is really excited about this opportunity. Bill Cowher said it just reaffirms his presence in that building and how comfortable everybody must have thought of him. From that standpoint, I know who he is as a person and how they got to know him. Spurrier said, Jerry Jones really did call me. He said he asked me about Schotty. I said, yeah, he's ready. He's certainly ready to take over. Sometimes you don't know who is going to be a successful head coach until he becomes one. He's certainly been up there long enough, and he's ready to do it. I appreciate Jerry for giving him this opportunity. And then, of course, the final quote from Pete Carroll, who there were questions about. Was Pete Carroll in this job? What was going on here?
He's snaking.
Pete Carroll said he brings a ton of experience, a ton of background, even from his pops, all the upbringing that he got there, too. It's really made him a great fundamental coach, and he does fit with players. He makes sense to them. And so, great article from Nick Harris. And like I said, we'll put this up on the Facebook here, so anybody who wants to check it out can read it.
Nick Eatman, 9:20. Crosstalk with KNC, 9:40. But the Show of Wales delivers. Peyton Philip Russell has booked the great 41. Dirk Nowitzki joins us live on Sean and RJ next.
on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, it is certainly Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. It is not Aikman. It is not Irvin. It is Dirk Nowitzki, who is back on the show via the D&M Leasing Hotline, the most beloved athlete that we have covered on this show.
Easy. I mean, Emmett was up there, Madonna, like you said, Aikman and Irvin, but Dirk is number one.
I want to know what his Sunday was like. I know he was watching the U.S. Open final, but how much football after that? Dirk is joining us here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, man. How are you?
How's it going, guys? Good morning. Good morning.
Did you watch the final live? And if so, how much football after?
I didn't watch a lot of football yesterday. I watched, of course, the tennis. I mean, I'm a big tennis guy, as you guys know, and so I was locked in the TV and gotta say, Carlos was a level up yesterday. He was too good for Sinner, and so it wasn't. I mean, it wasn't really close there. The second set, obviously, Sinner won, but Carlos had it going. The whole tournament didn't lose a set, leading up to the final. So this was his final to win, and he came through. And football, I obviously watched the Cowboys on Thursday, but I didn't watch much yesterday. Much else, just some highlights.
Did you have a rooting interest in the tennis? Like, do you have a favorite player? Or?
I mean, that era with Nadal, Federer, and Djokovic are slowly, obviously, going to an end with Djoko almost near retirement, and so that's the era I love the last 2 decades. So that's going to be a little tough, but I like where obviously the game is headed. Every sport is getting more and more athletic, really. If you see these guys, how I was at the French Open final when Sinner and Alcaraz pounded the ball for 5.5 hours back and forth. It was one of the most incredible matches I've ever seen, and I watched tennis since I'm probably 6 years old. It's just every sport develops so much with these guys getting stronger, more athletic, know more about training, more about nutrition, and it's just a different level these days. So it was, but yesterday didn't quite live up to the hype.
Yeah.
But that rivalry is going to be great for the next 10 years plus. So do I really have a favorite? I mean, they're both so different. Sinner is kind of quiet, goes about his business. And Alcaraz, obviously, super fan favorite, gets everybody fired up, is super emotional out there. So it's complete opposites, and that's also what makes it fun, the whole rivalry.
But Dirk, who was like your all-time favorite, just personal taste? Like for me, it was Agassi growing up, but I knew Agassi all-time was not better than Sampras. Like who was like the all-time closest to your heart with their style that you rooted for the most?
I was a big Boris Becker guy, Steffi Graf. Those are some of the guys why I started playing. There was a huge tennis boom in the late 80s, early 90s in Germany because of these two. Obviously, Steffi won over 20 slams and one of the GOATs in female tennis, and Boris won Wimbledon at age 17, which was unreal back in the day. So those guys started me on tennis. So I've obviously watched and followed their whole careers, and I would say now in the newer era, I was a big Federer guy. He played so clean. He was a clean ball striker. He almost made it look effortlessly, and just his technique on the forehand, and he's probably the most skilled, most talented player ever. Honestly, I know he didn't win the most slams. But he just the way he hit the ball I'm not sure we'll ever see somebody like that again.
It is the Dirk Nowitzki Tennis Classic. It is taking place again this Saturday. Banner House, T-Bar in Dallas, Cooper Flagg, Elvis, Devin Harris, Nash, a host of other celebrities are always here. Talk to us about this year's event.
Yeah, I'm excited to do it again. The format's a little different. We moved it from SMU to last year to T-Bar M, and it's been a good turnout. And we moved the tournament indoors because it's still September. It's still pretty steamy out, so it's a little different format. But we had a great turnout last year there, and So please, come on out. Every dollar that obviously we take in is going right back out to all these great organizations in the Metroplex and in North Texas. So come on out, support. It's a fun day. Usually, we have food stations, we have a bar, we have stuff for kids to play with, we have some tennis, and it's just super close to the action. There's a lot of interaction with all the celebrities. So, and we're super excited to host some of these guys again. And Cooper coming out we've never met. So I'm looking forward to having him. He's not much of a tennis player, but he wanted to come. He's more of a golfer, I hear. He's pretty good. But he wanted to come out and support, and that means a lot to me. And of course, the foundation. So we're thrilled for another event, and we can't wait to get going.
So one of this station's biggest events ever, we were the official host of the and partner of the Dirk Celebrity Baseball game. So we saw all y'all swings, good and bad. Give us the tennis player, like the surprising star who's good, and then like maybe kind of on the opposite end.
Well, baseball I didn't grow up with, so I was pretty rough with that. It looks so easy on TV, right? The way they swing at the ball, but actually the swing is so technical. It's crazy. I look like a complete beginner. And so I wanted to do something actually that I'm decent at. So I picked this tennis thing, and it's been going really great. Last year we had Klay Thompson out, and he tried, but it's a hard sport. It's a hard sport. If you didn't really grow up with it, it's a hard sport to learn when you're a little older. And surprisingly amazing. I don't know if you guys seen Steve Nash play the last few years, but, he picked it up in retirement, which was obviously now a while ago, 8-9 years ago. But now he's like a legit 5-0 tennis player. I mean, he crushes the ball. He trains with college tennis students all the time. I mean, he's a stud. So he's that annoying guy that anything he picks up, he's good at, whether it's soccer or volleyball or tennis. I mean, whatever the guy wants to do, he's great at. So that's a little bit annoying. So yeah, those are probably two examples, but the great thing is it's not really about the tennis. This is not a competitive tennis tournament. This is about having fun, about interacting, about some trash talking. Last year we were all mic'd. So there was some stuff said that was pretty funny, and so we can't wait to see what happens this year.
How close is pickleball to tennis on your love list?
So I don't play a lot of pickle. I come out to that big tournament, obviously, every year, and I play a little bit for fun with some of the celebrities that come out. That's fun, but I usually play more paddle or padel. I don't know how you really say it, but that's the one with the glass wall around it. That's super fun. We started that in Europe a few years ago, and that's a sport that's growing really like crazy all over the world. Even here in the U.S., more and more courts are coming. It's a sport that began a long time ago. It came out of Spain, I believe, and so it's that's super fun. Pickle I only really play like once a year, I'd say.
Dirk Nowitzki joining us here on Sean and RJ with the event starting at 11:30 a.m. up until 3 o'clock, rain or shine, Banner House at T-Bar M. Dirk joining us on 105.3 The Fan. Everyone, of course, dying to know your current opinion on the state of the Mavericks. You mentioned Cooper Flagg. He's going to be out there as well. How are you feeling about this year's roster?
Well, I feel they're a strong team. Of course, depends on health, and I think that's the only question mark there. I think they did some smart resignings this summer with Gafford and obviously PJ just now last week, and I think they're deep. They're doubled on every position. It's health. To me, it's when is Kyrie coming back? When is AD going to stay healthy? Lively's had problems at times staying on the court. So, but if they're fully healthy, and hopefully by the new year, somewhere in January, I don't know when Kyrie is planning to come back, but I think they're a super deep team that can definitely be in the top 4 in the West. So we'll see when they're all ready to go. It's a tough West. We all know that. OKC probably heavy favorites. With them coming off the title, but I think behind that everything is kind of wide open, and if the Mavs are healthy, they should be definitely up there.
Dirk, does it feel like it's easier in the NBA today to come out of the conference as the 6, 7, even 8 seed than it was when you played? It seemed like when you played, if you weren't in the top 4, you just weren't coming out. Now it seems a little bit more open, right?
Yeah, it's a little more open. I think at times I feel like home court advantage means a little less. Not sure why that is. Maybe because it's, I don't know, a lot of jumpers and, you're hot or you're cold. I'm not quite sure. I still want a game 7 on my home court. I mean, that's just, I would say that's still important. But before that, really anything is can happen. Anything is possible. And I mean, back in the days, it was if you knew you were an underdog going into some of these West powerhouses back in the days. I mean, you were in for a long series. So, but then the game has changed. Everything has changed. So that's another part. I think with guys shooting so well, the game's so spread now. If a team gets hot from the outside, it doesn't really matter what arena they're in. They can beat you at any given night.
Dirk, there's a lot of criticism now that it's like too much shooting, right? It's just come down the court, heave it up. Do you share some of those concerns? And with your Amazon analyst duties, let's put you in the chair right now of what would you do to alter things up, if you would at all, in today's game?
Yeah, I mean, it's developed, obviously, in a way that now everybody can shoot. Back in the days when I came to the league, you didn't want your 4s and 5s shooting threes because it was just a bad percentage. Or you didn't want our guards to shoot a bunch of step backs because, that's a tough shot and the percentages were low. But now the development of these guys the last 20, 25 years, the skill level is so high, they make these tough shots look easy, and they still have a decent percentage. So I get it. I get it why everybody's shooting threes now. Back in the days, if a team shot 35% from three as a team, that was a great night. And now these teams at times shoot over 40. And so it's just the game has changed, and the 3-ball just means a lot more. I don't want to sit here and say our game was better back in the days. I think it's just different. It's a different game. It's way more open. It's faster. These guys are more athletic. It's a little more open, and it's a little more, a lot more shooting. But I wish at times there was a little bit more in mid-range. But I think nowadays you just got to be smart with the mid-range. There's still some great players that shoot a lot in the mid-range, whether it's KD or even Kyrie when he comes off the picks and stuff. You just don't want to shoot a bunch of bad twos. You want to pick your spots. There's times in the playoffs where it's really crowded. Look at Shea. I mean, he done most of his damage was in the mid-range because, in the playoffs, they're going to take your easy threes away and they're going to take your drives all the way to the hoop. So there will be times where the mid-range is still great and a great tool. And so I still think teams could sometimes use it a little more, but I get where the whole thing is going in the last few years.
The great Dirk Nowitzki joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Romo and Tom Brady, they had to do all these practice games to prepare for the broadcasting career. Are you practicing? You feel good already because you've done some of this? And what is the exact role going to be for Amazon?
Yeah, good question. I'm a studio analyst and looking forward to it. I'm kind of getting anxious. Not really sure. This is a brand new show, and some of these guys that I'm doing it with are all new, and so it's going to be interesting which direction this show is going to develop. So I'm looking forward to it. But I thought it was a great opportunity. Honestly, if you would have asked me 10, 15 years ago if I was going to be in broadcasting, I would have said there's no chance. So it's just something I kind of am interested in now, and it is a great opportunity to check out. And so we'll see how it goes. Honestly, I did some media training already when I committed last year, and just learning a few things behind the cameras and how does it even work, how do you even produce such a show, and so that was interesting. And then, we're doing some preseason games already as training next month. So I'm going to be in LA a lot already starting in October there once the preseason hits. And then it's, excited to see what the show looks like, but I'm sure we're all going to grow. I mean, the show is in October is not going to be the same as it is probably in January and February. It's going to be an evolving thing. It's almost, we look at it a little bit as a startup project. You learn You try maybe a segment, and doesn't work at all, and then you take it back out. You try something else. So I think there'll be a little bit of trial and error, and we'll see how it goes. But I'm excited for the crew. Obviously, I've got great chemistry with Nashi already. I've known Blake for a long time. He's awesome, and Udonis, and so they have a good crew there, and I'm looking forward to analyzing the game.
Dirk, you probably have the number one athlete relationship with the DFW Metroplex that exists. What would be your biggest piece of advice you could give to Patrick Dumont and Nico Harrison to sort of repair their relationship with the Metroplex?
Well, at this point, it's just, keep going, keep putting a good product out there. The trade is what it is. It happens. And, you want to show that you have the Mavs and the organization and the fans and they're obviously in your mind and at heart, and you want to put the best product out there that you believe is going to win and compete for years to come. And, obviously the owner has to show that he's willing to spend. And, obviously everybody's been talking about the second apron a lot over the last couple of months. So, the owner has to show he's willing to spend and then make this a great team for the next decade to come. So, I mean, that's really all there is to it. And, on paper, like I said, if they're healthy, the Mavs have a great team this year, and I think Cooper is going to have a great year. He's talented, he's athletic, the sky's the limit for him. So I think they're going to have a great year.
Whenever someone even looks at you in the wrong direction, the Metroplex loses their mind. So when the Mavs were talking about like work ethic and Shaq and all these other people, the fan base was like, where the hell is Dirk included in this? And why is it everything is a Dirk slight? Did you take any of that way, Dirk? And more importantly, what's your current relationship with the front office?
I don't really didn't take anything for too harsh. I don't think there was anything harsh said towards me. I was just minding my business. I'm not too involved in front office decisions these days. I try to go to practice a lot. What was that, 3 seasons ago? And kind of, Jay Kidd asked me to be around more and be part. And it felt a little weird to go to the gym every day and sit there and not really knowing my role. And so since then, I kind of pulled back again. And so I haven't really been involved the last couple of years. Of course, I'm a phone call away. I've met with Patrick. I've met with Nico over the years. But I'm not really part of the day-to-day business. So that's where it stands. And now, obviously, me going into some broadcasting, I'll be super busy starting here in October with the season. I'll be traveling to LA a lot. So I don't think anything's going to change anytime soon. But, like I said, I'm always a phone call away. If Cooper or anybody needs something, I'm obviously always here.
Dirk, last thing, everyone kept talking about Luka conditioning, Luka nutrition, not taking it seriously. Maybe this is the moment that kicks his butt into gear. You, around the same age, really kind of turned everything around with your nutrition and stuff. Was there a specific moment that kind of triggered that kind of got to kick it into gear?
Well, I was there in the 06 finals, and then we ended up losing, and I was super frustrated, and then I played in the World Cup that summer, so it was a super short off season for me. And I remember at the World Cup in Japan at the time, I did not feel good. I had some aches and pains, and I'm like, man, I'm only 28. I should be in my prime. I should be feeling great every day, waking up, ready to work out. I felt low energy. Obviously, it was a tough loss at the finals, and so then I started learning a little bit more about how to take care of your body and stretching and the lifting and the massaging and the cold plunging and the diet. I mean, all that stuff that now is sort of everybody knows and takes for granted. And I don't want to say we didn't know much about it. We learned a little bit as we went. And, we still had guys eating cheeseburgers pregame and when I got in the league, and now everybody's vegan and gluten-free and just everything has changed. And I wish I would have learned a little bit earlier about how much nutrition can change everything. But for me, it was that 06 summer after the Miami Heat loss, that really triggered some stuff for me that I changed, and obviously for the better. Because I don't think you can play until 40 nowadays with up and down if you don't really take care of your body and eat the right stuff, and it's going to be hard, especially in the long run.
What was the main dish? Because everyone has the foil plate on Twitter. What was the main dish that was underneath the foil, or was it the same dish every single night that you'd walk in with your own plate?
You know, a lot of stuff has been made of that to-go plate. I've seen it over the years. I've seen it come back all the time. You know, I just wanted, especially towards my latter years, I wanted to eat really healthy. And obviously we had catering after the games, but you know, I don't know if they cooked with some sort of butter or some oils or some. I just didn't know, so I wanted to bring exactly to the game what I knew. I knew exactly what it was cooked with, what was in there, and so I just wanted the perfect nutrition, basically after games to recover. Really, that was it. But I get it now. It still looks silly. Come walking in there with the foil plate. I should have maybe had a bag or something. Maybe in hindsight, looking back, that was a little silly. But it's part of my shtick now.
It is the 7th annual Dirk Nowitzki Foundation Tennis Classic this Saturday at T-Bar M in Dallas. Cooper Flag, Joakim Noah, Steve Nash, and a host of others will be out there. The tickets include the reserve seat, limited edition event merchandise, everything we'll be telling you about throughout the week. You are still the 1 seed for all time. Thank you for joining us as always, man.
It. Thank you guys for having me on, and come on out on Saturday.
There he is,
guys.
The Diggler, number 41 on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Would Nick Eatman have taken this exact Eagles offer? The offer's out. Nick from the Ford Center, the Star in Frisco, next.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Was it? Cinnamon
I suppose.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Franco and Franco. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first 214 or 817-333-3033. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2nd and 10. His Goff's being chased by Parsons. Look out! He's got him! His first sack as a Green Bay Packer.
Jim Nantz with the call on CBS as the most impressive win in the NFC belongs to the Green Bay Packers, just handling the Detroit Lions. Micah Parsons plays 45% of the snaps, finishes with 3 pressures, second most on the team. Results of the pressures: 2-yard loss on a completion, a golf interception, and that sack. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joining us, brought to you by the Windstar World Casino and Resort. Did you watch it, and how interested were you in the debut?
No, I did not watch it. I saw some of the highlights at the end of the game, and of course, I just heard the clip just now. So no, I didn't watch a whole lot of it.
How much are you getting from your .com audience and online and your socials of stop talking about him, move on, we're done with it, he's not a Cowboy?
You know, I'm interested to see today's show that I do at TED. I'm interested to see that because everything up until then has been Eagles game and all that stuff, and then afterwards. But now that he's played a game, I'm not 100% sure how that's going to go. I think it's going to be more about let's move on. But the part that's interesting about the Packers is just, your future is tied to their success right now. So it is noteworthy for sure.
Yeah.
And how they do and all that kind of stuff. But I think for the most part, it's going to be kind of move on. But, I just don't get the comparison to the Luka trade that I've seen a lot, because it's just completely different in how those two players were viewed before that they were gone and now afterwards.
I'm gonna help you out with some show prep here then, okay? Yesterday during the game, Romo and Nance said that Dan Campbell basically told them, heavily suggested, they got the impression Dan Campbell was more relieved that Kenny Clark was off the Packers than worried that Micah was on the Packers. Did you hear that?
Somebody told me that, yeah, and I thought, wow, all that did was fire up the defensive tackles, because it didn't seem like anybody ran the football on them.
Yeah.
And I caught some of the end of the game, and they definitely looked impressive from their defensive line standpoint. So, I thought, that was an impressive win, because that is a very good offense, I think, in Detroit, with balanced runners, great receivers, good tight end, and a really heady quarterback. And they went in there and dominated them. So they look like a team to beat. But, I'll say this. Herschel Walker had 148 rushing yards in his first game with Minnesota. He never had another game like that. So, wow. And it went downhill from there.
Nick Eatman, D&M Leasing Hotline here on The Fan. Yesterday, Jay Glazer came out with the reported Eagle offer. I want you to take this and compare it and see if you would have done the Eagle deal. Glazer says Philly offered the Cowboys 2 firsts, a third, a fifth, among other things. We don't know what the other things are. So, 2 firsts, a third, and a fifth, along with some other things to go to the Eagles. Which deal you taking?
Nah, I don't think I draw the line on the division. You just have to, he's that type of player that he can wreck some games. You got to face him twice. You also want them to lose games, if even when you're not playing them, because it's a divisional game. So, because he's that type of player, and that's that you can make the same argument about, well, why'd you trade him then? But I think if you know it's not going to work and you're going to trade him, I would have traded him to, I would have tried the AFC, and they probably did, but I think you draw the line at the division. So no, it's going to have to be more than that. And
Nick, he said he couldn't get any AFC takers. They were going to trade him a week before, wanted AFC, couldn't get AFC bites, so came down to Packers or Eagles.
Yeah, it sounds like in New England, they didn't want to part ways with the cornerback. That would have been good. But Carolina would have been interesting too, just because all that stuff he was talking and all this, and then all of a sudden, like, all right, go to the Panthers. He's in a good spot. It's fine. I think I'm kind of in the more moving on, because he's an outstanding player, and that's where it ends. Everything else to me is a fraud, and he played a game, and he got exactly what he wanted, and then, that's fine, let's move on. But I don't think anything else that he does and says is real. I don't believe any back injuries. I don't believe any teammate stuff. I don't believe wanting to be here. I don't believe any of that. So I just think what I believe is that when he rushes that passer, he's really damn good. That's the only thing that I know, and that's the only thing I really believe about him.
So let's say you said you draw the line at the division. Would it have been 2 1s, a 2 and a 3? Would that have helped, or are you still saying no to that?
I just think you don't have to. I mean, I wouldn't have probably gone up against them. I don't think you have to go up. I mean, you guys obviously would have been like, I don't really care about the division, but to me, I wouldn't have wanted to see them and play against them all the time and have them in your division. I think they probably weren't even listening that closely to that kind of stuff.
Put the following 3 Giants quarterbacks in order that you would want the Cowboys to get. Russ, okay. Jameis, Dart.
Oh, man.
Because they're already talking about possible QB changes in week 2.
Yeah. I would say I would want Jackson Dart, I guess. He's probably got the best arm talent, but just he just hasn't seen a lot, and so it's just going to be harder for him to prepare. But I mean, he can definitely sling it. Either way, I mean, and Jameis is. Jameis is scary at times too for both teams.
Yeah.
For his, for the defense and the offense. Obviously cool storylines and he'll be talked about a lot with Russ and Schotty and all that stuff. But give me a rookie that's never really played. I'll take my chances there.
And least want to face?
Jameis. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's an ugly batch. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, but that was a tough question.
What are y'all picking? I'm curious. I haven't even heard that one before. I mean, what's the consensus here?
We haven't done the topic yet, Nick. You usually Tolo, so you would know that. But we're saving it for later in the week. My last thing for you was it appeared that you trade in a college football red for another red on Saturday. I saw that.
Well, I've got a lot more money going up to Norman. I can promise you that. No, it was fun. It was, hey, if you also saw, I don't know what picture you saw, but if you also saw there, I'm in the middle of Michigan, Oklahoma. They're going nuts right before kickoff, and I'm trying to see if Arkansas is going to score another touchdown on Arkansas State. So clearly, I'm red all the way. I'm excited for my daughter. It was an awesome experience to be up there. They don't play for another year or two. That'll be fun. There will be there won't be any doubt on who I'll be cheering for there. But it was a lot of fun to go up there.
Great stuff, brother. We appreciate it. We'll talk Wednesday.
All right. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Also the unofficial home of Peyton Phillip Russell. Let's crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece next. Give me the VIN, Doc.
Remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your more hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Roger that, Sally. Chevrolet and Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here's the snap. Hold is down. Kick on the way. And it is good. And Matt Prater, in his first game as a Buffalo Bill, has won the ball game here in week 1. They come all the way back to win the game at the gun with a 32-yard field goal for a 41-40 victory.
You look like you were about to say something.
Yeah, so I don't know how much you guys love Eminem. That's the song.
Which
This isn't Eminem, is it?
Yeah.
No.
There's a documentary on Paramount Plus that if you love Eminem, you should probably watch it. It's called Stans. And I thought it was going to really delve into like obsessive fandom. And it kind of does, but it's really more of a fawning documentary over Eminem. So if you ever really loved Eminem.
But is it like following him around where he's giving all the access?
Yeah, and he does interviews, and he's like one of the producers, so obviously it's very, like the Netflix doc, very Jerry-centric. This is very Eminem-centric. So if you're ever a big fan, it's interesting. I just thought it was going to like go more into psychotic fandom, and it does a little, but not as much as you might think.
Corey, did you stay up for that last night?
Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah, I don't think you could have asked for a better Sunday night football game to start the season off. That was great. I enjoyed it a lot.
Did you stay up?
Yes, I did. And it was really interesting because, like, I guess I didn't see it in real time, but after the fact, I saw all these people still posting, like, Jerry's so dumb that he didn't get Derrick Henry and everything. And I was like, oh,
still,
it's kind of ironic that the fumble was what did them in. Well, that and lack of clock management and poor defense.
And I totally forgot. What was Lamar? Why did he wear that ski mask?
Yeah.
It's September. I know it's Buffalo. That's basically Canada. But I was literally north of that 2 weeks ago, and I didn't need a ski mask.
What was I actually don't know what the temperature was. Or
60 degrees.
Oh,
60 degrees?
I think you need a ski mask.
More importantly, how young was the kid that Lamar shoved, and are we okay with it? As Lamar and I think it was Zay, who was in front of him running around? Was it Zay Flowers? It may have been Henry. Either way, the Ravens
Hopkins.
Yes.
DeAndre? Thank you.
If you put your hands on an athlete, then I kind of think.
So they're running right by the wall, and someone comes and makes contact with the helmet of both players.
Right.
Thought it was a little aggressive contact.
It was.
Yes.
I'm watching it right now.
It wasn't
Yeah,
just
it
a
was.
light tap. Go ahead, give the play-by-play, Corey.
He's walking by DeAndre Hopkins. He gets hit in the helmet. Dude, like, first row pushes down on the
So you
helmet.
didn't think it was like a tap?
No,
like,
this
good
wasn't
job.
a, hey, good job. This was a get out of here kind of thing. And then immediately Lamar Jackson jumps right into it, which I love that. I love that the quarterback does something
Well,
like
Lamar got touched too, it looks like.
Yeah.
How young is that kid that Lamar pushes? He shoved him good.
17, 19, somewhere in that range.
I thought he was younger. You think he's younger, Bobby?
It's hard. Yeah, it's hard to say because he's just, I don't know, probably.
Don't touch people on the field.
16 and like 20 or something.
How much does that difference matter? Like, if you find out it's 20, are you like, well, what can you do?
Now,
and then you find out it's 16, you're like, ooh.
It's a reaction. It's a reaction. He didn't even
somebody
see it.
hit him
It's
on
just
the
a
head.
reaction.
They are running right in front of them as like in a conga line down the front. But even still, you're not entitled to reach across there and touch the players. You shouldn't be doing that.
All right, so we're not going to kill him.
Nah.
Yeah, he looks 16, I think. Maybe.
You want to kill him?
No, I don't want to kill him. I'm fine with that. I just wanted to see who's going to come out and make this the malice at the palace.
It'll happen. I'm sure somebody who's had that opinion this morning.
What's coming up, Corey?
Guys, today we do have the Shoddy Presser at 11:40, and directly after that, Stephen Jones joins us for the first time this year.
Ooh. You guys set the tone for us with Jerry tomorrow to see what he snaps back at.
Yeah, we're going to ask all the questions that you want to ask Jerry tomorrow.
Give me the Micah ones you have, if any.
How heroic did you think his effort was to make a sack when they were ahead by 21 points and the game was over with less than 4 minutes? Follow up. How heroic was it that Micah was trying to get back on the field so he could light up more garbage time stats?
Kevin Hagelin, a hero to the people.
I just thought it was really interesting. They're like, oh, Micah's trying to get back in that game so much. And I'm like, why? It's a 21-point game. If you think you're dinged up a little bit, just sit.
What would you grade his game as?
Ooh. like a B or a B plus.
Okay.
I was very confused when I heard the PFF grade this morning because, Bobby, correct me if I'm wrong, it was a 90 pass rush, and then it was like 65 and
something like that,
and 70, and somehow that made it a 90. Like I was like, how does that make out a 90? It doesn't make sense.
Never mind. It's an A because he miraculously came back from his back injury
And did not need the epidural.
well. Yeah,
That's how infectious that culture is out there in Green Bay. It's just it
They just
brings
want to
something
work.
out of you.
They want to go to work out there.
maybe 2 pluses.
Look, I didn't have a problem with Micah faking the back here in order to try to get paid. My thing, the reason I'm making fun of it is after the trade is done, that we're just continuing this. But what do you do if you are him and the agent? Do you still sell it as it wasn't? Like, to me, just pretend like the back wasn't even a thing. You're good to go. Just like this epidural, and I'm going to have to do rehab. And
Why? You're the agent. You won.
Yeah.
You got him more money.
Like, do you think
on
you're
a
giving
team that looks like they're going to be a good bit better this
Are you
year?
giving him more credibility by selling the back still when we see him attacking blocking sleds? And it's like, should he be doing that with a bad back? I don't know if I'd be
the
suggesting.
pain that he's overcoming because of it, though.
Yeah.
You know,
But my issue was the continued BS. I was fine. Do what you got to do. Negotiate with Jerry. Do your standoff. But continuing to sell us that, like, he may not be able to get out there. That's what I would start making fun of it.
Yeah, I mean, unless you don't want to be called into question, like if the condition, like, well, why? What were you not working on then? If you should have been ready, like if you've been working the way you should, your conditioning shouldn't be an issue. So it may just be another cover for like why he wasn't ready to 100% go.
And does that affect him, the agent, in future negotiations down
Probably
the road?
not. Like, this is the way I compared
does
it.
the
Like
NFL
going,
go, hey guys, we got to stop this.
going
crap.
and getting the other doctor's opinion on your back injury and stuff like that. It's like, here's our 2 experts at the witness stand for why this person is mentally competent to stand trial. Yes, they are. No, they're not. They're totally like you're playing the game.
Do we know that that's what that was, or was that like because that was already after they had talked with Packers with the trade? Was that not just
I'm sure that
a second opinion to give to Green Bay?
I'm sure sure that was a physical is what that was.
Right.
That's what so that's the second opinion. But yeah, like I'm going to see if
But it
I can
wasn't
pass
like,
this.
hey, I'm going to go get another.
What kind of general feedback have you gotten from your social media mission statement about Micah
Mission
Parsons?
statement, huh?
Right. About Micah Parsons.
I didn't think we
coverage.
needed to do this, but here we are.
You know,
he was already irritable at that point because of me.
Oh, is it Bobby that pushed you to this?
Yeah, Bobby
No.
didn't help.
No. Bobby pushed me earlier in the day.
Ooh.
I'll tell you.
Because you tapped his helmet.
So on Facebook, I was shocked. I didn't have people unfriend me on Facebook.
Yeah.
On Twitter, I didn't like keep count or anything. But feedback wise, I would say it was probably like 85-15 agreeing. And what I said, in case you missed it, is we're going to talk about Micah Parsons for years. I'm going to compare what he does to what Kenny Clark does for years. Micah Parsons is going to be a storyline, at least on this show and on my Twitter account. If you have a problem with it, then you can do what you need to do. You can unfollow, block, all that stuff. But I'm not saying this with any fabrication. Tweeting me, I'm out, I'm turning the channel, there's plenty of ways to get to me. Just ask Bobby. That does nothing to me. Zero. In fact, it makes me just want to like triple down. So you can call Spittle and you can send emails. None of it's going to change.
Was
The
there
coverage-
something that led to this?
Yeah, every time you talk about Micah,
people.
Yeah, it's just nonstop, and we're going to do the same thing for Luka. And by the way, it's not just for the show. People are like, "Oh, you got to pay the bills." This is part of being a sports fan. Are you not a sports fan? Like that, you become so bitter and such a homer that you're like, I don't care what Micah Parsons does. I do.
Oh yeah, I
would-
do too.
I would love to know that Micah Parsons goes like 6 straight weeks without a sack.
Yes.
Or if Micah has 6 straight weeks with 2 sacks, so we can kill Jerry and Steven even more. I need to know the Packers are doing well for the state of the Cowboys draft pick.
It'll probably be weeks early in the season.
Yeah,
That's
like
multiple sack
we're
games.
going to cover Luka becoming skinny Luka and what the Lakers do. It's not just about the job. Sure. It's about being a sports fan. You're going to compare for years to come. And that's why I said, look, if you don't like it, you don't agree with it, you don't have to follow, but it's not changing. And your little stupid threats to the 3 people who are like, fine, I don't care. I could not. I could not care less. We're not going to change it.
It is also the same fan base that, what is it, 8.5 years later now, still will talk about TJ Watt versus Taco Charlton. And TJ Watt was never even here.
Yeah.
And people will still compare it.
The Derrick Henry messages.
They still talk about the Derrick
So
Henry
you're
stuff.
unhappy with Micah, but you're tweeting me about Derrick Henry.
That is a good point.
That's older. That's longer. That's just the approach. But I think behind the scenes, there was a radio conversation starting to be had like, should we stop talking about this? Because it's gotten so loud from people who are so angry at Micah. Maybe we should make a program decision to stay away from it. I had someone on TV yesterday locally be like, I'm going through the same thing. I don't know what to do. So it's a decision of like,
right.
Because Bobby ran the audience poll after the Luka deal, and it came back like heavy. Stop talking about the Luka trade. Now, I thought we had done it enough to where, okay, we can back off of it. The Micah thing is still fresh and brand new. So we're going to keep covering
it. I mean, next year, whatever.
Right. In 3 weeks, without even looking at the schedule.
How do the draft picks do? Those future draft picks, how do they do? Are they? You're never going to be the same as him, right?
That could be
that's
a long ways
years down the road.
That's years down the road.
So that's another thing.
Last thing, then we'll get to you. The most popular comment, the most popular thing that was done in the whole city over the weekend came from Sam Williams. Sam Williams basically telling the media, stop asking me about it. Stop asking me about it. We don't need to talk about it. That blew up. He was like the hero.
Now that I get because he's on the team.
Get it.
And they're trying to do their thing.
Totally get it. But we're going to cover it. The KNC Masterpiece going to cover your opening NFL weekend, and the Rangers still in it. Jerry Jones tomorrow at 8:30. KNC is next.
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curve.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, man.
And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How we doing today?
We are doing great. We are going to be, I'm establishing this right now, Alec. Micah-free masterpiece. All right?
Oh.
We will be the only show with the balls to not talk about Micah Parsons. All right? The only show on this station. Sean can sit there and cover it all he wants. But here we are, not covering Micah Parsons. First topic, Micah Parsons yesterday.
What the hell? You just said we weren't going to do that.
We are free from Micah. That's what I meant by Micah free, Kevin. He is free now. We are free from him. So that's what I meant by that. We're going to cover it, though, probably.
Okay, probably.
I think the most important thing is I'll talk about it until I don't care about it anymore. And then when I don't care about it anymore, I'll keep an eye on things. And occasionally something will pop up. And I'm sure people will tweet us little things like, oh, did you see what Micah did? And I'll be like, no, I didn't care. But I'll probably care about it for just a little bit this season, probably until the Packers game. And then after that, we'll see. If he's on his way to a Super Bowl, then we'll be like, oh, my gosh, can you believe it? Congratulations to him.
I kind of hope along the way more people say, I don't really agree with your coverage strategy, as opposed to this is the most insane outrage in the history of media, both one way or another. All right.
I'm back on. By the way, I'm back on the fan text today.
Okay, yes.
Good luck, fan text.
So it was going to be a combination topic to start things off, and part of it was going to be what was the most surprising or interesting result of the NFL's opening weekend. I feel like the Sunday night game took care of that and said, no, you will only discuss our game to start. But you know what? There's another thing we're going to start with, too, because it's the Texas Rangers and not the Texas Astros, and that's a scientific fact. Go ahead and give me cut number one, if you will, because we did it.
2-2. Swinging a ground ball, first base side, pass, Walker down the line. Freeman rounds third, he comes home. Hop on the D train. The Rangers walk it off. 4-3 the final.
So the Texas Rangers win the series over the Astros, and I know a lot of people are primed to talk NFL, and we definitely will. But we need to talk about, we said going in on Friday, biggest series of the season so far, and man, did Sunday feel like an important game. After the walk-off Friday, getting crushed on Saturday, taking the series on Sunday felt, I don't know if it was a must-win, because math will say it was not, but it felt pretty darn close to a must-win.
It is the most local thing that happened this weekend because the Cowboys game happened on Thursday. So this is the most local thing that happened. And Kevin, who predicted that the Rangers would take 2 of 3 this weekend?
You did.
Yeah, that's true.
I think Alec did, too.
I also, you know what? That's what I was saying, both of us, except for Kevin. Kevin said 1 of 3, and that was interesting.
I don't believe I made
Kevin
it.
said sweep, and he just happened, unfortunately, he was wrong. I figured, though, that the Merrill Kelly start would be a better one. And the Jacob deGrom would be, those were the 2 I was expecting. Patrick Corbin gave you some good outing there, and you were able to get the win. Dude, I contend this still. It feels further away from being in the playoffs when you're 1.5 games out than it does when you're 9. Because it feels like the Rangers are like, we're 9 games out. Let's make that up just like that. And whenever they're 1.5 games out, they're like, oh, just can't win that 1.5 games that we need. So it just feels like you're still so far away. And you could go either direction with this thing. But it just feels like 1.5 games is not closer than 9 for this team.
Huh.
People know what I'm saying. Y'all know what 877-881-1053. Roll it out there.
What a confusing yet intriguing hypothesis to begin the show. Now,
know what you say about Corey frequently?
Yes. Look, the beauty of Corey is he confuses you yet enthralls you at the same time. At least I found that to be the case.
I'm dumbfounded.
See, Boach knows. This is the first home series that the Rangers have won over the Astros in more than 4 years.
Oh, really? I did not know that.
Yeah. So
all right.
I think you got a split or two along the way. And from the 817, is there a chance Seager will be back for the last Astros series? We don't really have a definitive timeline, although I know Corey Seager did say he would like to be back before the end of the regular season. Now, does that mean like against Cleveland? That feels significantly more likely, Minnesota or Cleveland, than the next Astros series. But I don't know that for a scientific fact.
Okay. All
Unlike
right.
it's the Texas Rangers.
It is the Texas
and not
Rangers.
the Texas Astros. From the 214, I think I was having a stroke trying to understand what Corey was saying. As the resident Tolo mathematician, I have to disagree with you. And that's why I think Corey...
Hold on. 817, exactly. So close, yet so far away. It's much more frustrating. And from the 817, Bill Majors, the science guy. Bill.
See, and from the 682, Corey's logic makes no but perfect sense. And I think you covered yourself well when you said feels like.
It feels like.
Yeah.
'Cause you can't, science doesn't go on feel, all right? Science goes on facts. You get, actually,
sometimes
science starts with feel, all right?
Okay.
What is a hypothesis? It's an educated guess. That's kind of a feel. I think this. And then you go pursue the facts that follow up. That's how science works. It's called a scientific method.
Man, you really lucked out finishing that sentence. So the Rangers have 18 games to go. They win the series. They continue to make up ground in the West, where they're only 4 games back. And then in the wild card, as Corey said, it is a daunting 1.5 games.
It's so, don't we feel like we've been at 1.5 games for 6 months now?
It'd be better off if we were the Orioles, 9 games
We
back.
drop down to 7 and we'd be like, no, we'll get it back real quick. And then we're at 1.5. We just can't get over that hump. That's where it is. We're stuck at the hump.
From the 214. All right, Corey, then do you think it's more likely they'll win the AL West than take that wild card spot? That's a good question based on your hypothesis.
Only math can tell the answer to that question.
Okay, from the 469. Yeah, you've been at 1.5 games back. All right, well.
Exactly.
The hell with me.
Go look and see how long we've been at 1.5 games and how long we've been at 7. All right? Figure that out real quick for me.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll dive into that probably at no point in the show today.
Fact is, I like beating the Astros. That feels good. And that's what it's all about, baby. And we get one more chance to do that. And also, Seattle has from what I see, it looks like a tougher stretch for their schedule down the road here. Maybe I'm a little bit wrong about that, but it just looks like they have teams slated that put the Rangers in really good position to take that 1.5 games back from them.
Now, to go along with that, the other part of this segment was going to be what was the most surprising or interesting result of the NFL's opening weekend. Alec, correct me if I'm wrong. Do you think it's fair that that's morphed into, hey, how the hell did the Ravens lose that game?
Yeah, and the first thing I see whenever I turn my head and look at the TV is First Take debating if the Ravens should have any reason for their fans to believe that they can win any kind of close games. And that's got to be the conversation. There's some wild Harbaugh stats floating around there now in terms of some big leads that he's given up. So, yeah, that game was pure madness and the exact reason why we stay up for primetime games.
I loved that game. I loved it so much. It was 2 highly competitive quarterbacks that were going at it.
And they both played excellently.
Yes. Yeah, and like that's what you kind of look and you go, hey, Dak had 188 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Dak had a good game. You know, if you watch the game, you went, Dak had a good game. And then you watch them and you see the numbers they put out and you're like, holy crap, those are excellent quarterbacks. Like that's what excellent quarterbacks do. And it looked like they were playing in playoff mode to start the game. Like they looked like they were ready to play a playoff game. And both defenses were, I know the numbers 40 don't make it look very good, but both defenses fought their asses off last night. I enjoyed that game thoroughly last night. And I knew going into it, I was like, I expect to get a good one, but it's the beginning of the season. You're going to have some rust to get over. They didn't look like they had too much rust. Maybe some of the defenses did.
See, it's a bizarre thing. We talked about this with the Cowboys opener on Thursday, when the same player that it feels like might have broken the game back open ends up potentially losing it for you in Miles Sanders.
Right, yeah.
Like, I know it's more complicated than all of that, but yesterday, same exact thing, right? It felt like Derrick Henry just takes off. This game is over. I realize there was still a decent amount of time in the game, and especially after that, you follow up and you force Buffalo to punt again. But Derrick Henry looks like he put the game away. And just when you're thinking it's donezo, and then
they pull you back in.
Yes, and then Derrick Henry is the one with the fumble, and he just cannot get over it. And I think it was Mike Tirico who was like, Baltimore's got to be irritated because they just can't put Buffalo away. And I remember when he said that, I'm watching the game, and I was like, yeah, that's a good point. But you know what? They're going to win. Like, I really was sitting there thinking, like, obviously they're still going to win, but I get his point.
Absolutely you should think that, Kevin, because the stat that goes along with that, before that loss last night, NFL teams that had scored at least 40 points and rushed for 235 plus yards were 277-0 in the regular season and playoffs.
Wow!
Until the Ravens made history last night. So yes, you absolutely should have thought they would win because everybody before them had won 277 times prior.
Whew, does that make you think like the 214 John Harbaugh is the Doc Rivers of the NFL? One championship and a bunch of blown leads.
Well, I mean,
man.
Well, because I was like thinking Tomlin. There's a lot of other guys that have one championship as head coaches in the NFL. Like there are very few that have multiples, but the ones that have one, Mike Tomlin, Mike McCarthy, they all have kind of similar things where things went really good one year and then they were pretty good coaches the rest of the time, but just not good enough.
Now, even after the fumble, Baltimore is able to break up the 2-point conversion. And you're like, oh, okay, well, looks like they'll survive nonetheless. But alas,
just got to get a first down.
We move forward. Go ahead and give me cut number 11, but I also want to ask this question. I know they know what they're doing, but did you get a little nervous that Buffalo was going to screw around just a little bit and not get that field goal off in the proper amount of time? But instead, it went down like this. Cut 11.
32 yards. Prater made it. And the Bills open their final season in this stadium with a stunning comeback win.
And that was a stunning comeback win, but it feels like there was something more important that we reached with that win. And once again, I'm going to throw it over to Mike Tirico, cut number 14. He knows what the people care about.
And 1 and 2 in the MVP voting. It's one of those games you feel like the guy who's got the ball last wins, and they weren't going to let Lamar Jackson get it, and Josh Allen held on to it. And if you've never seen a game like that before, you're right. That's the first 41-40 final score in the 106-year history of the National Football League.
Well, of course it is.
Of course it is, right?
Absolutely, yes.
For all of you Scorigami fans, there is one.
Scorigami! For the 1,092nd time in the history of the NFL, that is a unique final score, 41-40. So this game had it all, including Scorigami, including Mike Tirico mentioning Scorigami.
Thank you, Mike Tirico, for mentioning something the KNC Masterpiece created.
We did not invent this.
Thank you, Lucy.
No, Lucy, that is fake breaking news. Don't associate
it wasn't breaking
yourself
news.
with that.
We talked about that for a long time.
Oh, my gosh. I appreciate everyone who thinks we invented Scorigami. We did not, but I appreciate the faith nonetheless. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on.
has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course it's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd? Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How's it going?
Well, it's going better than it is probably for the Ravens this morning, huh?
Oh, gosh.
That's tough. That's a tough loss right there.
Boy, that's hard to give up that many points in the fourth quarter. And not just points, but how about yards?
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
I think Josh Allen's stats just in the fourth quarter would have been a game.
Yes.
For most people, right?
It's unbelievable. It really. Do you think that was a bigger triumph than his wife's box office hit Sinners, or was last night the bigger triumph?
I think last night.
Okay, the Sinners is a really good movie.
Yeah,
Okay, well, I'm going to have to check it out.
Yeah, it was good, man.
All right. Now, were there any other... I know, obviously, the Cowboys played on Thursday. Were there any other games, I'm assuming Green Bay and the Lions, for a multitude of reasons, that really had your attention yesterday?
Yeah, that one, and then Washington and the Giants, since they're playing the Giants this coming Sunday. Washington, that was weird. I mean, maybe the Giants' defense is pretty good.
Yeah,
it just seemed everything, the Giants were doing, they just couldn't score points.
Right.
That was their MO last year too.
But that was it, right? And a lot of it had to do with the offensive line. I thought they improved it. It sure didn't look like it. And Russell Wilson didn't look like he was seeing the field very well either. I mean, he was pulling it down and running at the, first sign of trouble.
Can you convince Dable to keep him as the quarterback for at least one more week?
I saw that came up after the game, right?
And you kind of thought he'd be like, that's 1 week. We're sticking with the plan, but he didn't.
He gave you we got to go back and look at film and see and analyze. And it's like, okay, that's a non-answer.
Well, and from your history covering the team, or just in sports in general, do you feel like you kind of have to roll out like two versions of a game plan then, just in case they do switch quarterbacks?
Yeah, but I would imagine, by Thursday, you're kind of gonna know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then you can, kind of change. But, that was the Russell Wilson I think I'd been seeing though. He doesn't hang in the pocket very long. He takes off, right?
Yeah.
Which I think you'd rather him doing that than standing there throwing the football.
I would be inclined to agree with that.
I thought Washington's defense looked really, really, they played well, especially near the goal line, right? And offensively, it just seemed like they were moving the ball left and right, and they should have scored more than, what did they get, 20? Was it 23? 21? That was weird. Yeah, I think, that defense looks really good. But again, it's the same thing the Cowboys faced on Thursday night. If you can stop the quarterback from running, you got a half a chance to shut down that offense.
If you could pick any player from the Giants to spit on a Cowboys player to start the game and get ejected, who would you pick?
Abdul Carter.
Oh, yeah, and they lined Abdul Carter up a lot in the middle. I saw the versatility that they were using for him.
I mean, they were kind of using him like Cowboys used Micah Parsons, right?
Yes, yes.
Just moving him. And he kind of looks like kind of the same player. I also heard he was a handful at Penn State also. But don't worry about that, right? As long as you can sack the quarterback or whatever, then you're good. But
Spicy.
So I spent a lot of time watching a lot of games, I guess.
Did you find yourself, like, obviously Green Bay and Detroit was an important game.
Yeah.
It would appear likely in the hierarchy of the NFC, but did you find yourself more specifically kind of zeroing in on the plays where Micah was out there and what he was doing?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you couldn't help it because they'd identify. Usually they don't identify everybody that's on the line, right? But every time he was out there, they identified him being out there.
Sure.
And I don't know if it was all 30 snaps that he took or whatever. That back was bothering him, wasn't it?
Yes.
What a bunch of BS, right? God. The way he was running when he finally got his sack, it was like, yeah, that back hurts. Give me a break. It was a terrible excuse. But yeah, I thought, Green Bay, nice job. But again, Detroit just looked out of sync on offense, didn't they?
Yeah, it's like losing Ben Johnson was a problem.
You think that was it, or
man? It really.
I also think that not having Ragnow there in the middle, like that changes things too. They're like you could usually run right. Jahmyr Gibbs ran right behind him a lot.
Yeah,
and that interior offensive line for Detroit just didn't look the same yesterday.
Well, I'll tell you who was not impressive at all. I mean, I remember all this talk about Penei Sewell going into that draft, right? It wasn't Micah Parsons giving him problems. Everybody was giving him problems out there at right tackle.
Which is odd because he's been a really fantastic NFL player.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting to see, right? I didn't see it. So... Yeah, he looked slow on, trying to stop pass rushes, or maybe it was just Micah because he's awfully good at doing that. But yeah, that was a neat atmosphere for that game, obviously. But it's Green Bay, right? And it's Buffalo, which, by the way, although their fans sure aren't that tough, right? They bailed.
So I thought, I don't know what the actual number was, but I chuckled out loud when Chris Collinsworth was like, there's probably about 25,000 Buffalo fans trying to get back in the stadium.
Yeah. They should recharge them whenever they're trying to re-enter on
You don't get to come back in, right?
They got to show their hand stamp or whatever. I thought it was a phenomenally entertaining weekend of NFL football. So any other games, or honestly, what I really want to know, any other people that you want to take down, because you've been on fire this morning, Mickey.
What take down?
Yeah, Micah, Penei Sewell. Who else do we need to take down?
A throat slam around here.
Well, you know what? Do you watch the runs that Derrick Henry makes?
Of course.
Yes.
Do you see the holes that he has?
That helps a lot.
I mean, there was a couple runs, and, okay, great runs, but, we could have run through those holes. There were holes that he didn't have to run anybody over, right? He was untouched. And it's like, how does that happen?
Blocking up front.
I guess, right?
Yeah.
Well-designed plays. I mean, I know he's got to see the hole and make the cut, but to go 30 or 40 yards untouched, it's amazing. And I thought that last year too when I watched them play, and I know all the yards he ran for and everything, but he doesn't get touched sometimes, right? And then when he gets touched, it's 3 yards, right?
Yeah.
And maybe he's going to learn to stop the stiff arm thing and hold on to the football.
I do remember Jerry too. He mentioned this. I don't know if it was us a couple different times, but he did throw out the line of, look, I'm not sure that he would get those yards with this team, this offense. He was saying our offensive line isn't that good right now.
Well, and it was awfully young last year,
exactly.
Right? You're starting 2 rookies.
Yeah, and that was one of those lines that just really stuck with me, and I was like, I felt like that was a concession by Jerry to say, I know we're not quite there right now with this group.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't see holes like that, repeatedly around here. So yeah, but that made an impression on me. I know he's good and all that, but you better quit,
Mickey.
You better quit sometimes playing bully ball when you're trying to protect the lead, right?
Are there any other former or current All-Pros that you would like to break down in this moment? Because I am thoroughly enjoying this.
Thoughts on Reggie White?
See. Yeah, right. He was awfully good, by the way.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure.
Until Eric Williams got in his head.
Oh man!
There you go.
I mean, they showed a little bit of that in one of the episodes, maybe on the documentary.
Yeah,
yeah. Because he would have that big move where he just side clock somebody and throw them to the ground, and then all of a sudden Eric Williams started playing offense the way Charles Haley played defense. Like, I'll do anything I have to do to block you.
Yes.
Right? And I think that scares opposing players when you got to play against them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, I watched a lot of college football, NFL football. U.S. Open tennis.
Okay,
I had
well-
all the TVs going.
Hold on, then I got another question about an All-Pro. We'll see if he's any good.
Right.
Did you appreciate both verbally and going back out there how CeeDee Lamb has kind of like followed up with all of the drops? Because like from what he said, he was out there in front of it talking about how he's got to play better. And then I know you have some in-house optional work, and then he was out there at the facility working on the jugs machine. Did you appreciate both physically and mentally how he's like, tried to turn the page?
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that I think that showed you his level of frustration when I saw him walking out on the field and he had his helmet in his hand. And it's like, well, where's he going? There's no one out here. There's nothing. Well, one of the, I guess, equipment guys and one of the assistants or whatever goes into the little area over there and pulls out the jugs machine, and he put his helmet on, and in almost a half hour he stood there catching balls from about 10, 15 yards away, and for a long time with his helmet on, okay?
Right.
And it's like, okay, all right, he thinks he needs to work. Now, coming from the jugs machine and coming across the field, trying to reach up and knowing you're going to get hit once you catch that ball is a different story, but at least he was like, okay, I got to do something about this. And maybe it was just to, alleviate the frustration he had after the couple drops that he normally makes, let's put it that way. So, yeah, that was good on his part, and now just catch the darn ball, right?
You could say damn, it's okay.
I almost did. I caught
appreciate
myself.
it nonetheless.
Yeah. I kept it clean. It's Monday, right?
It is Monday morning.
And it's a regular Monday.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, how about that?
Yeah.
Well,
an early press conference.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, if you could give him a heads up to try to keep it to like 10 minutes because we have Stephen Jones at noon, and I would really appreciate it if he could wrap it up quickly.
Well, I have double invested in that because my podcast starts at noon also.
See? There you go.
All right. Well,
let's get this rolling.
So I can handle it till 11:59 and still make it by noon, right?
Oh, that's a good point. All right, I'm going to see if I can.
But I'll see if I can help you guys.
Let's wrap this thing up around 11:54.
Yeah, if you could just ask a question and start it by saying last question, like just to see if everyone will fall in line, that would be that would be really awesome.
Hey, before we let you go.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much, Mick. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
I'll be here. See you.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, some of those all-pros getting toasted by Mickey this morning.
Burn the bridges, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're switching things around. It's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is this the beginning of the Aaron Rodgers Revenge Tour? Next, right here in The Fan.
Coming up.
What's the Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Rodgers under center. Play action pass. Rolling to his right. Fires off the back foot. Calvin Austin. Touchdown, Pittsburgh Steelers. The play action pass. He gets Austin in the right portion of the end zone for the touchdown pass. 4th of the day for Aaron Rodgers.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dippity rip it.
Now, we got Shotty's presser coming up at 11:40, and it is the day after an NFL Sunday, so we're kind of switching things up for the day. Aaron Rodgers. Man, I get it, and at many times I also do not care for Aaron Rodgers, but he's always good for a soundbite after they were victorious 34-32. I was happy to beat everybody associated with the Jets. Is what Aaron Rodgers said in his post-game presser.
I heard him say, "Oh, it was nice to be able to prove to everybody." A lot of people in that building thought I couldn't play anymore, and it was nice to be able to prove to them that I could.
It feels just so much more to the bone when you're like, "I was happy to beat everybody."
All of you.
Yeah, Janet in accounting, you too. I'm glad that I defeated you.
He made some really good throws.
He did.
He kept that offense on time. Fortunately, that's a well-constructed offense, too. I expected a little more out of his connection with DK Metcalf, but Kevin,
actually, we'll get to that.
I shouldn't just expect anything from DK Metcalf. Like, that's history should have taught me what to expect from him. But the one thing that Aaron Rodgers, I don't know if this is going to be helpful to him in this pursuit. He has a decent defense. He has a decent offense surrounding him. But he can't escape the pocket like he used to. That's the one thing that was you could see it all over that game. And that's something that for his entire career, he's always had that ability to get out of the pocket and get away and irritate the crap out of you by picking up 12 yards when he needed 7 on a 3rd down. And so I just wonder if that's going to be something that keeps him from, this last thing that he wants to do in his career. Or if because of what the team is, they're constructed enough that all he has to do is stay in the pocket and let it go.
I mean, I thought both of the quarterbacks played really well.
Justin Fields played a really good game, man.
But specifically, you mentioned DK Metcalf. Props to Sauce Gardner. He lined up across from DK Metcalf on 30 of his 33 routes. He allowed 1 catch for 11 yards on 3 targets. So, first of all, when Sauce was lined up with DK, they didn't really go to him. And then when they did, it didn't go anywhere. Metcalf recorded 4 receptions for 83 yards on 7 targets. The rest of the time, and he averaged just 3.2 air yards per target, the lowest in a game in his career. So Sauce Gardner getting some work done. Aaron Rodgers has 28 career games now with at least 4 touchdown passes and no interceptions. That's tied with Tom Brady for the most in NFL history. And then we talked about Justin Fields. 16 of 22, 218 yards and a touchdown. But he also ran the ball for 2 more touchdowns. So really pretty efficient offense across the board.
Yeah, Breece Hall had a really good game too. 107 yards on the ground, 38 receiving. And a lot of people thought Breece Hall's time was done.
Yes.
They were like, oh, it's over. Or I'm sorry, hold on. Yeah, no, it was Braylon Allen's that next dude. Breece Hall was always the guy that was like, I'm that dude. Just watch. And when he gets the ball, he's fun to watch, man.
By the way, Cam Hayward did agree to a revised deal with the Steelers before that game went down. He got his salary up to $18 million in 2025. That's an increase from $14.75 million that he was due. So he's happy. The team is happy. And I kind of imagine maybe the Jets aren't totally furious this morning, but perhaps Jets fans are. Let's go from that to, I know this is going to shock you, but George Kittle had an injury issue, and he missed the remainder of the 49ers-Seahawks game, which they miraculously somehow won, with a hamstring injury.
I have no clue how San Francisco won this game. With everything that was problematic for them in this game, other than they were like, everybody said, hey, let's not cover Ricky Pearsall. Let's just not deal with, let's leave him alone. And then potentially the fact that Sam Darnold's the starting quarterback of the Seahawks. Like, that makes sense, too.
You got to see the magicalness and terribleness of Brock Purdy all wrapped into one as well.
I mean, Christian McCaffrey might not start right up until the last minute of the game, and you got all these question marks. Jackson Smith and Jigba had a really good game, though. It was kind of necessary for him, but he had a pretty good game.
I think I'm going to give my shout out to certainly one of the players of the weekend. I realize Josh Allen is in that conversation, of course. Puka Nacua. Puka Nacua was evaluated for a concussion, but in that same game, when he came back for the game, he had 10 catches on 11 targets.
Yeah, big yards, too.
130 yards. So, 10 catches on 11 targets for 130 yards after he bounced back from being in concussion protocol, or not concussion protocol, but being examined for a concussion during the game.
Rams are going to be a tough team to beat. I'm absolutely befuddled at the offense of the Houston Texans. It does not make sense how far they've fallen off since C.J. Stroud's rookie year.
Right.
I don't know what's going on there anymore. But they just cannot get anything going at all. But congratulations to Matt Stafford on having another season-opening victory.
And it's, you know what, he also got to 60,000 yards, and we could talk about that for his career. We could talk about that more if you like, but we will talk at some point this week about it's only one game, and you have to be careful about overreacting too much to one game. But early reports on that newfangled offensive line, big fat thumbs
it's not
down.
working for them right now. They got to figure that out. Otherwise, this team is going nowhere.
Yeah. So Matthew Stafford tied Matt Ryan as the second fastest player to reach 60,000 yards. Drew Brees holds that record for fastest player to get to 60,000 yards based on the number of games started.
Oh, congratulations to them.
Matthew Stafford is going to be in the Hall of Fame, yeah?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's put up the stats. He has the Super Bowl to go along with it. I think he was in Detroit where it was just miserable forever, and he's been a contender almost every year with the Rams.
Did you just feel that that Super Bowl justified everything that had happened before him?
But it was the next step for him. If you're saying justified having to live his life in Detroit and experience that whole thing, yes.
And listen to people go, you're all stats and no.
Yeah. No, he was a lot of stats, and he couldn't control all the other messes that happened in Detroit while he was there.
Yeah, we're going to play cut number 12, and it might be jarring for some people to listen to, but we're going to listen to this, and I want you to hear the Cam Bynum reaction to his celebration. You're going to hear, I believe, a good 4 to 5 seconds of silence as the announcers try to figure out how they're going to describe his butt jump wiggle across the field. Take it away, Cam.
And it's a takeaway for the Colts defense.
Andrew, I wish I could tell you what that dance is, but I am not familiar with that at all.
The butt jump jiggle.
You need to see it because he starts by laying on the ground, and I can't tell if people said this became popular on TikTok or it was popular on TikTok, and that's why he did it. As y'all are my TikTok experts, he pretended his hamstring was hurt, and then he is wriggling kind of like a fish, sorta, across the end zone.
Yeah, that's the I've seen many people do this.
Okay, so it was popular on TikTok, and so he emulated.
Yeah, and that's always fun to emulate TikTok.
Okay, I think probably for legal purposes we should say it is not always fun to emulate TikTok, right? Just in case.
Yep.
Thank you. I did not think that would
for legal purposes.
I did not think that would be as much of a struggle as it turned out to be. Let's go to the Raiders. The Raiders are victorious 20-13 over the Patriots, and that's all fine and well. But also Pete Carroll became officially the oldest head coach in NFL history. He will turn 74 next week.
Ooh,
and I know
that is old.
You mentioned, not to say that the Raiders are going to dominate, but you think Pete Carroll is a legitimate coach of the year candidate.
I do. Yeah, and I'm very interested to see how that division goes too, because the way this thing started off with Kansas City losing to the Chargers, Denver getting their game, the Raiders winning here, this is now a very interesting division. It it's been an interesting division for the last few years because everybody was chasing down Mahomes and the Chiefs. Well, now it looks like things have kind of leveled off, and they're a very competitive and strong team, or division overall.
Let's go to cut number 6. And Younghoe Koo has really struggled since the start of last year. He is 29th out of 31 kickers in terms of field goal percentage. With that in mind and the opportunity to tie the game, try to act surprised when you hear what happens.
Koo from 44. It is wide to the right. No good.
And that secured the victory for the Bucs over the Falcons. And it was an interesting day just in general, but for Bijan Robinson, who had 2 early catches, including, what was the nickname? Because I thought it was very...
Beast John Robinson. Because you said he's going to be a beast this year, and he had a beast play to start the game.
It almost felt like his statistics were inverted. If I told you he had 100 yards rushing and then 24 yards receiving, you'd be like, I could probably see that. But instead, 12 for 24 on the ground. He had that huge early touchdown that went, I think, for 50 yards.
Yeah, he had a 50-yard receiving touchdown. He, that was the thing we were talking about Friday when we were having that conversation. You said he's going to be a beast this year over reaction reality. And I was like, no, he absolutely can be, because he's a receiver as much as he is a running back out of the backfield. But Terry Algier just gets in the way sometimes of some of those rushing touchdowns. But yeah, man, he is the guy that they can turn everything to. Good game for Michael Penix. Nice outing for him to start that and get that rolling. Baker Mayfield made a beautiful throw to Buka in the that was
a couple of touchdowns.
That was a really, it wasn't the most exciting game, but the way that it all summed up, you were like, man, that was a fun game to watch.
All right. Coming up next, because we still have more football, we could talk about the best offensive performance of the weekend, maybe the worst, and Cowboys questions that matter following the opener. Still a lot more coming at you next right here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows.
to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady.
Saffron squad?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. If you want to get involved in the conversation or the Twitch or the YouTube, I've got some Cowboys questions that matter following the opener. First question for you guys. Were you sad to see Micah Parsons in a Packers jersey? Because Trayvon Diggs, he quote tweeted a highlight and he's like, this can't be real. Wake me up from the dream. Did it make you sad to see that go down?
Yeah, it was weird because I guess though, I know somebody's going to get really upset about this.
Mm-hmm.
Having just gone through the Luka situation, though, kind of made this landing a little softer.
Okay.
Because the Luka thing, I was gutted emotionally from that. And this, I was like, all right, but that's a player I thought was going to be a stalwart player for the team for years to come. He's just go ahead and make a check mark next to it. He's going to be there for a long time. But I didn't feel the way. I understand why Diggs felt that way. That's his best friend. I get that part of it. So I understand. It would be like if you left and went to a political radio station. I don't know.
Oh.
That's all. You're not leaving to go to another sports station. I know that. Without me.
That's true.
But that I would feel like, dang, that's my dude right there. I would be upset. But no, I didn't feel quite like Diggs did. But it did feel a little weird seeing him over there.
Alec, did it make you sad at all?
No, I think weird is the best word to describe watching that, watching the ovation that he got running out of the tunnel and everything. It was like, oh, I've heard that before. For the exact same player, just in a different stadium. Seeing the different jersey number, the different colors that he was wearing, it was just weird. I didn't ever really have that emotional connection to the player that I did, to Corey's point with Luka. For some reason that maybe there was just more time for that relationship between the fan base and Luka to build versus Parsons. He wasn't here as long, but I just never really felt that. It never screamed Micah Parsons the Dallas Cowboy to me. It hadn't gotten to that point yet. Maybe if a contract extension had been reached, then it's like, okay, that's Micah Parsons the Dallas Cowboy. I just see him as Micah Parsons the entity that is polarizing, that's really good at football. I never saw him as one of the franchise cornerstones of DFW per se.
Were you guys prepared for the shocking overreaction by some people on social media when he got a sack when it was a 3-touchdown game with less than 4 minutes left and Jared Goff's like, I don't know what to do?
Jared Goff didn't know what to do most of that game.
Yeah, no, that's true. It's just people freaked out like that was the game-winning play.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. It's just Jared Goff struggled with that defense. That entire defense made it very difficult for Jared Goff and for the running game for the Detroit Lions as well. Every time he gets a sack, it's going to be a big deal.
I agree with that.
It's going to be Louis Riddick, you trade a guy like that? That's just ridiculous. Okay, dude, I get it. But no, yeah, everybody's going to react every time something positive happens. I do wonder how often they'll point out any negative things. Will people be pointing those things out too, or will it just be, no, look at all these sacks that he has?
Can this Cowboys team run the ball effectively? Now, they ran for 119 yards on 22 attempts, which is 5 yards per carry. That was the highest Cowboys per carry average in a season opener in 11 years. So that's the positive. Obviously, we've discussed if you take out the one run, it's more like 3.4 yards, but that's not how statistics work. Do you believe this team can effectively run the ball?
I do. I'm interested to see it with Blue. If that, do you think that Miles Sanders touchdown is a touchdown, or play is a touchdown if it's Blue?
For sure. I mean, if Blue makes the first part of the play,
right? No, yeah, you're absolutely right about that.
No doubt he's taking that in.
He's the only one with what I think is that getaway speed, and we haven't had, truly that since Pollard. I think that had that kind of just, he's gone. I do think that the offensive line, as it grows, is going to be better. I did, Kevin, rewatching. I saw some things I really liked from Terrence Steele. There were some other things that I was like, dadgummit. But there were some really good moments. Guyton still has some growth. But man, here's what I'll say. You get in within the 20, I think you can just put your running back right behind the Cooper Beebe and say go. And that's what I'm looking forward to is let's get into that 20 and see if we can be a better red zone team than we've been the last couple of years.
Alec, do you think this team can run the ball effectively?
I think they can because you do have Blue coming back hopefully this week. And, the idea that we've had is that you are going to have that, third down back, that guy that can catch out of the backfield and can get you a big chunk play whenever you need it. And he didn't even play week 1 and the run game still looked decent enough. So without him, I thought it looked good enough. If even the idea that he could get you one, 10+ yard play per game. If that idea actually exists and that comes to life, then it can be consistent.
Can I ask a question regarding that question but what both of us said there?
Yes.
Do you think we're going to have problems securing the ball this year?
It's hard for me to say no based off of that and Blues history. Yeah.
Yeah. That's where I'm a little like, all right, we'll see later down the road. All right, I'll give you. Let's make that a problem whenever it becomes a problem. Not now, Corey. I got you.
Now, next, you just kind of started to reference it. Could this offensive line for the Cowboys really click and be a strength? The Cowboys' offensive front did not give up a sack against the Eagles. Last time Dallas held an opponent to no sacks was the Giants game last November, and there were some encouraging things there.
I'll give a lot of credit to Dak on the no sacks part.
I agree with that.
Getting rid of the ball when he's supposed to instead of holding on to it a little too long. That was like he was really effective at that. But there were other times where that pocket was really nice and clean, and that's all you can ask for, especially against that defense. Now, if Jalen Carter's there, is it that different?
That's a fair question.
Who knows? Either way, game 1, he wasn't there. That was his own stupid fault. That's his.
Sure.
So the Cowboys took advantage of it in that way. But I do think that they can. I need Guyton to grow up even faster than he did already because game 1 he looked pretty good. And also Tyler Smith. I don't know, man. He had one moment where he reached out and kind of was off balance, and then it created a hole. I'm just not used to seeing him make that kind of play, but I think they're going to be quality, man.
I'm right there with Corey. I think they are going to be quality, and I think it is only going to get better as the year goes on. And what's unfortunately going to be the reality is we're going to have to keep looking back at Guyton's injury in camp and wonder, anytime there is a pressure given up or anytime there is a sack given up, we're going to be like, well, if he didn't miss that time, he was looking good in camp. But I did see enough, looking back at Thursday's game, I was impressed that week 1 looked as clean as it did across the offensive line. It wasn't perfect by any means, but it looked cleaner than I certainly expected it. So I do think the expectations just kind of move forward going forward.
Now, last question for you right here, specifically about the Cowboys. Will they be able to figure out a way to come back in the fourth quarter? Now, in the last 5 years, and we talked about this some on Friday, the Cowboys were 4-33 when trailing after 3 quarters. Now they're 4-34. I'm not saying you have to be 500 or anything like that, although Josh Allen could probably figure it out. Do you
So they're
think...
only good when they're ahead?
Yes.
No, that's not going to change.
Oh, man. That's not great.
Well, you have to be a disciplined team to win in the fourth quarter. When you're down, you have to be disciplined to come back and make plays happen. You got to have a little luck on your side, too, sometimes. Hell, look at last night for sure. Some lucky things happened for Buffalo to get back in position to be able to win that game last night. But you have to be disciplined so to make those comebacks happen and not have sloppy things happen late in the fourth quarter. What I saw from the Cowboys in the first quarter of the football game made me think they are going to be more disciplined this year. I just believe it right now. Last year was kind of a weird season, obviously, with the coach's job in limbo, and a lot of guys probably like, I don't care. But this year it does seem like they are more accountable to each other. So I think that they could get better at it. But man, that's a terrible stat right there.
Alec
painted the perfect picture there, as you usually do with football majors.
Thank you.
Discipline is going to be the biggest thing that either leads them to success in the fourth quarter like that or prevents them from having it. And I do think that it's something that at least I know everybody here has pretty much talked about it, but I've harped on it a lot, is that this staff seems like they have motives. It seems like they have some sort of ideology that they've really instilled into this group of guys, that we have a plan. We need to execute that plan week in and week out. And there's no reason we shouldn't be doing that if everybody just does their job. And with a Schottenheimer group, I do think that's going to be something that stands out. And I do think it's going to lead to situations where maybe you're a watermelon kick away from winning a game that you shouldn't be winning. You saw it happen a couple times in the McCarthy era. I think you could see it happen a lot more with this group.
Now, speaking of winning games that you probably shouldn't, I'm going to go back to general NFL for just a second, and let's talk about the Cincinnati Bengals.
Gavin Dawson, NFL?
Yes.
The general.
The Bengals and Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow finished week 1 with 113 yards passing and a robust 2.9 yards per offensive play. Joe Burrow had 25 passing yards in the second half. Mm-hmm. And then their offense gave up more sacks, 3, than it had positive plays, 2 in the fourth quarter. Then Cincinnati, 5 of their 6 drives in the second half were 3 and outs. All that being said, they still were up 17-16 late in the game. And now go ahead and give me cut number 10, the Browns. 36-yard field goal to take the lead.
For the lead. And it is no good. He missed it wide to the right. A missed extra point, a missed field goal, and a missed opportunity for the Cleveland Browns.
And the Browns coach has already said he's not ready for a kicking competition. So despite the staggering things that you just heard, they're like, nah, I'm going to go ahead. The Bengals win their first game. They have been notoriously slow starters. How miraculous is it that they won this game despite all the terrible stats I gave you?
No, the numbers, yes, that's a very significant deal. They intentionally went out this year and did more in preseason games so that they would be better for game 1. Can you imagine how bad it would have been had they not prepared that way, Kevin?
Oh my gosh.
Like, they could have lost 16 and a half. I don't know. With it like that,
16 to 15.
Yeah, it would have been weird. But Cleveland, I mean, Joe Flacco, 290 yards. Cleveland didn't run the ball well at all.
Yeah.
And that's something that I don't think we're used to when it comes to Cleveland.
Maybe they knew that was going to happen because they got a roster exemption for Quinshon Judkins.
Oh, yeah.
Because he signed his fully guaranteed deal, and they were like, oh, this thing is going to suck.
That being said, Trey Hendrickson had a really good game. He also had a penalty on him that was one of those that he was laughing about. He did the crying eyes. He was like, oh, somebody's crying over there. But it's really interesting to kind of watch this because Trey Hendrickson was really good. Myles Garrett was damn good too.
Right.
He was damn good in this game. And it's just, I think we all kind of lost by this game being on.
Oh, okay. Well, surprisingly, one team that won and won emphatically was the Colts. Now, I already played you the Cam Bynum celebration, but also the Colts won 33-8. They were shutting the Dolphins out until the last few minutes. They had more than 400 yards of offense. They scored on every single offensive drive, which I believe was the first time since their disputed stats here, either 1978 or 2000, in the opening week. And it snapped an 11 opening game winless streak for the Colts. They hadn't won the first game since 2013.
Wow. I had heard on Red Zone, I believe, that they had not scored on every possession in the first half of a game since Peyton Manning was there. And so
they made it the whole game.
And man, Daniel Jones really showed me. You know, he did. He
played well.
Congratulations to him. I have thoughts on Miami that we are going to get to today. That team looked awful.
Agreed. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus one of the most true curses in sports continues next on The Fan. This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to hear from Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer in about 20 minutes. Then at noon, we will talk with Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Twitch and YouTube is available for you as well. Plus, one of the most true curses in sports continues its reign of terror after NFL Week 1. We will get to that here in just a little bit, gentlemen. But the question of the day, we're not going to the National Day calendar today because it's like Peanut Squash Day or something.
What the hell is that?
Exactly. I didn't know it existed until about 2.5 minutes ago. So what am I supposed to do with that? I was actually thinking, because I took in as much football as I humanly possibly could yesterday, outside of, having to grocery shop and do stuff that's like essential to living. And I noticed that there were some shakeups, and one big shakeup in one of the broadcast booths. So I want to ask you guys in the Tolos.
Smackdown.
Yes, and some of the misinformation spread about Wade Barrett. Don't talk down on his name, PWN. Yeah, he'll call you out on Twitter for it. But I want to know, how much does the broadcasting lineup, in terms of the talent, the announcers, how much does that impact your viewing experience on NFL Sundays? 877-881-1053.
And honestly, I feel like I've been in the minority on this, and so I really want to hear other people's feedback. Almost zero. Like, back when I was younger, and it was almost always the Pat Summerall and John Madden show, I felt like if we didn't get those two, like, what was I even watching? But now it's almost zero.
I watch so much Red Zone that Scott Hansen just does such a wonderful job at what he does. I don't hear that as much. Now, last night, Collinsworth, Tirico, that was great. Like, they're good at what they do.
I do really like Mike Tirico.
Even though he kept calling Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott the other night. But so I guess because I love what Scott Hansen does, because he's giving me facts all day long.
Yeah.
There's stuff that I'm like, man, I need to take notes on just what he says all day. So it's really good, but I don't think that it affects me. Like, I can't wait to watch one of the games that they call, but sometimes I'll be in the middle of a game and I'll be like, I really enjoy the information they're giving me. It's like when Mike's on a TV broadcast, I feel like I'm getting a different version,
Alec, I'm going to let you decide, but if at some point we have time in this segment, I would like 45 seconds to tell a story from the Dallas Card Show about Mike.
Oh, yes, we need to get to that ASAP. I do have some sound that I do want to play that goes in relation to this question, and then we'll get the fan text's opinion on this as well, because J.J. Watt was paired up alongside Ian Eagle. And I've seen him do the studio work before. I've seen him on social media. I've seen him on Pat McAfee's show. And I've always thought that he could talk about football very well. But he was extremely entertaining yesterday. And I really enjoyed that Steelers-Jets matchup. One, because it was the game that I did not expect to be as must-watch. But yesterday, I really thought it was going to be Bills and Ravens. But that game was a heck of a game. But that duo was really fun. One, because anytime they did any stand-ups, you realize how actually massive J.J. Watt is. Oh, my
gosh, yes.
And Ian Eagle in the fourth quarter during a stand-up even joked with him. He's like, I'm really concerned for you. Watch your head. Like, you might hurt yourself.
And somebody had the comment, like, Ian Eagle is a relatively normal-sized human.
Yeah.
Just to, like, put it in perspective.
And this is actually on the penalty that they thought was a penalty, but wasn't a penalty, but was a penalty because Bill Vinovich got the call wrong. He got the wrong team's jersey number. So it was a low cut by Jalen Ramsey that he initially called on Garrett Wilson because they wear the same jersey number. And this was the moment that I realized, okay, I think J.J. Watt's going to be all right at this.
Bill Vinovich in his 20th season as a referee, 2 stints.
Personal foul, low block, offense number 5, 15-yard penalty, deep third down.
And that is a crusher for the Jets, Garrett Wilson.
Correction. The foul's on the defense. Half of this is the goal.
Oh, what a switch. That is not a crusher for the Jets. It's the other way. Jalen Ramsey. Quite the opposite.
That was like a WWE heel turn.
Where's Cena?
The ref just switched the emotions of this entire building.
They were having so much fun together during that broadcast, and the insight that he provides as well. He was almost doing some Tony Romo stuff, when he first started broadcasting, where he was calling out coverages and stuff, saying like, hey, in this situation, I'm probably blitzing to try to make this quarterback uncomfortable and trying to mess up the rhythm on this third down play. He was calling out coverages and all that. I thought he was fantastic, and I was like, you know what? That CBS slot where J.J. Watt's going to be running things might be a little bit more intriguing for me because I thought he did add a lot. So
yeah, I like that breakdown.
I think going forward he's going to be one that you might actually keep the volume on for.
He's extremely opinionated too. Like that's the thing that helps so much. Some guys are like, oh man, when in my day, and you get a lot of that. And I like the ones that have opinions on what's happening on the field, are explaining why what's happening on the field is happening. He's really well educated in what he sees on the field too, and aren't just explaining what you just saw. Like a lot play-by-play guys, they have the role of setting the table for all that. Right. And then the color guy gets his opportunity to really give you the emotion of all of it. And I think J.J. Watt does a pretty good job of that.
From the 817, the World Series just still doesn't seem right to me without Joe Buck's voice. From the 817, Collinsworth makes my head hurt. From the 469, not a fan of Scott Hansen. I think he's one of the better broadcasters, one, because of the power, the sheer willpower it takes to get through one of those broadcasts. But like you said, Corey, he's just got limitless information about almost any player at any given time. Like, just watch any clip of Red Zone. It seems like he's got something ready to go about anybody. From the 254, I sync up the TV with Cowboys radio. That's a great idea, if you ask me. And then I see from the 945, doesn't affect me at all. I was watching Red Zone on mute yesterday, listening to The Fan on my Alexa, so having sports talk on while watching. So lots of different opinions here, and appreciate the interaction there, because for me, I feel like, at least nowadays, I know a lot of my friends watch on mute. And I feel like I'm in the minority. I'm trying to get any kind of extra bit of information from the analyst and from the play-by-play guys, And sometimes, hey, I don't want to do the math on the field goal distance, on my own. So I let Ian Eagle do it for me. Yes, I know it's plus 17, 18 yards, whatever. I don't want to do the math. I'm sitting in my chair chilling on a Sunday. I'm not supposed to be thinking. I'm supposed to be enjoying. So sometimes I want them to do the heavy lifting for me. It's a really easy process there.
Alec, real quick, they said Mbop is an annoying song. They were making a play on the name Hansen. That was so I don't know if they really even do like Scott Hansen or not. So now.
And I like this from the 682. I listen to the Spanish broadcasting. It's hype. Listen to Victor Villalba's calls of some of the biggest Cowboys plays this season, and you won't be mad.
That is so true, and they've started to do that more and more with WWE as well. And I'm like, man, that emotion is off the page.
Yes, the alternate language broadcasts, and we play a lot of them on this station, especially like with some of the big playoff matchups that you'll see. You can't understand, the common American viewer won't understand most of the buildup, but then you hear them just lose their mind saying the player's name, and you can pinpoint the exact moment that the shot went in or the touchdown was scored, and you're just like, yes, give me all of it.
Although I will always give Derek Harper credit for going, got it on that shot before it goes in. But if you want to talk about emotion, just real quick, it's a great transition. This dude at the Dallas Card Show, I was talking to Mike. He came up from another angle, and he was like, hey, Mike, how's it going? And then I said something. He goes, oh, my God, it's you too, Kevin. And we started talking, and he took a step back, and he goes, You guys are doing the show right now in front of me. This is the greatest day of my life, and it was amazing.
Awesome.
I really, really
That's
love
awesome.
that.
That is awesome. And but being at the card show on Saturday was awesome. It was a madhouse as usual. Stopped by RJ Dukes, set up, had to go say hi to the boys. My favorite table there up in the back left corner.
Everybody needs you there, Corey.
Yes. We need to make it happen. We need to make a little show trip out there for the next one. But yeah, all kinds of great stuff going on out there. Ran into Drew Pearson out there. Always good to see the Hall of Famer. And Brandon Aubrey was out there too. Saw him signing autographs when we were on the
Shouldn't
way
he be
out.
practicing kicking field goals?
Did you not see him on Thursday? He's fine.
He's nails. I think he's okay. And guys, one of the most true curses in the world of sports continues to be true. Because we talked about it, the most back and forth, the most energetic game of the week was last night on Sunday Night Football. It was Ravens-Bills. And a certain someone put $250,000 on the Baltimore Ravens.
Was it Drake?
To win the game. And it was one Drake. He posted a picture on Instagram of course, he might be in debt at this point. The amount that he posts different ads and stuff for steak. He posted his steak slip of him posting about $250,000, just north of $250,000 on the Baltimore Ravens to win this game for a payout of $460,000. So, yeah, he had a tough beat yesterday. I saw some other tough beats from that game alone. Includes Josh Allen's rushing yard total. He was over by a half yard until the 3 kneel downs.
That shouldn't count. I hate
at the end of the game.
Sucks.
Which sucks. And a pro better Sean Perry at Sean Perry Wins on Twitter. This is a guy that has a ton of money and does this for a living and documents all of his big bets. He put $200,000 on the Ravens to win this game as well. And so much confidence running through the veins of one Sean Perry that he tweeted at whoever runs this resort he put the bet at. He said, "How much more do I got to win till I shut down your sports book and I give you guys $1,000 discount on an early payment? Up 27-13, but it's already over." To which just about what it looks like about an hour and a half later is when this game would have went final. He was wrong. So don't take that victory lap a little bit too early, because then you might look like a dummy like Sean Perry on Twitter.
I shouldn't feel this way, but I definitely have some schadenfreude for people like that who are already running their mouth when it's still going on. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer right here on The Fan.
To remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. There is, of course, NFL galore. We will hear from Shotty in just a minute, and then we'll talk with Stephen Jones at noon. A couple more things this weekend. Now, I know you were hoping for it. Travis Hunter did not play 145% of the snaps for the Jags, based off of my math. He played 39 offensive snaps 62% of the time, and only 6 defensive snaps 10% of the time. So he only played a total of 72% as opposed to the 145% that I was hoping for.
That's brutal, man. Considering we really had thoughts on that.
Yeah, a lot of math went into that. And then were you watching intently on Cam Ward?
Yeah, I was.
12 for 28, 112 yards, probably more relevant for him and for the team in general. He got sacked 6 times.
Yeah.
And all of their points came from their kicker.
He faced a tremendous amount of pressure throughout the day. That was one of the biggest problems for him. I thought he had a couple of throws that I was like, man, those are really solid NFL throws. He looks like he's kind of finding a groove, but as soon as he would find that, the pressure just came back. And hey, man, that's what happens whenever you're playing one of the best defenses in the league, too. Like, you got cornerbacks that are fantastic. You got guys flying all over the field, and you just got to – it's kind of a grow-up quickly kind of situation.
Now, the good and the bad for the Raiders. So, Geno Smith – oh, we got Shotty ready to go. Brought to you by Ford right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. What's the message to your group as you begin a new week?
Just that. It's a new week. Guys are in today. We watched the review of the Eagles game. It's always a little harder to do it 3 days after because you'd rather do it the day after when it's fresh. But just pointed out the things we did well, things we need to do better, and then how we're going to do that. And then take a little lunch break, which we're on now, and then do the Giants intro. So, we never change. Our process always stays the same.
Is your philosophy the 24-hour rule, or is it, in this case, you had like 48 hours because you saw CD? Obviously, he was upset about the game. He was working out. How do you try to move on?
Well, the rule I abide by is the midnight rule. That's a Marty Schottenheimer rule. Midnight, and we didn't get done playing until I think after midnight. So, but his thing was always, hey, you play the game, you have till midnight to feel sorry for yourself or be excited, and then once midnight hits at 12:01, you move on to the next opponent because there's another great team coming in. Sitting around watching football yesterday, Calvin, I mean, the league is exactly where they want to be. Very good football teams, very close games, and the parity is real. So I really do believe that's important. This one carries over a little bit just because of the fact that, again, the league mandates you give the guys a couple days off, so you had to touch on today. We don't shy away from having hard conversations or celebrating big wins. Like I said, the process is always the same.
Brian Todd Archer with ESPN. You guys didn't allow a sack to the Eagles. Now you're facing another pass rush that seems to be pretty good as well. When you have a young line, how do you tell them, like, hey, good job, but now get ready for these guys?
It's a humbling business, man. They know that. They each week has its own challenges, Todd, and this is an incredible front coming in here. They've obviously added, Abdul Carter, high draft pick, good player, but with, Dexter inside and Burns and Thibodeau, and I'm a big Bobby Okereke fan. I think he's a hell of a football player, and but I was proud of the guys last game. Again, wasn't perfect, but we played physical. That was the big thing that jumped off the film, even watching again with the players this morning, was how physical this football team played. And I think if we play as physical as we did the other night, we play with the discipline that we had the other night, then I think we'll feel good going into most weeks that we'll find a way to get a victory.
And Javonte, was that the touches that you want, like ultimately you'd like to see from him on a week-to-week basis, or is that something you think might rotate?
No, I think Javonte's kind of he's clearly the starter right now. But again, we didn't have many attempts at the plate. You know, I wish we could have gotten a few more attempts at the plate, and defense gave us a chance there late to put the game away with a win and victory with a touchdown. We didn't do that, but I thought overall Javonte played the game the right way, man. If you watch him, he showed how physical he is as a runner, but also without the ball. We ran a little speed sweep. I think it was the second play of the game where he comes out and he's blocking Cooper DeJean, and then there's a chip on a 2 technique earlier in the game or at some point in the game. And I'm excited for Javonte and what he brings to our offense.
John Machado with The Athletic. On the outside going into that game, it was kind of tough to know what you guys would be because of the new pieces, new coaching staff, not doing much in the preseason with a lot of those guys. Was there anything when you watched the film that maybe exceeded your expectations?
I wouldn't say exceeded our expectations, John. I mean, we're a very confident group. I'm confident in the guys that we have in that locker room. I do think the physicality jumps off, but I'll also speak to the discipline. I mean, to go into that environment, it was loud. It was, as it should be, opening night of the NFL regular season 2025, and our guys played discipline. We had the 1 pre-snap penalty, which is more on us as coaches with the 12 men on the field. And again, when you do that, if you have that type of discipline, you play with that type of physical standard of football, and then you carry that into not beating yourselves. We didn't really beat ourselves much. We didn't have a lot of penalties and a lot of self-inflicted wounds. The 1 turnover that cost us certainly, but the first thing that jumps out would be the physicality.
And then how'd you come out of the game health-wise?
Pretty good, pretty clean. For a physical game like that, like I just talked about the physicality, I think we should be in pretty good shape. I'll get an update here. We'll know a lot more come Wednesday.
Nick Harris for Star Telegram. Brian Daniels said yesterday after the Giants game that he wasn't necessarily committing to Russell Wilson as a starter. As far as prepping for 2 quarterbacks during the week, what does that look like for you guys? And is there much of a challenge that goes into that?
Well, first of all, Dave's a really good friend of mine. We were together with the Jets. He's never going to give you guys much. He's smart. He's been around Bill, Coach Belichick. But again, we've obviously, I know Russ very well. Won a lot of games together in Seattle. Can't wait to see him. And then, of course, there's video of Jackson from college in the preseason. Supposedly played great in the preseason. I didn't see that. So we'll be ready for both of them. But again, we're just starting our prep, and again, we'll see how they play. Supposedly they're going to have a package for Jackson yesterday, anyways.
And then with Marshawn Nealon, what's kind of seen or not seen behind the scenes as far as his work ethic goes, or whatever that prepares him for a situation on Thursday night where he had a good game?
Same guy every day, Nick. I mean, literally the same guy every day. The guy that the world saw run around on that football field and play physical and get the sack and chase things down. And he had a great strip attempt on Saquon that didn't come out. He is the same guy each and every single day, and that consistency I talk about a lot up here, right? The consistency is what jumps off the film, even at someone like myself that's around them every day. And now it's like the league knows. The league knows how talented this young man is, but it's because of his work ethic, his love for the game of football, and he plays the game the right way. And you can't go into that game and not have confidence, knowing that he's a terrific young football player that's only going to continue to ascend.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com. You talked about with Mozzie, consistency is something you want to see. Some of the other younger guys who are game day inactives, like a Jaden Blue or Shamar James, what do they need to show you during the week to kind of continue to earn your trust and earn the trust of the staff?
You kind of answered your own question there, Tommy, because it is consistency. At the end of the day, young players, it hits at different times, and I'll talk about, Jaden. He's extremely talented. I mean, he really is talented, but there's a way you have to perform, especially with a mantra of compete every day. I mean, if you're not putting it out there and you're not doing right every day, and if you take a step back on a Thursday, maybe he did great on Wednesday and on Thursday, I'm not saying he did, but that's going to get noticed. And this was an incredibly talented roster, and you have to earn your chance to get out there. It's not because I was the first overall pick of the draft or whatever it is. Like, there's got to be a consistency, and I will speak to a guy like Tyler Booker. He's not been perfect. He didn't play perfect, but Tyler Booker has been very, very consistent. You know each and every day what you're going to get from Tyler Booker, and I think some of the young guys that were inactive, we've had those hard conversations with them. They understand where they need to go, and I have no question that they will respond to that. Will that be this week? I don't know. We'll see. But the cool thing for them is they can determine that. And they might have a great week of practice, but because of numbers, they could be still inactive, or they could have a average week, and we end up needing them to step up because of different things that happen. But consistency is clearly the thing that we're always looking for with young players.
Scott Dixon with the AP. I asked you last week a little bit about third QBs. I had one follow-up. Now that you've played a game without the emergency QB, and you've indicated that you have emergency QB plans that you don't want to share. Do you think the league still needs that third QB provision on game day, or is that maybe an overreaction to that playoff game?
Yeah, probably. Again, I go back and forth. I literally, you asked the question, so my mind is processing. It'd be great to be able to have three guys active just in case. But they certainly, have done the studies and know kind of what they're looking for. But last year we obviously with Trey Lance we carried the three, and there's limitations of when they can go in and when they go in, how it looks. But we're all dealt with the same cards, and you decide how you want to use your roster. And again, to steal a line from Tom Moore, I remember when I was in New York, he came and was a consultant with us, and he always talked about Peyton Manning. And he said, you see number 18 in there? And I was like, yeah, we were watching some Colts film. And he's like, well, if he's not in there, we're basically effed. And I would do Tom's voice, but it was just great. And I was just kind of like, interesting comment. But, look, at the end of the day, this is a quarterback-driven business, man. And so the biggest thing for me is that you should always be trying to develop your quarterbacks. And if you're forced to play your third or your fourth quarterback, it could be a tough road.
Joe
Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. One more question about Marshawn Nealon. Obviously, Marcus Lawrence was going to be a pending free agent. This guy used a second-round pick on. What did you see from Marshawn Nealon kind of last year, learning from DeMarcus Lawrence to potentially kind of take over that role like he is this year?
Yeah, number one, Marshawn is a sponge, and he learns from everybody. But I think D-Law did a great job really leaning into him last year. And, they are very similar. The play style, the aggressiveness, the violence in their hands, and the instincts that they play on. Again, and I think that's what we're trying to build, and I think meaning when practice ends today, I hope there's a handful of our veterans, there normally is, that stay out there with a young guy or two to lean into them. Not just because we want you guys to see it on camera, it's because it's going to help us. Is it going to help us this week? I don't know. But it sure as hell is going to help us 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks down the line. And so we have the right type of culture. And when you have your veteran players, again, going back, staying out there and spending time with your young players, I think that's a huge advantage. And, I've seen it with multiple of our vets.
Dak obviously prioritized using his legs this offseason, mobility, kind of trying to train that up again. You guys didn't allow a sack, but there were pressures. How much of that is a testament to what Dak was able to do from his mobility standpoint, and what did you see from that work in the offseason kind of translating?
Well, number one, he looks great. Physically he looks great, but pass protections, it incorporates everybody. It incorporates the receivers getting open. It incorporates him making good decisions. It's obviously the pass protection unit as a whole. It's the running back. So it's really not just one thing. But that's a very, very good front that we played, and they've got the ability to affect passers, and I think for the most part we did a really, really good job of going through our progressions, getting the ball out of our hand. But when he had to move, he moved, and he moved well.
Garrett
Podell, CBS Sports. Brian, George Pickens, he had 4 targets in the last game. Was that a game plan thing, or is that more Dak's first game back and he's just really excited to throw 13 to CeeDee Lamb?
No, again, each week's going to be different. Garrett, George is an incredible player. They did cloud to him quite a bit, but each week's going to be different, and you never go in and say, okay, hey, well, you get 13 or 14 this week, and you get 4. Like, we never do that. Really, the ball kind of goes, certain spots. Looking back at the film, even watching with Dak a little bit ago, there was 1 or 2 potential possibilities where the ball should have gone to George. And the cool thing about George is, like I said, he was so into the game. Like he affects the game in a good way. And I never felt one time like he was pressing, which is a great thing.
What is the conversation like, entering this week, new player like him, contract year, wide receiver where they kind of have to ask for the ball? What's that like, you, the play caller, going to a receiver like that and talking after a week where it's only that kind of number?
Well, it's funny, and I didn't have it with George. I should have probably had it with George, but I showed CD before the game all of his targets. So on the back of your call sheet, you've got to get the ball to certain people. And it was like this. Okay, CD, look at all your targets. And then literally George's was right below him. I was like, okay, then look at all of George's targets. So it's like, obviously the way we're designing the game plan is to feature your playmakers. And it's very evident that those 2 guys are elite players. I think that's why Vic and those guys played us the way they did. That's why I think the running game is so important, because I think we're going to see quite a bit of split safety or shell coverage, because they're going to respect our guys on the outside, because if you play them one-on-one, the defense is at a disadvantage. So, again, it's more of them just knowing, hey, we see you. We know you're a great player. We're going to try to get you the ball as much as possible. But like I've always said, there's only one ball to go around. And a lot of it is, again, the 2 of them have such a great relationship that George was happy for CD with his production. And guess what? This week when it flips, CD will be happy for George, and vice versa.
Christy Scales, Cowboys Radio on 105.3 The Fan. I want to go back to quarterback for just a moment, and your knowledge of Russell Wilson, even after all these years, and he's not surrounded by what he used to be. What is it that you most appreciate about his game?
Oh, man, that's a great question. It's probably a long answer. One of the greatest deep ball throwers I've ever been around, Christy. This guy's ability to just drop the ball in the bucket and put the perfect amount of air to the receiver that it was intended to. What do I mean by that? Like Tyler Lockett was a 4.25 guy, probably still runs pretty damn fast. So he would put a little bit more air up underneath it and let Tyler go track it, whereas DK, he would throw it a little bit flatter, but it didn't matter who he was throwing it to. He just was probably one of the best deep ball throwers I've ever been around. The ability to extend plays when I was with him was incredible. He just was a great improviser, and that's what our game's become. I mean, our game is, sitting around, watching the games last night, watching Lamar and Josh play, man. It's like, if you can't move around and make plays in this league, it's you're outgunned a little bit. So those are the first 2 things that pop out. Excited to see Russ. I'm actually mad. I got to reach out to him because Tad over here, my man Tad, he's got on more. So Russ has a shoe brand called Good Man. It's a clothing line, and Tad's got like 9 pair. Show them off, Tad. So, Russ, if you see this, I'm losing to Tad. So please send some Good Man shoes. I'm happy to pay, but it'll be great to see him.
You're turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys.
Now, I really was curious going back to Thursday night's game. What are your thoughts about the concept of the moral victory? Or did you just walk out of that win and out of that game and been like, we could have won that game?
I think it's the latter. I don't ever like moral victories, and I thought we gave ourselves opportunities to win the game. But when we had an opportunity to get it done there in the fourth quarter, we didn't make it happen, and we got to be better than that. And I know Shotty feels that way. I know Dak feels that way. I know our whole team and staff feel that way, and we just got to be better than that. And we have high expectations for this football team. Obviously, we were playing a really defending Super Bowl champ in the Eagles, and at their place, and that's a great challenge, but we didn't get the job done.
I was kind of curious coming out of the rain delay. Did you feel like you guys had were more effective or you got affected more by it?
No, there's no excuses. Both teams had a rain delay. I mean, that's why you continue to play the game. They were coming off a big play. They'd made a big turnover, and obviously a play that hurt us, but hell, you got to go back out and strap it on and get after it. And I don't think there's any advantage gained. And we went to work, and unfortunately, we didn't get the job done.
A bizarre advantage that y'all gained at the beginning of the game was Jalen Carter getting ejected. I know you're involved in so many facets of the NFL. Do you think perhaps he should be suspended for that?
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that. We have people who make those decisions and have a lot of confidence in the guys who get involved in that. I obviously don't have my finger in the middle of whether a player's suspended or not. We've got a great group of guys who know what we expect and when it comes to sportsmanship, when it comes to these type of things. And I know they'll make the right call, and I'll be supportive of it.
Can we all agree, though, that spitting on somebody's just gross?
Yeah, I don't think anybody would defend that. I don't think he did either, the player. And it's an emotional game, and sometimes you do things that you'd like to have back. I'm sure you'd like to have that back, and that's just not something we want in our game. And I think the whole league knows. Every head coach and every head coach has certainly verbalized it to their team that sportsmanship's a big part of, improving on sportsmanship's a big part of what we want from our players on the field. And every head coach is responsible for it. And above and beyond all that, ownership's responsible for it all. We expect guys to show sportsmanship, and when they don't, there's going to be flags, and I think we've already seen it. Whether it's taunting, whether it's whatever it may be, we expect our guys to play the game the right way and respect one another.
It sounds like, listening to Schotty, y'all walked out of the season opener relatively injury-free. Is that a fair way to put it?
Yes, I think it's a very fair way. We got a few guys that when you play a physical game like we play, like our players play, it's a physical game, and you're going to have some bumps and bruises. But for the most part, I think we came through the game to where everybody's going to be expected to play in the next game, and that's always a plus because this is a very physical game that these guys obviously go to work every day and play, and certainly hats off to them for the way they do their job. But I think we did come through the game well.
Talking about the physicality, you were also just talking about the emotion of the game. Did you appreciate CeeDee Lamb? I know he would love to make those catches, but being very out front about how he needs to be better with the media, and then immediately being back at the facility to try to make sure that doesn't happen again.
I expect nothing less from CD. He's a class act. He does everything the right way. He busts his ass every day in practice. And I know one thing, he's going to make a whole lot more plays to win us games than he doesn't. So I have 100% confidence in what he stands for. Doesn't surprise me a bit that he was back on his day off on a jugs machine. He's driven to be great, and that's why we love to have CD on our football team.
Yeah, I think we were kind of saying the same thing, as we don't expect something like that to happen from him again. Steven, Dak seemed to have, in my opinion, a different energy about him on Thursday, and some of the other guys seemed to have an edge that I thought maybe they lacked last year. Did you notice that kind of edge whenever you were watching these guys, and do you credit a lot of that to Schotty's coaching style?
100%. There's no doubt. I thought we had an edge. I thought the locker room was in a great place. I thought we did most things the right way. I think this is a great team to want to root for and follow. And, I think it's all in front of this team. And I give Coach Schotty 100% credit for that. I mean, he's certainly delivering a message that's authentic. The energy's there. It translates through to his staff, to the players. And I think everybody, if you watch that football game, it's hard not to feel it. And I think it's going to continue. And like I said, it's authentic. And I think Dak's the number one ringleader. He's the leader of this football team. And certainly what Schotty wants to get done translates right through his quarterback. And you see that in the way they get after it on the field. We just got to, I think both those two be the first to say, hey, at the end of the day, it's all about, we're 0-1, not 1-0, and that's the finality of it.
Do you have a general philosophy, or does the team have a general philosophy about negotiating contracts during the season? Because we were all curious about Tyler Smith, of course, and if there's any traction there. Does that cut off at the beginning of the regular season, or is it always open for business?
Yeah, we don't have any hard and final deadlines on contracts. I mean, if we did a contract 8 games into the season, so be it. I will say this. I love the thought process of most of the players that we draft is they like to keep their mind on their business, but it still doesn't mean we can't get a guy like Tyler Smith done, here early. And certainly we'd be all for it, but we also respect when players want to get down to business and focus on the task at hand. But we're all about keeping our great players and guys who want to be Cowboys and be a part of something special. That's what we're about.
Do you feel like you guys have moved into advanced talks with Tyler Smith's people at all?
Yeah, it's unfair for me to comment, any further than I have. Don't want to get into any detail. When deals get done, they get announced and they're done, and people go about their business. You hope it doesn't change anything, because that's why you want to give a guy a contract, is what he's all about. And certainly Tyler's all about the right things, and we'd love to have him here.
Jerry did say multiple times that the Micah trade was worth 5 players. I was really wishing he'd say, like what he said about Jimmy Johnson, 5 Heisman players, but he didn't go that far, and I appreciate it. But is that a mixture of signing your own and other additions to the roster? Or are you looking at those picks and going, no, we can add a lot of other things to this?
Yeah, this game's about resources, and certainly resources come in different packages. You get draft picks, you get players, and you get resources to sign players, and that's the way we look at this. And we wish Micah nothing but the best. He's a Packer. We can't talk about him now, and we're worried about what we do and where our future, where we are today, and where our future is. And I know Kenny Clark did. Mm-hmm. He was one of our top performers in the game, and thrilled to have him wearing the star.
Yeah, I like seeing a beast like that in the middle. How much more is there for Javonte in this offense, and also how was Sanders after that fumble?
I think Sanders will be fine. He's a pro, and obviously that game meant a lot to him. He played there before. He's wanting to make great plays. Hats off. He'll rebound from that, and no one wants to have success more than he does. And then as far as Javonte, I think everybody saw why we hadn't had a concern at the running back position, whether it's him, Sanders, and I think it's all in front of Jaden Blue and Lepke. I think we got a great crew back there, but Javonte is a man's man. He's a pro. He's going to get the job done for us this year, and we're thrilled to have him on our football team, and I think it's only going to get better for him.
I was also kind of curious. I liked what I saw from Tyler Guyton. I know there's still a lot of room for improvement and room to grow there, but what'd you think after his performance?
Well, he has all the tools, and, everybody comes along at different paces. He had some growing pains last year. We get it, but he's a totally different player than he was last year in terms of his maturity and grasp on the game, and I think it's all in front of him. He's got everything you want. He's got the length. He's got the athletic ability. He's got the size, and he's got the right football character to be a great player. And I think all you're going to do is see Tyler Guyton, along with Tyler Booker, along with the rest of that offensive line. I think it's all in front of them.
On the defensive line, you talked about having an asset like Kenny Clark, and obviously you got the 2 other first-round draft picks. Is there any truth to the story out there that perhaps Philly was offering 2 more assets in a 3rd and a 5th round pick?
That's all in our rearview mirror. All we're worried about is our future. We're worried about Kenny Clark and what the future holds for the Dallas Cowboys. What happened in the past is in the past, and we need to go win a football game. That's our first priority, and we got to do better than just play well. We got to go win a football game, and I know that's the way Coach Schottenheimer feels about it. I know the way his staff and our football team and our organization feels. We got to win a football game.
You guys have a divisional rival this weekend in the Giants. In addition to the game, you told us about contracts earlier. Do you or does the organization have a hard and fast rule about potentially trading players in the future to a division rival?
Yeah, I mean, there's no hard and fast on anything. We've made a trade. We made a big trade with Philly before in the first round.
Well, thank you very much, Stephen. We appreciate the time as always. Good sir. We'll catch up with you again next week.
There you go, Stephen Jones right there on 105.3 The Fan. You'll hear him every Monday.
I think he actually might have dropped out because that, of course, was the Micah Parsons trade.
He was furious with the question. He was like, I thought I told this guy I'm not talking about that trade anymore.
I didn't ask about the trade. I asked about the future and the idea of trading.
I'm very adamant about this, and I hope that he finished off with this because we did kind of get a note that his reception might not be the strongest today. But I was hoping to hear the
irony
line
of that being the Micah Parsons trade.
Yes. I was just really hoping that the line would be, and if it's going to be a division rival like that, then it's going to be an extra tax. In the grand scheme of things, I don't want to give somebody in our division a player that can help them win a championship. Now, obviously, giving Green Bay that player when Edgerrin Cooper, by the way, was amazing on Sunday. If you want to go look at a player that was dominating on the field, I don't want to give. I understand Green Bay is in our conference, but I don't have to deal with them twice a year, and sometimes I can miss them altogether. But I would hope that would be kind of the mindset is, hey, look, they're all rivals for a reason. I don't want to trade anybody to Houston.
Yeah,
I don't want to give anybody the Astros.
Yeah, and
or the Spurs. Seeing Michael Finley in a Spurs uniform, you know how much that hurt me. I know we didn't trade him, but it hurt.
A couple of things talking about, hey, playing good is terrific, but we need to go win some games. I think all Cowboys fans agree with that. And then the other thing, he was in lockstep with Schotty in terms of saying they came out of that game relatively healthy or almost or pretty much 100% healthy. And that seems like a super positive thing going forward. With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway with a crucial series win down. And 3 weeks ago, the Rangers welcomed the best team in baseball to town. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
a V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
What was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
2-1 pitch. Swinging a line drive, base hit up the alley, left center field. Freeman round second, he's taken for third. Cut off by Myers. Beasley waving Freeman home. The relay throw to the plate is late. Freeman slides in. Young at second with a double. The Rangers lead 2-1.
KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right. If he wants the credit, just give me a thumbs up or not. Carter Freeman has just brought an important thing to air. Now, Colby, I know you listen a lot, Colby Tolbert. For a little bit of extra money, I bet we could turn this thing into Flag Tolbert.
Oh, man,
Just
that's
for
a
the
genius
year.
idea.
That's Carter Freeman. That is a great idea.
Yeah, I think for 1 year, I think the G-Bag Nation would absolutely agree to that.
Agreed. Now, let's talk about them damn Rangers, all right? Now, you got Milwaukee starting today, so you go immediately from winning the most important series of the year so far to hosting the best team in baseball. This is a foolish question because every time I think they're going to zig, they zag, and vice versa. What should we expect going into the Milwaukee series?
Kevin, I'll be quite honest. This is a team that...
They're confusing.
Yeah, none of their star players are available, it feels like.
Right.
And they're just like, oh, we'll figure out how to win. And maybe that's
they do.
Maybe that's a huge factor in this. I don't know that Bochy, maybe I can ask him on Wednesday, are you managing the game differently or are you managing it the same? Because it feels like some things are just happening differently. The pitching feels like it's still strong on most nights. And then the bats are like, we'll score about 5 runs for you. Is that good enough? And you're like, yes, that's all we've asked all season. So I'm expecting, unfortunately, Kevin, I'm not expecting to win this series.
What?
Yeah, this is one of those where I feel like they take that step back just for a second.
That actually does kind of feel on brand for this team.
Yeah, so that's where I am right now.
All right. Well,
I haven't been able to get my heart fully committed to this thing. And that's probably why I did wave the flag.
Yeah.
Not flag Tolbert, but the white flag of giving up.
So you host the Brewers, like I said, best team in baseball. You go against the Mets, who have been through their own odysseys this season. Just to loop all the way.
Station.
Yeah, okay, that's different. That's a whole other thing. And then in a week, you play Houston again with the hopes that you go into that series with it being really important, as opposed to, well, like, we need to sweep or something, or this season is over.
I will say, though, Kevin, if Corey Seager was to come back after this appendectomy and be involved later here in the season here, I don't know exactly when.
Which he says is the goal.
Which would be the better comeback? Him or is it AJ Mendez?
Oh, AJ Lee?
AJ Lee.
Yes.
Which one would be the better comeback?
I mean, Alec, I'm going to say Corey Seager because Corey, without an E, was just hating on the Rangers.
No.
So I feel like I have to say that. But AJ Lee's comeback was super fun. She looks like she literally has not aged one single day since she was gone like a decade ago.
Facts.
And I think that Mendez might be her real name.
Yeah, I was just going off her Twitter.
But for Corey Seager, I love his answer about his return. So he was talking about his appendectomy research, and he goes, it can vary a ton, unfortunately. I actually spoke with some guys. There's been some basketball guys who have come back in 3 weeks, but they're not rotating and stuff. So I don't know if that changes. It's just because of where the incision is. That can change anything. So and then he goes, Matt Holliday did it in 10 days. That was the fastest I saw. That's in like 2 days for me, so there's no chance. So there's Corey Seager.
No, 2 days from now is no chance,
he knew he wasn't going to be back in 2 days, but there's Corey Seager
admitting
saying,
he's not as tough as Matt Holliday.
No.
Okay.
No. Saying in 2 days, there is no chance that he will be back.
Maybe if he didn't have all those extra letters in his name.
Okay, maybe. And then also, while this is all going down, you have Adolis Garcia back on the injured list, which when we talked with Bruce Bochy last Wednesday, it felt like that was a very real possibility. He said at best, you might see him hit. It would probably be as a pinch hitter. Clearly, they did not get the feedback from him that they needed, and he goes back on the injured list. And all of this at a time when you just continue to lose players, but continue to figure out ways to win.
Kevin, I know we're talking Rangers right now.
Tell me.
I think there is a significant piece of information that Brian Dable has told reporters.
Tell me.
The starting quarterback for your New York Football Giants on Sunday
It's going to be Russ.
is going to be Russell Wilson.
Yes. Yes.
I don't want to see Jackson Dart.
Hell
honestly.
no.
I do not.
And you know what? Maybe it'll turn out that he doesn't end up being any good either. But I saw Russell Wilson play yesterday, and that is the quarterback that I want to face.
Yeah,
all right?
that's the dude.
Jackson Dart makes me nervous.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
This is tremendous.
I feel better about this right now.
All right.
Back to baseball.
I think that is great news. By the way, I have more great news for you. This is going to sound weird. The Rangers were awful with runners in scoring position this weekend.
Yeah.
They got 27 attempts, and they had 2 hits. They went 2 for
But they got outscored 11-0 in a game.
7. All right, take a look at that game. They won in extra innings. You know what it was that day? 1 for 14.
That's a lot.
But here's the bright side. We talked about it. Somebody asked me on Twitter, they go, hold on, is this because you brought up how much better they'd been with runners in scoring position?
Probably.
Then they hit a skid. But guess what?
No.
They still won that series. They still won the series even though they were absolutely atrocious with runners in scoring position. So when you move into the grouping of Latz, Leiter, and Kelly, I mean, Latz has given you some really impressive spot starts. Hopefully, you can even be back to mediocre with runners in scoring position. That will set them up for success.
Yeah, mediocre absolutely puts them in a good position to win these games.
Which I know sounds weird.
That's the other thing, Kevin, as you said that, as you move back into the light, you said Leiter. That's the one that I'm just like, I'm still so excited watching him pitch.
Sure.
You know, it's watching his growth, development, maturation in this league. And Bochy even kind of talked about it the other day when we were asking him about, hey, like, what are you noticing? And he was just like, he's just not panicking. It seemed like he was saying he's not panicking as much whenever it's time to do when you have an out pitch. Whenever you got guys, you got 2 strikes on them, you're not panicking as much as I got to make a perfect pitch or I got to do this or that. He's just letting it go and saying, I also understand that I have guys that are really good on defense behind me. So if this pitch is close but creates a problem for the hitter, then that's good enough for me. I don't have to strike everybody out.
And potentially more good news, I would maybe keep an eye out on Sunday's game against the Mets if this happened. Tyler Mahle, significantly better in his second rehab start. He threw 2 1/3 of scoreless innings. If you go back to his first rehab start, man, he did not do well. So now the idea is that he might be ready to bounce back with the Rangers. And I actually think that could be an interesting, hopefully bullpen saving combination of Mahle and Latz.
Yeah.
Because remember, Boch told us like you might be seeing 3 to 4 innings out of Mahle. So even if he comes back, he's not going to be like an honest to goodness starter for the rest of the regular season.
I got a question regarding that. When a player has their first after a long stint of being off, how much grace do you give them in that first couple starts? Because a lot of times I'm like, look, I know you've been preparing off field, but then if you go and you have a bad outing to start and then you come back and you've looked like you worked on, you found some of the things, the kinks, maybe you were overcompensating on your plant foot or something like that, and you said, okay, I fixed that though. I usually give them 1 to 2 and go, okay, now we're back in.
Okay.
This. And that also does go with, hey, you're pitching in the minor leagues, to get back into this thing.
I think that's
not everybody's involved.
Yeah, sure. I think that's a really fair point. But here's the issue that you run into with Mahle in that situation. A best case scenario, if they use him as an actual like pseudo starter, he'll have 3 more starts in the regular season. So I hear what you're saying, and I don't think that's unreasonable whatsoever. But if I have to sacrifice those first 2, then does the third one mean anything? Or does the third one even happen? And so that's the tricky spot that you're in, because I think we're all stoked for sure about the Rangers winning this series, but you still find yourself moving up in the wild card, moving up in the division, but you're still not there. And I know you're going to hate this. The math is still against us. I don't know how it can be this bad, but the math does not believe in the Rangers, as they're only 14.7% likely to make the playoffs, despite the fact that they're 1.5 in the wild card standings back, and they just have to jump over 1 team.
1.5 games, baby.
So
how far of a distance is that?
I mean, it's 1.5 games. What do you mean? How far of a distance is
Feels
that?
like 20.
Okay.
Doesn't it?
All right.
Alec,
No,
you see what I'm saying?
don't shake your head yes at that.
I think it's true. It feels further away.
Are you guys trying to 2-0 soccer me when you're like, oh, that's the most dangerous lead in soccer? I would rather be ahead 2-0 in soccer than 1-0.
Does that apply to hockey also? Do you think hockey coaches
about
feel
that
the same
all
way?
the time.
We need to ask Gulletson.
That's a great question. I never hear hockey players say that. So if your question is, would you rather be 1.5 back or 4 back? Obviously, I'm going to say 1.5.
Okay. Here's the other thought. There,
That is not a fringy opinion.
or it could be. Whenever you finally do get that 1.5 games, do you think this team can withstand it and say we're on a tear, or do you think that they'll kind of go back and forth like a bobber in the as you're fishing, is going underwater, coming back above water, going underwater, coming back above?
It feels impossible to accurately predict that, because if you would have told me, hey, you're going to lose Adolis, and then he's going to come back for 5 seconds, and you're going to lose him again while you also lose Seager and Evaldi, and you're going to surge in that time, I'd be like, what the hell kind of sense does that make? If you would have told me, hey, we're going to DFA Dustin Harris on July 31st, and then about a month later, he's going to have a vital game-winning hit that essentially helped you win that series on a day where you couldn't get a runner in scoring position hit to save your life, there's no way I would have thought any of that. And yet, all of that has played out.
Here we are at this moment in time. And Kevin, I think the most important thing we're learning from this is at least we have something important to talk about regarding baseball in September.
Okay.
Isn't that awesome?
Yes.
It's frustrating, but awesome at the same time.
Here is a vital question that will help determine the direction of this show. Would you like to go...
Like for the future?
No, just in the short term. Okay. I really feel like you would have been in the loop if it was both y'all would have been in the loop.
You answer this wrong, we're done.
Some NFL overreaction or reality, or would you like to move to some wanker of the weekend that will be led by a baseball incident?
Oh, let's go with wanker of the weekend.
All right. The thing with the baseball Karen. See? And you all know who I'm talking about.
Everybody, my whole Facebook timeline is AI pictures of this woman. I have no clue why. Like all these people are. I don't. Maybe the Facebook people aren't real, but all the pictures, it's like somebody is making a comment about this lady.
Now, if you're into politics, she looks eerily similar to Elizabeth Warren.
Yes,
I don't know if that does anything for you.
Well, it did for somebody.
That is a great point. But essentially, tell me if you think this is a fair way to recap what happened. I'm going to give you the Kevin-splanation of what happened. So don't shake your head at me. That's what I'm sticking with. So there was a home run, and it appeared as though it landed in the row right in front of Baseball Karen, or it was in her row and she could not corral it.
It looks to me like it was in front of her row.
Okay.
And there were about 10 people all kind of looking and scrambling for the ball.
So there's the scramble for the ball, and Baseball Karen, with her kicky hairdo, she doesn't get it. And instead, this fella gets it, and he's pumped, and he runs off pretty quickly, and he gives the baseball to his son.
The reason he runs off so quickly is because he realizes he just snatched that ball away from a lot of people. Like he was like, I just got away with something, which it's fair game when it's on the ground.
Is exactly what I think. Like if that lady would have got it in her hands or her glove and he just took it away, I'd have been like, man, what are you, that tennis CEO? Mm-hmm. By the way, did he actually get fired?
Somebody said he got fired. Let me go check.
And that's the thing. You have to be careful what you believe nowadays, because people are saying that Baseball Karen got fired from her job. She did not. So much so that they said she worked at some school district. That school district had to put out a statement saying that she's not employed there and she didn't get fired because, she's not employed there. So the guy runs back, he's got the baseball, gives it to his son because, what do you know? He's there celebrating his son's birthday because his son's about to turn 10. As if this story couldn't get much worse, Baseball Karen goes up to the 9-year-old, about to be 10-year-old, and she just goes off about, oh my gosh, I can't believe you did that, and blibbity blabbity. And she just
Are you sure that's what she said? You're just assuming what she said, aren't you?
Yeah, that's true.
Based on her face and the way she was pointing her finger at
Her
her.
haircut doesn't hurt either, and the fact that afterwards
We've all heard what she
saw
said.
people filming her and she started flipping people off. I don't know if you saw that. There was people like, "Oh, Karen's upset," and she's like, right there, middle finger, and so she's all upset and everything and bitching about it and stuff, and so
Or griping, yeah.
and then. So she gets the baseball back from the guy because he's like, man,
Just go away.
Would rather be knocked unconscious by this baseball than listen to this lady drone on. And so he gives the baseball over, which some people didn't care for. But it turned out it was the right thing to do because the Phillies, they're watching this game. They probably know that lady's the worst. She probably had thoughts about turnstiles and how, they should be misgendered or whatever. And she goes in there and anyways. So they decide to celebrate that kid.
My season tickets used to be 17 cents cheaper.
Yes, this is not cool. And so they see what happened, send social media people up there, bring them down. The kid gets to meet a player from the Phillies who autographs a bat for him, and then they give him another ball. Obviously, greatest birthday ever, except for that one part. Does that feel like more or less what happened?
It's a really good script.
You think this is
They
fake?
had to script the home run for one. All right, so that's definitely part of it. No, I don't think this is fake. We see things like this in stands on the Kiss Cam and stuff like that happen all the time where they have planned things where a guy will be like, "Will you marry me?" And she's like, "No." And then he cries and runs off and his pants fall down. And he trips over him up the stairs, stuff like that.
Did that happen?
But
I kind of want to see that video.
But this one, I can't believe that somebody would be that upset about a baseball. And we're very adamant. And I go back to...
Unless it was that Aaron Judge 60-second, then I get it.
Throw it back. I get it. Kevin, I've said this many times. I credit you 100% with this. My mentality changed completely. We were at a spring training game. A ball got hit foul. It bounced. Took a 2-story bounce, I believe. Kevin chased it down. He went and chased the ball down. And then I was like, oh, Kevin's got a baseball. I wish I had a baseball. And then Kevin said, hey, let me find a kid, and handed him the ball. Why? Because Kevin understands that made that kid's life. That day right there.
He seemed really
Some
happy.
dude just gave me a baseball. I have a baseball to take home from spring training. That's amazing. That lady right there, she must have lived a miserable life up until that moment. And then I bet she's still miserable today because of that moment right there. It's just a bad thing. It does take me back.
She looks like she's always miserable.
I remember I was at a Desperados game and we're sitting in the end zone. The ball gets kicked over the net and for a field goal. It hits a lady in the face on the second deck.
Ooh.
And then it falls to the floor. She should have caught it, honestly. It was bad hands on her part. And she starts yelling at the people downstairs. You need to give that football to... It was football, not baseball. You need to give that's my football. And everybody's like, you dropped it, you dumb lady. You're the one that dropped the ball. This has nothing... It's not yours anymore. Just like somebody said, once Derrick Henry dropped that ball, it was everybody's ball at that point. And my grandfather, this is the first time I'd ever heard this aside from a dog. He looks at her and he goes, no, you get on out of here. And I was like, oh my gosh, Grandpa, he's even in on this. So I knew everybody was right. And that lady needed to just sit down.
Now, I have new information from both the fan text and camper FAQs, which I did not know what that was prior to this, but they wrote a story about it. So... Barstool Sports posted this, and the CEO of, I believe, RV World, it put out...
RV World or Camping World? Ooh, somebody said Camping World in the fan text. That's the only reason I have.
That is important information that I know he's the fixer.
Okay.
I will look more into that. He said, I will send this young man and his family to the World Series on me. Oh, and you just want an RV as well.
What?
So they're going to give him an RV as well as a trip to the World Series. Yes, that's the fixer.
Okay, yeah, it is Camping World.
Camping World CEO. So good for him.
Wow.
And that lady is going to eventually show up on some show asking where her RV is. and asking where her this and that is.
It's kind of ridiculous. That kid can't drive an RV.
I think probably for the dad.
For giving the ball back to that lady?
He did the right.
Really backing down on that
Man,
one.
also, did it really seem like that dad was scared when that lady
He was like, sitting over there hugging his kid, and all of a sudden somebody comes up and grabs his arm and starts yelling at him. And he's like, the hell's happening right now?
The 817, I can't imagine how the HOA meetings are with her, because she ran for president and lost.
And she walks around and she's like, I'm sorry, the edge on your yard right now is 1.5 inches off.
Yeah, she got 2 votes for president. It was a landslide. Steve Johnson destroyed her in the HOA. All right, now, there are other stories.
Is it that big of a story, though, or is it just because of her overreaction, the rest of the world was like, we have to shine a bright light on this woman?
Look, it just, a lot of people, I don't want to get into people's worldviews and everything like that, but don't you think there is a big section of society that thinks that lady right there, and unfortunately the way she looks too doesn't help, is responsible for like why the world is so miserable? I think there are a lot of people who think that lady and people just like her are why the world is so miserable.
Why we can't just have peace.
I mean,
always got to have battles.
But like small tier battles.
Mm-hmm. Small wars, if you will.
No, I will not. All right. There are also other things happening in the world that I think are worthy of Forgiveness Friday. Now, Angel Reese, she's been suspended by the team for comments detrimental to the team. Now, I'm going to read you some of these comments. She was quick to point out she was taken out of context.
Okay.
I would like to read some of these comments, and you tell me how you think they could have been taken out of context. Quote, "We're not settling for the same S we did this year. This team has to get great players, and if they don't, she would consider moving on from them."
Oh.
She went on to add,
Hold on. She would consider moving on from the players they have or the team?
From the team.
Okay.
She went on to add, "We can't rely on Courtney Vandersloot to come back from an ACL tear at the age she's at. I know she's a great asset for us, but we can't rely on that. We need someone probably a little younger with some experience, somebody who's been playing the game and is willing to compete for a championship and has done it before." But she was taken out of context.
I mean, it seems pretty clear. Now,
yes,
I am kind of interested in the comments detrimental to the team. Other than, I guess, suggesting that she's like, I'm not going to be here anymore if y'all don't do better at putting better players around me.
And Courtney Vandersloot
did take a shot at her
sucks.
teammate.
Yeah.
Did take a shot at her teammate for being old. That's a little detrimental right there. I don't think she was taking it out of context.
She definitely was not taken
at
out
all.
of context.
But, we all have our own versions.
And by the way,
of words.
If we're going to do that, we have to throw the Dallas Wings into Wanker of the Weekend. So
What did they do this time?
They did the same thing they usually do, and unfortunately they lost. So Paige Beckers had 18 points, but the Wings lost, and that is now 10 losses in a row.
Okay, I got a couple questions here. What draft pick do we have?
I mean, I assume at this point, 2?
I think 2, not number 1?
I'll go double check that.
Okay, and then secondly.
Oh, no. We just surpassed the Chicago Sky again. So maybe 1.
All right, so if that's the case, who might be the number 1 overall pick in the WNBA? Would it be potentially Lauren Betts? Is that a possibility out of UCLA? Ozzie Fudd out of UConn?
Oh, that
would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Is that her?
That's
Paige's girlfriend, right?
Yeah. So I
knew somebody on the UConn
There's some
team.
options here, Kevin. Like maybe this is a good thing for the future of the franchise. But they do have to be better defensively to be a good team.
Would you want your significant other to be at your? Oh my God.
Listen.
I would ask for your thoughts.
I
feel
think
like we
that
got them.
myself and my wife would be fantastic work partners because I am willing to compromise. I am willing to compromise.
Oh dear.
But also I think she's really good at what she does. Like, so that matters too. If you think your significant other stinks at what they're doing, and then like you're telling them, hey, you're not good at this, then that's going to cause problems. But I also like spending time with my wife. There are some days, Kevin, where I'm here at work and I'm just thinking, what's she up to right now? You know, what's she doing?
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to be next to her because she's pretty and I love her. Not just because she's pretty, but I love her also. So yes, I think we would work well together. On a basketball team, no. I couldn't play on a WNBA team.
All right, man.
That was a wild range.
What an experience that was. Now, this happens all the time. We were just talking about misinformation. Did you see that Wade Phillips had to speak out?
Oh, man. I miss Colby's impression of him.
He quote tweeted someone reporting his death, which that's got to be a fascinating experience.
We've all been there.
Yes.
Reporting a death that didn't happen. I haven't.
That actually 100% happened to me. And then the person called me and said, it appears the reports of my demise have been exaggerated. And I was like, oh no, I did that. Because I really thought that everyone was calling it the Taylor Webb Memorial Tournament. So I thought he had died, but he had not. And so you imagine my surprise when Taylor Webb called me on the phone. And I was like, oh, and not the ghost of Taylor Webb like Mike would do, but the real Taylor Webb. And so Wade Phillips tweeted out, and he's obviously was really upset about this. He said, a sick and cruel person sent this false information about me. Me, my family, and friends were very upset. Why would anyone want to do this? I'm in good health and feel great, except for this. That I can imagine that is a staggering feeling of, oh, hey, Corey, somebody you really care about is dead. And then you're like, oh, never mind. They're not.
No, I can, like, yes, what you just said right there was exactly what I was thinking. Put yourself in a place where you've just gotten news that somebody that you love just has passed away. And you got it in the media or on Twitter. And you're like, hold on, what? And now you got to spend, the next maybe 5 to 15. Maybe they don't answer their phone. Maybe their phone isn't being picked up. You're like, what's happening right now? And for that period of time, there's panic going on.
Yes. No, absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
It's time for Hits and Misses, ladies and gentlemen. It's back.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little...
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate the introduction. It is back to action regarding football season. Did it feel like football season finally had started yesterday?
It's a different kind of football, but did you see Luis Suarez got suspended 6 games for spitting on somebody?
6?
6.
Wow.
But you're right. I'm
sure the competition committee really put some thought into that. And considering how much they're coming down on sportsmanship this year, the NFL should probably take that into consideration. 6 games potentially.
I did love that would be shocking. I did love the gloriousness of yesterday, though. Do you find yourself getting caught up in one game, or do you just red zone it? Does it depend on what the game is in non-Cowboys situations?
So I always do the same thing. I will turn the laptop on a game and turn the TV on red zone. So I watched the Washington game yesterday.
Sure.
Washington and New York game. I watched that one specifically on the laptop. And granted, red zone always filters in, some of that game too. So sometimes I'm doubling up on it.
Okay.
But I'll just ignore it and move on to something else and then get back to it. But no, I do. It kind of also depends on who I have in fantasy football too. Because if I have something rolling in fantasy football, I'm sitting there going, I need them to go back to that game quickly. Or if one of those games is on one of the other stations or the other channels, I can roll with that.
Okay, I got you.
But it just felt like, dude, I didn't leave the couch yesterday. And the wife was like, no, I understand it's football season.
Oh, great.
I made some food. I did some laundry, but I really didn't do a lot yesterday because I was like, man, I'm going to soak up all of football. And I didn't have to worry about a Cowboys upset or anything like that. Everything was already taken care of.
It depends on the makeup of your house, but do you like those little things that you can do, like making food or doing laundry, that might hopefully potentially still be like within vision line or hearing of the TV?
Yeah, my house, we have a lot of tables. That's been well documented. But I can pretty much see, or what I did yesterday, when I went into the kitchen with the food, I took my laptop in with me and was watching the games that way.
Yeah,
so,
that makes sense.
But I did just turn the TV on in the living room and just let it ride. I did tell Adrian on Thursday, too. I was like, you do not change this channel. I know I'm going to a watch party. I'm gonna go hang out at the Bearded Monkey, but I do not want you to change the channel. And she did not. Actually, when I got home that night, the TV was still on the game. So
that's nice.
It was really nice. Kevin, last year we tracked the top 10 rusher records and the top 10 passer records.
Right.
And I decided I will continue doing that this year. Again, this also includes quarterbacks. So you might have Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson on the same team in the top 10.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make that very clear. And this also doesn't include a lot of other variables other than when you go look at the list of the top 10 and top 10 rushers and passers from yesterday, this is how their records went. 7-3 for the top 10 rushers.
And last year, didn't the rushers dominate this pretty
absolutely. It was a pretty significant. I think they were like 30 games above 500. And you might have been just below 500 if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was not that
with
great.
The top 10 passers.
Which is pretty surprising.
And then the top 10 passers yesterday, 4-6. So again,
we're right back to
something about running the football. That makes you and you can argue, if you're ahead, you're obviously going to run the ball. That's true. You could also probably ran the ball pretty well early in the game too. And if you're behind, you probably are throwing the ball
right.
a lot. That also could be one of the reasons that you fell behind, is because you weren't very good at passing the ball and you had to catch up. So
that makes quite a bit of sense to me.
Somebody this morning texted in, and yes, I never skip an opportunity to throw all my tables in y'all's faces. Yesterday or this morning, somebody said, because Mickey was on with us, and he said, balls that he expects CeeDee Lamb to catch, the ones that he dropped.
Yeah.
You typically expect him to catch those.
Agreed.
And then somebody texted in and said, hey, should we really expect him to catch those since he leads the league in drops since 2020?
I have heard that.
And I was like, okay, that's an interesting approach to that. And then I went to look at this also, because you had mentioned it on Friday. You said he's also one of the most targeted receivers in the league.
So I would be more curious maybe about catch percentage versus drop percentage or something. Something along those lines. Yeah, his
catch percentage, I think, he averages 67, 6'7", 6'8", something like that. Probably 6'7".
All right.
The most targeted receiver since 2022. This is September 8th, 2022 to September 8th, 2025 is Davante Adams. 504 targets.
Okay.
CeeDee Lamb's next at 502. After that, it falls off a cliff. 470 for Tyreek Hill. So 30 less targets for them. In those 51 games, CeeDee Lamb has the most receptions of all receivers.
Okay.
350. St. Brown, 344. St. Brown, you could probably look at his numbers and say he's the most efficient receiver.
Okay.
344 to 457 targets. Very efficient receiver. Wow. Tyreek Hill's after that. Davante Adams, by the way, 292 catches on 504 targets.
Ooh. Yeah, that's
kind of brutal for him.
It's 58%-ish.
Yeah. And Jamar Chase, 316 to 459. So when you're having the conversation about, man, CeeDee Lamb just drops these balls all the time, he's the most targeted receiver in the NFL in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
In the last 50 games. And he also has the most catches in that time period. So now the big factor, and I think that Steven commented on it, everybody else has made the same qualification. you want him to make the big catches when they matter the
Yeah.
most. And more often than not, I've felt like CeeDee Lamb has, but this one specific game really was brutal. And I don't think that he's going to have another one like that this year. So I just wanted to go back and look at those numbers, the amount of receptions that he has.
Yeah.
That dude is a beast for you. He's your best target.
For sure.
I probably would have, I understand, this is hindsight now, maybe, hopefully, Pickens had his guys beat late in the game, and you can start going to him when everybody thinks you're going to CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, no, you're right. Kind of like the Harper and Irvin route from the 92 NFC Championship game. Look, I understand the desire that some people have for balance. I really do. I just wonder if making even 2 out of those 3 catches, because I'm not counting the 4th one as a drop, would have changed everyone's opinion.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think it would have. But at the same time, again, maybe if I look over and I see Pickens is covered by the lesser cornerback and he's wide open, I feel confident. Again, and this also goes to maybe you've set it up. Everybody thinks I'm going to CeeDee Lamb in these moments. And in those moments, maybe Pickens is going to be open because they're double teaming or bracketing or doing other things to him. And that wasn't necessarily the case against Philadelphia, but maybe that's something that can set up. Hits and misses, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start with the hits of the weekend. Honorable mention, Aaron Rodgers, 4 touchdown passes in a thoroughly entertaining game against the Jets. Jaden Daniels had about as clean of a first game as you could possibly have, 233 yards, a touchdown, plus 68 yards on the ground. And Deebo Samuels, 77 yards, 7 catches, and a 20-yard touchdown run. Nice job for him. Also, Kevin, on the honorable mentions list, nice outing for Michael Penix. And Bijan Robinson, the receiver, 6 catches for 100 yards and a 50-yard touchdown.
Is he going to be in the misses category as a running back?
Number 3 on the hits list, Jalen Ramsey. That was an absolute hit with a Z, if you will, at the end of the game to jar the ball loose and win the game for them against the Jets. Did you see this play, Kevin? Like that, he lit him up, and that was awesome. So, continue on with that, Jalen Ramsey. Number 2 on the hits list, Sunday Night Football.
Oh, my gosh.
Could you ask for anything better on Sunday night?
Well, assuming you're not a Ravens fan, then you could probably ask for a lot of better things. But as an indifferent viewer, it was amazing.
What if you were a Ravens fan that went to bed thinking you'd won?
Man, that'd be amazing if you just didn't look at your, I don't know if you look at your text messages before you send out new text messages in case, and you just started dunking on people, and then you're like, oh no,
what happened?
Yeah.
From the 214, the Cowboys should have drafted Jalen Ramsey.
Okay. That was 9 years ago.
Wouldn't you have gotten Derrick Henry in that draft also?
All
Instead
right,
of,
fine.
Jalen Smith and Ezekiel Elliott.
If you're telling me that is the alternate option, then obviously, yes.
But again,
let's do that one.
Sunday Night Football provided us with so much entertainment, so much fun, and what a way to start the season. Thank you, NFL, for scheduling that game to start this season. Number 1 hit of the weekend, Daniel Jones, who crushed it. He crushed the day. He led a scoring drive on every single possession. 272 yards passing, 1 touchdown, 26 rushing yards, Kevin, and 2 touchdowns on the ground. I don't know that you could have a better day than Daniel Jones did, except for maybe Aaron Rodgers, who had 4 passing touchdowns. Other than that, though, Daniel Jones did a great job. Furthest pass with, I think, 36 yards. I hope that he can throw further than that in the future. We'll see. But this is a nice game for him. I don't expect it to keep up, but if he does, I'll eat my words.
I know he
give me all the words and I'll eat them.
I know. I know he wouldn't say it like this, but do you think Anthony Richardson was sitting there like son of a biscuit?
Probably. He was.
Yeah.
And you know what? Here in just a minute, I'll have more on Daniel Jones.
Oh.
On the misses list.
I was really excited about that. I don't know why.
Weather. First off, we had to deal with the Thursday night game enduring a very long 64-minute delay. Jacksonville and Carolina had a delay this weekend. Tennessee and Denver had one. It wasn't much of a delay, but they still canceled it for just a minute. They were like, hey, everybody leave your seats.
What's an acceptable delay for you? Like if it was 8 minutes, you'd be like, what can you do?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
64 minutes is tough. I remember being at a Rangers game where it was pouring rain, and I was like, I don't know. Are they going to be able to play this game? And they were like, all right, game's called. And I was like, well, what do we do? Do I get my ticket money back? And my parents were like, you didn't pay for that ticket, kid. I was like, you're right.
Man, from the 2-4, I love this. This can be a fan hit. I went to sleep thinking the Bills had lost, woke up $250 richer thanks to that underdog promo. Promo masterpiece, you're welcome.
Look at you. Honorable mention also on the misses list, Bijan Robinson, the running back. 2 yards per carry on only 24 yards.
What happened?
Again, he had 100 yards receiving.
I know.
Maybe he was just tired from all the catching and running yards after that.
I guess that is true.
All right, let's get to the top 3 misses of the weekend, Kevin. Number 3, the Detroit running game, the Detroit Lions running game. Even the Cowboys' putrid running game was more effective than the Detroit Lions.
They were talking about because they've got some stud players, and they had really struggled to get plays behind 5 yards.
Yeah, no, it was... just watching that game, Jared Goff looked uncomfortable the entire time. I don't know how much of that fell into he doesn't know how they're using Micah, and he was kind of timid on what that approach was going to be, or if the Ben Johnson not being there is just really changing how they're going to have to grow. I'm going to chalk it up to that for now.
Right.
But that definitely was one that stood in the way. Number 2, Bengals-Browns. Good for the Bengals to get their first win to start the season, better than the last few years. But that game offered little excitement and even less drama in the fourth quarter. And number 1 on the misses list.
Hold on, pause. Alec, you think it's going to be the Dolphins, right?
It has to be. They were miserable.
Close.
Oh.
Number 1, Mike McDaniels and the Miami Dolphins.
There you go.
They were so bad that Daniel Jones looked like a viable quarterback in the NFL.
Man, he looked like an MVP candidate up against them.
Somebody just asked. They were like, hey, I have a bold prediction. Daniel Jones is in the MVP conversation by the end of the season.
That is a bold prediction.
Did you see Mike McDaniels on the podium after the game?
No.
He looked like he'd already been fired, dude. Like
freaking bum.
This Dolphins team looked so bad. Again, the Daniel Jones looked amazing out there.
Man, we should have.
That's hits and misses.
We should have asked for that Tua audio. That guy was like, you know what? And I think we should put every writer on probation who puts a story about, oh, so and so reacted with anger or was astonished, and somebody said, oh, you turn the ball over in bunches, and Tua's like, bunches, huh? And that's crazy. You have one game. He didn't sound like he was about to murder that guy or anybody.
114 yards passing, dude. Congratulations to Tua. 5 yards per pass reception.
Well, that's pretty awful.
Yep.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's combo it up. Let's do some baseball nuggets, but also NFL overreaction or reality next on The Fan.
cell phone squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The 1-1. Swinging a fly ball to right field. Smith back, track, wall, he leaps. That one is out of here! Jake Berger! A 2-run home run! And the Rangers take a 4-1 lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. The Bulls are most certainly on parade today. And right now, we're going to try to combo it up with overreaction or reality, but we're going to start. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Now, Aroldis Chapman did something pretty impressive yesterday, although to be fair, he's been quite impressive all year long. He got the save while striking 4 people out in an inning. Yeah, he just had a little something extra.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
There's only 3 outs per inning, Kevin.
Believe it or not, this has happened an astonishing amount of time.
Yeah, it does.
In Major League Baseball history. But yeah, Aroldis Chapman gets
Was it pass ball?
I believe
that led to it, I think.
I can't remember, but he got the 4. That is obviously the most logical outcome. But yeah, he gets the 4 strikeout save. Let's go from that to home runs. Shohei Ohtani hits his 47th and 48th home run. That included a leadoff home run, which was his 12th leadoff home run of the season. That ties a Dodgers franchise record set just 2 years ago by Mookie Betts. He is now 3 leadoff home runs away from the single season record, which was set last year by Kyle Schwarber.
Oh, really?
These are not necessarily long-standing records, but still.
Kyle Schwarber currently has the lead on Shohei Ohtani. I mean, they're both behind Cal Raleigh, but...
Now, and he added another one as well. 53rd home run for Cal Raleigh. He is chasing down Ken Griffey Jr.'s record of 56. Do you kind of hope he comes up short?
Yeah, I mean...
Ken Griffey Jr. was
the
Mariners... Probably still is the Mariners.
That's a factor, but also the fact that him and Eugenio Suarez have combined for 98 home runs. I know Suarez wasn't there the whole year,
Crazy.
But like to have that kind of power in your lineup down this stretch here where we need to catch up. Kevin, I don't know if you realize the Rangers are 1.5 games away.
Mm-hmm.
They're back right now.
Mm-hmm.
it feels like the Grand Canyon.
No, it feels like they're right there.
Alec?
Feels like a insurmountable amount of odds.
Dude, it might be as far across from here to the moon. All right? That's how far it feels away.
Mm-hmm.
But if we were 9 games back right now, I feel like it would be across the street, you know? And that's just what I'm dealing with emotionally. But I don't want the Seattle Mariners to have any more home runs, Kevin. Not just because of the Griffey thing.
Did you know that there's a star in the universe so big, like if you replace the sun with it, it would absorb Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, and I believe Jupiter?
That is terrifying.
It really is. All right, let's go.
Even that star isn't as giant as 1.5 games back in the wild card.
And if you've never seen it, like, do yourself a favor and look at the little chart or graphic that shows what would happen if our moon was replaced with each one of the planets. And they just show you, like, driving into town, and all of a sudden there's Jupiter, and you're like, oh, my God.
The whole sky.
Yeah.
That is the entire sky.
So, yeah, really fun space exercise for you right there. All right, let's go from that to, for the Phillies, Trey Turner. He suffered a hamstring strain. I believe he's getting an MRI today, and it said that the Phillies are optimistic but also nervous, which is a confusing thing to say, right?
Yes. Well, I mean, you're optimistic because the player probably told you, I feel fine. And then you're like, nervous because the result could be bad. He was the hits leader. Now Bo Bichette's in front of him.
Man, good for Bo Bichette, by the way, for turning it all around. How often do you think the player goes, oh, yeah, I'm done? Like, what percentage of the time? Or, like, I'm going to be out for a month?
I think when they really know, like, if they hear the pop.
Okay.
You know, or, you know, when it comes to, Derek told us he knew kind of immediately when he tried to throw the next ball that his arm was not right.
He said he thought for one of those injuries that his arm had been disconnected from his body.
Yeah, I think
that's wild.
I think they're like every player wants to think that they can come back faster, except for Corey Seager, who thinks he can't come back as fast as Holiday. But every player. I mean, that was Alexio Gondo. He wouldn't communicate that he was hurt because he was afraid of losing his job, and then it got him hurt for an even longer period of time. And you have to be honest with your coaches because they're sending you out there based on the idea that they think you're 100%.
Right.
Or at least whatever percentage they think you're at. So I think every player is always like, I just want to be out on the field.
All right, Alec, if you can go ahead and give me cut number 9, let's move to NFL overreaction or reality.
Chargers from inside the red zone of the Kansas City Chiefs. Herbert for the end zone. There's Keenan Allen. Touchdown.
So I know it's a huge win for the Chargers, but NFL overreaction or reality, the NFL's got to be kind of disappointed with the viewership for that game. Now, it was 17.3 million viewers globally. 16.2 million of those viewers were from the United States. So in the whole rest of the world, 1.1 million people watched. Now, that's
like 6 million were in that stadium, I believe, right?
There was a lot of people in there. Now, that's up from last year. 14.2 million watched the Friday night game, but that was on Peacock, which is a paid service. YouTube is a free service and also way lower than like the Netflix Christmas games and everything. It feels as though people like the Friday night game, but maybe not as intensively as one would guess.
Oh, because it was the Chargers?
I mean, they did have it wasn't great last year either.
Yeah, but it's the Chargers. I know there's one fan that texts in that's a Chargers fan. I'm giving a hard time right now. But, you know, they have like 3 or 4 fans that have been there for a while. Remember that one time they played a song and all the Pittsburgh fans went nuts and they were like, why are we playing this song? We know there aren't any of our fans in this. That's interesting because you were just commenting that the NFL had a conversation with Nielsen about their ratings and how that might be able to change. And this game didn't get a big draw on a Friday night. Again, Friday night football's going on in high school in Texas. It's a big deal here. But you got a lot of people from the U.S. I'm curious to see how that conversation affects the ratings now.
Yeah.
And if this was affected by it, or if they're like, oh, well, YouTube, we still don't know how to draw all those numbers.
Well, and the very first game, the opening night game, they struggled ratings-wise, no doubt, thanks in large part to the more than an hour delay. All right, Alec, overreaction to reality. The NFL, you might be disappointed with this Friday night game experiment.
I'm going to say reality because NFL is king, so I feel like we're always just going to expect overinflated numbers because that's what they do. That's the game of pro football. But, I mean, to Corey's credit, I didn't watch a single second of it until after I got home calling my own high school football game. Like, I just can't. And a lot of people, Friday nights are kind of dedicated to other things. We know that high school football is its own religion here in Texas, but, like, other people have lives and stuff, so they might have places to be, things to do, you know? So I was just catching up on that game pretty much yesterday before the noon games kicked off.
Do you think that I know like when we go to overseas to Europe, it's pretty significant. Like I don't know how the ratings draw there.
Right.
But do you think that there just is not a global place for the NFL?
I mean, I think that's a really fair point.
We're trying to force it a little more than anybody else cares to.
But also, like, they adjust those times. This game started at 7 o'clock at night, which in England is like 1 in the morning.
Yeah.
And so that probably didn't help. I don't know how many people like football versus I'm going to make sure that I start watching something at 1 in the morning that's going to end at 4 in the morning that I'm like, eh. And by the way, this could be a problem too. Somebody just said, I thought it was on YouTube TV, not YouTube. No, it was on regular YouTube.
At first, I thought that too, and then I kept seeing YouTube, not with TV on it, and so I was like, I'm going to go check. And when I went to check, I saw Kay Adams and Cam Newton, and I was like, oh, okay, well, we'll watch this for a little while.
By the way, that is a new part of Noah's vernacular is YouTube.
Hey, you know how when you go over the equator, the toilets go in reverse?
Right.
Does the ball?
I believe it's all water flow.
Does the ball spin in a different direction when you throw it?
I think
you
so.
Throw it and you think it's going to roll off your fingertips this way, but it immediately just starts spinning the other direction?
I don't.
These are the questions.
I don't believe that is the case.
That people ask.
As long as you have those questions. Overreaction to reality. The Saints uniforms from yesterday were the most ugly, god-awful pro jerseys, except for maybe those prison ones.
Prison ones?
Yeah, the ones that the Steelers have, right?
Those are bad. Those were bad, dude. I saw it yesterday, and I was like, what team is this?
You thought it was Vanderbilt,
My
right?
first thought was, what team is this? Second thought was, seriously, what team is this? And then I looked down and saw it was the Saints, and I was like, don't do that again. Y'all really screwed Kellen Moore over on this. And he already screwed himself over by not having a quarterback.
Well, I don't think that was his choice.
He definitely could have rolled himself out there, and he chose not to.
Nobody else is going to give me a job, so I might as well.
Those things were ugly. That's a reality.
Overreaction reality. Those were just the worst.
Reality, it's pretty emblematic of their roster and their offseason and really that franchise as a whole right now. Very tough to look at. And I do not want to continue looking at it, but I'm going to have to because it's kind of like, the analogy of the car wreck where it's like you just can't stop watching just because you know that it's something you're probably not going to see very often.
Okay, I'm going to add a bonus to that then. The only thing worse from the opening weekend than the Saints jersey was the new CBS score bug, which takes up, I don't know, like a fourth of the screen. That thing is gigantic, dude.
Kevin, I'm going to be honest. I didn't notice it that much.
Well, then.
I'm looking at it right now.
Maybe I'm an overreaction.
Also, would you mind, I think he's probably doing it, what Kevin just said? Can you mark what he did?
Oh, man.
It is.
What did I say?
It definitely is.
You'll hear on Friday at 1:30.
Gigantic. Yeah, I guess I just don't have that much. That one's not as bad. I've seen some other ones that are just stupid. That one's not so bad.
All right. And if
you know what I would like though, I would like.
I think I'm starting to figure out what I might have said.
You know how in baseball we have miles per hour every time a pitcher throws. Every time a quarterback throws, I'd like to see the miles per hour on it. I'd like to see who's throwing. Why can't we get that?
So do you think on one of the CD drops it would have been like, "Hey, threw too hard"?
It was way too hard, Dak. Come on, what are we doing here? Not really, but I do want to. It'd be cool to have that information. Is all I'm saying.
NFL overreaction to reality. It is probably impossible for Ravens fans to believe their team can win a big game.
it's gotta be. I think it's a reality right now. They played such a good game in areas, and such a bad game in other areas.
Right.
To let them back into that game after they had that kind of lead, I was like, this is insurmountable. Nobody can come back from this, and then they did. I don't know exactly, because you also have the type of offense that can bleed a game out. You should be able to run the ball so effectively that they never see the ball again. Yet there they are all the time in these kind of situations. So yeah, I agree with you, man. It feels like that they're the bad luck team against a team that has very little success in the Super Bowl and is a bad luck team also, and that's the Bills. So that's a weird thing.
Alec?
I'm going to say reality because I do think that defense is not great. But outside of Kyle Hamilton, there's a lot of areas that need to be addressed there. I think Jair Alexander stinks now, and that sucks because I thought that was one of the most underrated moves by the Ravens, and he did not look good. But part of me will blame Mike Tirico, too, because I think it was in the third quarter, coming back from a break, he was like, there's a lot of history in this stadium, and they're opening up a new one. They've seen some magical moments. I feel like Mike Tirico willed it into existence to try to make the game a little more entertaining, so maybe I'll stave off on that for a little bit.
All right, and then finally, NFL overreaction or reality, Justin Herbert can still be the quarterback people love to imagine that he'll be. 300-plus yards, 3 touchdowns. That's the first time he's had a game like that in almost 2 years. And it's the first time he's beaten Kansas City after 7 straight losses.
I think any quarterback has that chance until their career's done to kind of, change people's mind. Baker Mayfield was one I think a lot of people gave up on. He had a phenomenal year last year. I think they always have the chance to prove it. For Justin Herbert, it's going to come down to big games. And at the moment, it does feel like Harbaugh has found the way to get him to click a little bit, and maybe that's all he needed was somebody that understands the position he's in. But I do think that he's going to have a very good year this year. That's based on one game and one game alone. But that team actually is a better team. It's not just Justin Herbert now. So that's another factor that goes into it.
Alec, what say you?
Yeah, it does look like things have gotten better for them. Even though they were really struggling with the receivers, it felt like they're having to bring Keenan Allen back towards the end of his career. But Quentin Johnston is making plays now, which is, something that you don't really expect from that offense. But I do think that Justin Herbert has always had the tools. It's just, again, it's the what if. I think this year might be the year that we figure out what if. He's kind of got the tools, the coaching staff. We knew, from the beginning of last year, really, that's the right crew for him. I think this could be it.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, baseball nuggets and overreaction or reality. Right, coming up next, I guess, we will chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on...
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here's the snap to Love. Throws right side of the end zone. Touchdown, Jaden Reed. Right corner of the end zone. They beat Terry and Arnold again. And a Lambeau leap to the north end zone stands for Jaden Reed.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing fantastic. I wanted to know, obviously we played a highlight from that game. Were you guys more invested in Green Bay and Detroit, or would you have always been invested in a game between two of the presumptive better teams in the NFC?
I mean, it was a must tune in. You know, I feel like not only to see how Micah did, but to kind of gauge the Packers and see where that draft pick might fall. And unfortunately, my fears were confirmed for the most part yesterday. It's a damn good team. Yeah, I was locked in. Probably would have been pretty locked into it anyways, but it added an extra element of must watch, knowing the Micah stuff, and that was a pretty good performance on his part. And the Packers do look legit. Our fears about the Lions, and shout out to Wolchuk, who had him missing the playoffs entirely. We'll see if that really comes to fruition or not. But through 1 week, Jared Goff without Ben Johnson, that rushing attack without Frank Ragnow.
Yeah,
watch out.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, I got up and watched the actual tape of the game.
Okay.
I was just interested to see how Micah played.
Sure. What are your general thoughts?
I'll talk to you after 2 o'clock today.
Okay. All right.
Nice tease.
Now, to go along with that, it feels like the biggest news of the day for the Cowboys is the Giants said, screw it. We're going to stick with Russell Wilson at quarterback.
I was surprised myself.
But that's great.
Yeah, it's a win for the Cowboys.
That's okay. That's what I was going to say. Great news. Maybe that's overstating it. It feels like really good news for the Cowboys.
I mean, either one would be fine. I think Russell Wilson's totally washed. They can't protect him. They can't run. I mean, the Giants were more atrocious on offense maybe than the previous 3 seasons. But
saying something.
I think Jackson Dart could have been equally bad or maybe worse. It could have turned into a turnover party. Just the idea of rookies debuting and their head is spinning. I think I would have rather faced that.
You're pro taking Russell Wilson on.
Well,
right?
I know ultimately Dawson's right. Like Jackson Dart in front of that offensive line, is it going to be that much better? But Russell Wilson is just at the point in his career now where he knows he's got no offensive line, and so it's just snap the ball and then immediately look at the pressure and try to figure out what's going on, and inevitably just run for your life, get hit.
Yeah, I think Dart's one of those that he'll try to get rid of the ball quickly. Because of that, and Russell Wilson does not do that anymore.
It's amazing that Russ once said he was going to play till 45 or 50 years old because he has aged out quickly.
Yeah. Do you think he's played his way out of the Hall of Fame?
Dude, it's a great question. It's a great question. I don't know for sure, but it is a fair conversation to have. when you win a Super Bowl and do some of the things that he did early on, where he was legit for sure, but it feels short lived.
Well, don't worry, he's still got more than 8 years to go. If he's going to make it to,
I thought he had
45.
unlimited years to go.
That's a good point. Did you think it was a bad sign for that game when the Giants and the Commanders were lined up on the wrong side of the field for the opening
Start the
kick?
game.
Yeah, and they're like, the refs are like, no, you're on the wrong side.
Switcheroo, boys, switcheroo.
Y'all literally said you wanted this field goal.
Yeah. Did you know that it was like, well, this game's going to be a tough watch?
Yeah, that was probably a bad omen.
But not as bad as things ended for the Baltimore Ravens. I know the game was incredible. I know the offenses were amazing. But what do you take away from that if you're a Ravens fan and or player?
You have to be sick to your stomach, first and foremost.
Yes.
You think kind of like the CeeDee Lamb stuff. Hey, Derrick Henry's probably not going to be fumbling the ball when it matters most, more than likely. But John Harbaugh electing not to go for it on 4th and 3 late in that game. You're just going to, you've been watching Josh Allen for the entire game, especially that fourth quarter, and you feel like you have a chance to stop him. Now, to his credit, I guess Lamar Jackson, who you could tell was kind of gimping around. You're going, what's going on? Apparently he had a cramp issue. And so,
I bet,
and so I guess that played into them electing to punt. But I'm like, dude, you got to figure something. You don't give the ball back to Allen when he is going scorched.
He was operating as though there were 6 minutes left in the game. He's like, don't worry about it. We got plenty of time. Don't worry about it. And they timed it out remarkably well.
Only the Bears have blown more 10-point leads than the Ravens.
It's like they're the best team in football until it really, really matters, and they need to be.
Yeah,
and then they find a way to fart it away.
If you're a Ravens fan, you've seen this one before.
Usually in a divisional game or a divisional round,
yeah,
I guess.
They will find a way to cough up a lead at the end, for sure.
Yeah.
He did bring up the Bears, though. They play tonight. So do the Vikings.
All right.
So do the Vikings.
That's true. Yeah. Both teams are playing tonight.
That's teamwork.
That's a great point that you make. Are you amped up to see new look Bears, especially now that you saw
And
what
new
Detroit
look J.J. McCarthy, too.
Yes, I'm very excited about this game. Especially, did you guys see the Tyler Dunn report? Where it's going to be like a 5-part series about how Caleb Williams is a total disaster.
Oh, no.
This is like previous coaches.
Is that your interpretation of what the series
I'm
will
pretty
be?
sure that's a direct quote. He's got like a bunch of coaches and scouts and things from the organization that was around Caleb last year that is obviously no longer there, and they're ripping him to shreds. The personality, the work ethic, just blowing coaches off, like no respect whatsoever. Pretty damning report. But then, like you mentioned, you see the Ben Johnson difference for the Lions. Caleb Williams still has talent. It's just
for sure.
But going up against Brian Flores, I don't know. I'm excited. I think it could go really either way for the Bears this year.
What do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. It is a Monday, so at 4:20 we'll talk with CY, Chris Young.
All right.
Cy Young Show.
I love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say Teengus, Kevin.
Teengus.
Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and welcome into the program. We have 4.5 hours of sports here for you. General at your service. There's your brought us the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion with you. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and 50, keeping the Gators down best he can. You do have Eric Chiafalo in the house. His nosebleed brother, Zach Wolchuk, little under the weather. Believes it might be a little COVID situation. He needs a couple of days on the shelf. Probably back on Wednesday for Wolchuk, so send that man some love on social. Let him know he's missed. You have Carter Freeman coordinate your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And gentlemen, good afternoon. How the heck are you? Have a good weekend?
Man, great weekend.
It was very good. Thank you. Yeah.
Man, the weather coming down a little bit is just amazing. Sitting out there at a soccer game when it's 78 degrees instead of 102. Absolutely brilliant. So enjoyed that. But week one of the NFL season was outstanding. Along with all those games came the report. Jay Glazer, 2 1s, a 3, a 5. Amongst other things, was offered from the Eagles to the Cowboys for Micah Parsons. And
you know what? It's interesting you say that, and I reached out to a couple different people, only heard back from one. And I know that Jay Glazer is best friends with Stephen Jones. So you kind of connect the dots there.
Yeah.
But I was also hearing that maybe that offer wasn't exactly what it was.
You mean the Glaze messed something up?
I'm just saying that there might be some, but when I first saw it, I saw it was Glazer, and I thought Glazer, Stephen Jones, obvious connection there. But talking to some people, that might not be what the offer was. So I need to do some more work on it. I'm not completely killing it, but there's people saying that might not be exactly what it was.
I was going to say, if that's it, I don't think it would be enough to trade inside the division. When Kenny Clark more than the 3 and the 5.
When the alternative is the Packers, that to me changes things a little bit. It's not like you send them to the AFC and you're like, okay, who cares really? You still send them to the Packers, and that's as close to a divisional rival foe that you hate. So at that point, if it's between those two options, just give me the better deal. Then you can argue about what's the better capital in return.
Yeah.
But if you're sending them to Green Bay anyway, what's the dang difference?
I mean,
really?
if it's Philadelphia, what do you guys think of Jordan Davis? Wouldn't that be cool? I mean, if you're getting a player back like him or Mitchell or DeJean, but I think the fact that, especially now in retrospect, seeing the difference in your run defense week one compared to last year, I think Kenny Clark is maybe one of these players that if he can stick around for 3 or 4 years can be the beginning of a turnaround here for your run defense. So I like that. But Brian says not confirmed.
I just, like I said, Jay Glazer is really, really, really good at his job. And I just was curious. I go, is this actually, because you're starting to hear there weren't as many teams involved. You're starting to hear there were probably 3 teams involved. And, so what were real offers and what were, make-believe offers? I find it hard to believe that Jay, I don't think Jay's wrong, but I just asked. I asked them in the organization. They're like, hey, I don't know about that one.
So the other news was the Cowboys were moving towards trading Micah a week before he made the request. Are we buying this? That they were doing, fun with the media, telling everybody there's no way we're trading him to try to protect the value? It would make sense.
I think when we had the opportunity to be out at camp, I think there was really that they were sincere about not trading. And then once we got out of camp, I think that's when things really started to fall apart. I mean, fall apart in a way of that, hey, we'll consider trade.
I can buy that as well, because we've seen for years the Cowboys attempt to manicure stories on the back end to make it look like they had perfect vision. Like they would tell you in early 2016, we knew Dak was going to be great. I remember asking Jerry Jones in our Friday interview on the Fan, we were doing middays, like, at what point did you know Dak Prescott could do this about 3 or 4 weeks into the season? And, Jerry said when we drafted him. With Micah Parsons, they say, oh, no, we knew he could rush the passer.
Oh, no, no. Dan Quinn, that whole thing, that was, you got to give Dan Quinn a lot of credit because it took an injury to Tank on a practice day to kind of that Charger game week to get Micah Parsons as an edge rusher.
So incredible finish last night in Sunday Night Football. We'll have more on the Cowboys throughout the day. Obviously, we got to talk Texas Rangers with you as well as the huge series tonight with the Brewers. I think the Brewers have already won 85 games. This is going to be tough. But Sunday Night Football, Bills go touchdown, recovered fumble, touchdown, field goal, and come back from down 15 with 4 minutes to play. The crazy thing about this, before this game started, my brother texts me. He goes, dude, you will not believe this. I have hit 8 straight legs on the parlay. My last one is this Sunday Night Football game. I can change it before kickoff. Do you like Buffalo with the points or Baltimore on the road? I said, man, I'm a home dog guy, so just take that for what it's worth. So I didn't hear back from him again. I don't know if he took the advice or not at this point. I'm just like, oh, man. Good luck. To hit 8 out of 9 legs in a parlay is outstanding. So about, I don't know, early fourth quarter or something, it started to look bad when the Ravens go back up 15. So I'm starting to, feel a little bit guilty about it. And
I just bleeped up the parlay for the ages.
Yeah, I'm like, God, I hope he took Baltimore, right? I hope he took Baltimore is what I'm thinking at this point. But I didn't want to reach out to him because I know how devastating that would be to, be looking at the 9th leg of a parlay. It's a 9-team parlay, right? So he needs this one to pay out. I think he teased it a little bit. It was 60-1. He put down $10 to win 590 or whatever it would be with the juice. And, the Ravens go up big, and I'm like, man, I can't stand the angst in my stomach about this. So I think Buffalo got the ball back and then had a 4-and-out or something, turnover on downs or whatever. They didn't score, right? But, Baltimore gets the ball back, and now they're driving, and I think ultimately ended up with a missed field goal. But I wasn't watching at this point. I said, forget this. I'm going to go in and, talk to Abby because she's, wanting me to go in there and hang out with her or whatever. So I'm doing that, and like 25, 30 minutes later, I get this text with him like, oh, my God, I can't believe I just hit this. What a great comeback. I'm like, what the hell happened? So I went in, I hit rewind and relived all of that. But he had a freaking 9-leg parlay, and I've never known anybody to come anything close to that. I mean, that's like winning 9 coin flips in a row, just mathematically impossible. I thought paying out 60-1 was a little light.
Yeah.
But that's how he likes to get down. And I'm always making fun of him like, dude, parlay is a sucker's bet. You're sitting there, thinking you're going to win big, but just try to focus on one game and put more capital into it. But he likes to do it that way, and damn it hit. So when I touched base with him again, I was like, dude, I was sweating that thing so hard. I'm so happy for you.
Yeah, that was such an incredible game. And yeah, to hit a 9, he needs to screenshot that and social that thing because he'll go viral just with everybody being like, wow.
Yeah. He actually paid out right before the field goal kick because he only left like $50 on the table. But if you get the block field goal in the return, then you're toast. And he was like, I just want to avoid, worst case scenario in here.
And it almost did get blocked. I think it was Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah.
Who did play like a beast
didn't he hit
night.
it? Didn't
yeah,
he barely maybe grazed it?
He had a chance.
First player in NFL history to have 250-plus passing yards and 2+ rushing touchdowns in any single quarter of any single game. Comes in the fourth quarter to bring his team back from a 15-point deficit, definitely putting that icing on the cake of his MVP season. Yeah, I don't know how you stack the top quarterbacks in the game right now. Is it Josh? Is it Lamar? Is it Patrick Mahomes? If you had to take one guy right now, who are you going with?
Yeah, if you had to take one guy, I think it probably comes down to Mahomes or Allen for me.
I take Burrow.
You're taking Joe Burrow.
I am taking Joe Burrow.
It's not concerns.
It's not a wrong answer because there's pretty much four guys.
And my love for Josh Allen. But
yeah, that's true.
I'm taking. I think Joe Burrow when it comes down to if Joe Burrow was playing on some of these other teams, I think we'd be talking about Joe Burrow as a multiple MVP.
See, I like that angle because I don't think we do a good enough job separating the team from the quarterback.
He's got the receivers are outstanding. Don't get me wrong. Chase is one of the best to ever play. But when you talk about overall and what he has to go through on a weekly basis just to try and win games, no. But I saw him do it at LSU. I saw him take a 2000 a talented team, but he was a difference maker. Every time he's lined up, he wins games for you. Even with, he could take yours and win and take his and win. That's how. I love Josh Allen, but if
he almost got beat by Cleveland yesterday.
Yeah, but that's
bad kicker.
Yeah, that's where we're at. I mean, every week he has to do that.
Wouldn't you demand a trade out of there? Like, I think he'd be better off in Cleveland.
I think his relationship with Jamar Chase is so tight that it would have to be almost like a combo thing where they both are saying like, get us the heck out of here. But yeah, it's fair to ask that question because that is such a bad organization when it's really all said and done.
Yeah.
And he has to do so much, but
I'd love to see.
He got his contract, so
I'd love to see him on a team where the front office does a really nice job. And I like Duke Tobin, who's the director of player personnel. I like him in Cincinnati, but I don't know if he does enough to help him.
But Josh Allen, incredible, and it's amazing how he continues to ratchet up his game just a little bit more from. After year one, looked like it might be a bust, won't be able to figure out the accuracy to now. I don't know if there's much argument to be made that he's deserving of the MVP. Rangers coming off a great weekend against the Astros. Chris Young's going to join us coming up at 4:20. Got as good as a half game back of the wild card after Friday's victory, but they lose Saturday, bounce back to win the game in the series yesterday. First series home win against the Astros since 2021. Did I get butt cracked on that? I was reading the game story today. First series win against the Astros since 2021.
They took 2 or 3 from Houston in Houston.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that
it
makes
was
sense.
even just like the ALCS where it was like the back and forth, the road teams doing better.
Yeah.
There's something to that.
That's got to be like 15, 16 series worth. So to break through that's hopefully a sign of things to come as they'll be down in Houston coming up in about 9 days. And it's on now to one of the absolute best teams in baseball, the Brewers. It's going to be Lats against Quintana, a lefty with a 3.72 ERA. So unfortunately, I got to put the Rangers on shutout watch tonight, boys. Shutout. I mean, who knows? I think it was a lefty Friday night. They got to him pretty good. So it'll be lighter tomorrow, Kelly Wednesday. Then the trip to the New York Mets before circling back around here into the great state of Texas. Salute to Sean Armstrong, by the way, with the 4-out save last night. It was a perfect week for Armstrong. 11 batters faced, 11 outs, 2 saves. He pitched in 3 different wins, so maybe that's alleviating some of your closer anxiety for your Rangers now. But the playoff odds, 1.5 back of Seattle. What do you think the playoff odds should be right now? Feels like about 35-40% to me.
Yeah, I haven't seen. Have you actually seen what they are?
Yeah.
Are they still under 20?
It's 10%.
Wow.
It must be the difficulty of the schedule.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, Milwaukee's already got. They're looking for win number 90 on the season right now.
Unbelievable. Okay.
Hey, but by the way, have you guys gone through? I know we watched the games, but have you gone through and seen the lineup of who they're winning these games with?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Have you? I mean, have you looked at for an example?
Yeah.
Okay.
Your Texas Rough Riders.
Yeah. Langford, Freeman, Young, Berger, Higgy, Moore, Osuna, Heim, Hellman, Duran. Smith comes in the game late.
I think 6 of those guys have played for the Rough Riders this year.
That's what I'm saying. Like every night, they're rolling this lineup out there like that.
Yeah.
And it's winning games.
It shows you how underperforming their established players have been. That a collection of guys maybe only hitting 220 coming up, just with some regular timely hitting instead of peeing down your leg every time you're up to bat in a big-time situation.
Bunt to get somebody over.
The enthusiasm as well. Cody Freeman, there's a story today, and there's a couple of pieces about him, just the infectious energy, so we look forward to asking see why about him. It looks like September 19th against Miami is the earliest Seager and Garcia could be back. So you got to go, what are we on the 9th? Got to go another 10 days or so without those guys. And I don't know if you want them back. Just kidding. I don't know if you want Adolis Garcia back,
I just find it amazing, though. Every night I'm sitting there like watching a guy like Freeman. I'm like, this guy's going to get a hit. I'm just you're just sitting there thinking like, but how are they doing it with this lineup? They're going out and they're competing toe to toe with with every night with this lineup, and a credit to them for getting it done. It's the pitching, but You're right about the hitting and the time, and the defense is really, really good though too.
I don't know if it's World Series hangover or the stuff Pilar talked about in the clubhouse as he
probably
left.
A little of both.
But I think they needed a vibes reset.
Probably a little.
I think
both.
they needed young, fun guys who haven't been around the last couple of years to just sort of change the mojo up. We got the G Bag of the Day champion on the other side. Then Wolchuk's top 10. Where are you taking us, Chief?
The top 10 college football fan bases with the biggest panic meter right now. 877-881-1053. That's next year in the nation.
Basil babes.
Saffron squad.
Nutmeg Mogan.
Sweet
No. Said that. Was it Spice Girls? Was it Saffron squad?
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got the top 10 coming up here in just a second. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius with the champ.
Big Godzilla. Big Godzilla just stepping through, knocking down buildings, baby. Hope you guys had a fantastic weekend. How about that?
Pretty good.
Yeah, all right.
Good.
All right, G-Back of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 530. We play the champ right about here. This is day number 2 for this champion audio. We go maybe a couple of weeks back now. Rangers versus the A's. The camera guy panned to the crowd, and there was a dude in the audience that kind of got a handful of his old lady's puppies.
Yes.
Guffies.
He got a whole handful of them. And the broadcasters didn't know how to act. Even with an extreme layout, they still had the goofy giggles at the very end of this thing. Listen.
For the folks at home, I on behalf of Chris Carey, I will apologize. You are a handful, Chris, let me tell you.
Fly ball center. Still goofy. Look at him.
That'll end the inning.
What else?
A's down by a few. Try to grab a couple back.
Yeah. Try to grab a couple back.
Not a bad play. They're around and consenting.
Yeah. Hey, you ever seen that like viral video of the I think it's a wedding DJ that he played like the Phil Collins drums on this lady's boobs?
No way.
Yeah, during the beat, like during the breakdown, bro. He walked over and said, do bow.
Like to introduce you all to my percussion here for the evening. Take her with me everywhere I go.
How about that snare?
Time now for Wolchuk's top 10 snare. What? Here's the chief with his broadcast responsibilities.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. We have the college football meltdown meter. Who are the top 10 programs and fan bases that are ready to just simply melt the bleep down right now? We are just a handful of weeks into the college football season.
Handful.
I bet Detroit
just riding the wake, man. Just keeping that momentum going. It's not a TD Tuesday, but it could be. Definitely could be. Some great touchdowns.
Looking forward to it, yeah.
Reliving some of those tomorrow.
6:20 maybe. 6 o'clock.
So we got to start with the big one that I think is still with the Longhorns and Arch Manning.
Yeah.
He looks banged up.
Yeah, there was some grimacing as he threw it. There's some stretching that people say he's done all the time, but there's just no denying what the video said, where he's really wincing as he throws.
Yes, yeah, that's gone viral, and he still had a couple of those throws, and that was not a great start to the game for Texas either. They started to get things going, and then it was like 4 out of the next 5 passes are going to go for touchdowns to wide open receivers.
I don't know,
but he just did not.
Yeah,
he's still got a weird. Like the mechanics, the way he's throwing the ball. You mentioned the grimace factor. So everybody's kind of on high alert right now. Is he playing through something?
They're saying that that the Ohio State game, he was always adjusting his shoulder pad and stuff like that. There was some issues there.
Might be a little tendonitis. Probably worked a lot in the offseason.
You know what's interesting, though, too? Man, I need to check all these things. The thing that's interesting about, but Sark, if you look at his tenure at Texas, they haven't been a good opening drive team to begin with. So I think they've only scored like 2 times with him as like opening drives in games that they tend to kind of start really, really slow. But that's the point is about the quarterback, and he doesn't look completely healthy the way he's throwing the ball.
No.
His throwing motion is really not what you would think like it would of a guy that maybe is trying to compensate a little bit. I don't know.
You would think it would just look a little bit more polished for sure. And honestly,
but it's, you know what, I said it last week. It's really not. It's really not. His throwing motion is not ideal. he's that long, lanky. Remember I was talking about Randall Cunningham? I mean, it's his throwing motion is not that of a guy that's that compact by the ear that, you've seen big guys like a Dan Marino let it fly by the ear and it's just gone, kind of John Elway gone, big kind of strong guys. His is a little bit more like arm and, it's more arm than it is like pointing shoulder, knee, foot, all that. It's kind of I was talking about the buggy whip kind of where it just reminded me very much of Randall Cunningham watching him throw the football.
Yeah, it's weird. It was actually a really interesting look last night during the Bills game where they looked at Josh Allen from when he was in college.
Yeah.
And the way his throwing mechanics were compared to the way they are now. Yeah. And that is a guy who's completely reinvented himself with the way he throws the football.
Yeah.
So nonetheless, you had Sark asked about it today, asked about, Arch
injury.
Looking banged up, and this was just kind of a weird interaction.
Arch Manning seemed to be having some throwing pains by the
According to
quarter.
who?
Arch.
Arch said that to you?
No.
Oh, according to who?
It just looked like he was.
He doesn't have any.
Is there an explanation to why it looked like that?
I don't know. I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Roger. It's like I don't understand how he was.
Extreme reflection right there.
That is weird.
That's to throw you off guard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now you think about something else.
Totally, dude. They're trying to pull a fast one on us here. And honestly, if I'm a Texas fan, not that you want Arch to be hurt, but it would at least give you an explanation as to why he hasn't looked like the guy that you were anticipating here.
I would like to hear that right now, but that makes me feel like it's something they don't want the other team targeting. Maybe you got an AC joint in there. It's he can play through it, but we don't want anybody driving him into the turf a little bit extra.
Yeah. I mean, you see this all the time where they're trying to hide it, but like you have UTEP and Sam Houston on deck before you get to Florida and then the Red River game.
Right.
So you wonder, are these next two games good opportunities to try and get him healed up if he is dealing with something at all? Now, they're clearly doing the denying thing, and Arch was quoted as denying it as well. Quite a bit.
He's calling it sloppy football is what he's calling it. I heard him post game with the sideline reporter, and then I heard him like post game with the media saying they're playing really sloppy football. He's playing sloppy football right now. So I don't know. I mean, maybe you rephrased the question, not to
Yeah, it could have been better.
Could have been a better question. Could have
young
been
reporter maybe.
Coach is.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
What?
Thank you.
I'm still there.
Thank you. Yeah. I have no idea. And he had this like little twinkle in his eye after he said it, like he was very proud of himself. Like he said something that was pretty awesome.
I think the reporter could have asked the question better to maybe because the Stark went after him about, well, who are you hearing this from? And, and he didn't have, you could
Sark. Arch?
Yeah, you could, and he goes, "Who?" Yeah. To me, I think
this is goofy.
You could have asked the question better.
I try to stay stoic, by the way, for the record.
If you're coach,
no, if I'm sitting on the toilet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No game face. Yeah. Or I guess that is your game face.
I don't know.
Don't do any pushing, man. It's not good for you.
It is not good.
It's not doing.
I mean, if
I do a wiggle every once in a while. Don't do no pushing.
When you're right there on the 1 yard line, though, you're kind of hashtag whatever it takes.
Well, I mean, welcome to the fiber thin world. I feel like I should be getting paid for these by now, but I mean, I keep these in my pocket. This is my new snack.
Yeah, I see that. Look at that. No donuts today. No zingers.
Oh, no, he had
just
donuts.
straight up.
Well, we had some donuts.
Yeah, that's why he's eating the darn fiber things. He'll be farting pretty soon here. I'm telling you.
Brian brought me some donuts. Couldn't turn them down.
Oh, you brought those up today?
Yeah, Mrs. Freshies is what they're called.
Mrs. Freshies. Yeah. She sounds delightful.
Yeah.
All right, your 10th team program fan base. Give me your meltdown. Give me your meltdown.
Can I throw Florida Gators in there, please?
Well, I'll tell you what. They're going to be pretty high up. Billy Napier, who's still going to be calling plays. Yeah. Still going to be doing the full duties and responsibilities, even though everyone in Gainesville wants him out of here.
Alabama?
Yeah, Alabama. Alabama certainly could be in the mix. They're not actually on this list, but we do have a funny clip of an Alabama fan who's pretty ticked off. We'll get to a little bit later. But
classic.
Number 10 is Virginia Tech and the Hokies. as they go ahead and lose to Sean Sharif's Vanderbilt squad.
Yeah.
His godson found pay dirt versus Virginia Tech.
I think they're 0-2 now. Yeah.
Yeah, they're struggling. They're struggling for sure. They've given up 262 yards on the ground, over 7 yards per carry. So when you have a defensive head coach, can't be doing that. So Virginia Tech's down bad right now. Kansas State Wildcats in the Big 12.
Yeah, they went to overseas, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then they paid Army to give them a whooping.
Yeah.
And he played his worst game of the year so far, 175 yards and a pick. But yeah, their defense is bad. I mean, the Knights ran for like 270 yards against them. And then K-State was like 2 of 9 on third down. Just bad situation right now in Manhattan. Maybe losing Connor Riley on that offensive line.
That'll be costly.
I don't know. You have the Syracuse Orange that are also down bad right now.
Do you see them running sprints after the game?
Yeah. Well, when you lose to UConn, Fran Brown's like, I don't get to shower tonight.
I think they beat UConn. They came back.
Coach was mad that they went to overtime.
Yeah, he was mad.
He said you weren't supposed to go to overtime to beat them, so go out there and run. You was loofing around. You wasn't running to huddles. You wasn't running out there when you needed to break.
Yeah.
You're going to run after this game, and everybody's going to watch it before we even sing our school song.
UConn takes them to overtime.
That's right. Yeah.
That's what it was. But they also got shellacked by Tennessee in week 1.
Yeah.
And Syracuse had a good year last year. Not a great start right now. Then you get to Oregon State and the Beavers, and losing to Fresno. That's going to get you. And then we actually have some sound here. Oregon State's head football coach. This is pretty good. This is going into halftime. He's not happy about it. This is Trent Bray, halftime interview as his team's getting crushed.
What do you tell your team in the locker room to settle everybody down and finish this thing off? Yeah, we're fine. I mean, we've allowed ourselves to create their success, both in special teams. Joke, right? And then on big plays on defense, 2 long runs for touchdowns that shouldn't exist. They did nothing to harm us. We got to stop killing ourselves. Appreciate the time, Coach.
It sounds like Trent's not ready for the big time, but the good news is he's not there.
Appreciate the time, Coach. Those are
we do have to stop killing ourselves too. By the way, Coach, that's a fact.
We got to stop doing that. That was an important conversation. I'm glad he brought that to light a little bit.
Yeah, he went social with it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he did. All these coaches just deflecting, just turning the conversation into something completely different. You have the Iowa Hawkeyes at 6 on the meltdown meter, and
Got beat by Iowa State, right?
Yeah, they did. It was a neck and neck game. But you have their quarterback Gronowski, who was supposed to improve the offense, throwing for 83 yards.
Yeah.
And they had one player with more than 15 receiving yards now through 2 games. That's where they stand offensively. It's no surprise, but
Gronowski is an awful name for a quarterback.
Awful, bro. I need you to be a linebacker.
If you're Gronowski, you're not a good quarterback.
Come on, Gronowski.
Yeah. You're not. You're 1940s quarterback. That's not very good.
It's an easy name to just lob out grenade style when you're pissed off. Freaking Gronowski. Oh, man. You have at 5 the West Virginia Mountaineers who
Ohio.
lose to Ohio.
Lost to Ohio, yeah.
And they're not bad, but you can't lose to them at home. That's just the fact of the matter. Then you have Arizona State at 4.
That was a surprise the other day.
The Sun Devils taking the L to Mississippi State and Sam Leavitt.
Mississippi State won 2 games last year.
Yes, and they storm the field. They get it done. And then this was actually funny in their post game locker room. You have a Mississippi State assistant coach. I don't even know who this guy is. It's an older gentleman. He's got his eyeglasses on. He's parading around in the locker room. He's got a cigar in his mouth, and this is what he said to one of the players' live Instagram recordings.
Oh, shoot, I knew you was coming to me.
Sorry about that. Mississippi State.
Which one is it?
Mississippi State assistant coach.
Oh, there we go. Damn, I was on it, too.
Hey, let me tell you guys something. There ain't but one thing better than this. Hey, and I'm going to take care of that later tonight.
Dude's like 65 years old. He's so pumped. I do love
Did you see, speaking of, like, when you're talking about, I knew you're going to get to Florida, but did you see their coaches, the South Florida coaches? The most uncomfortable thing is when you ride the elevator with a team that beats you, the coaches, because everybody's trying to act like cool, but like not the South Florida coaches. They were screaming coming down the hallway. That was actually pretty cool. You see the Florida coaches just kind of walking.
Just walk with their head down,
Walk
man.
with their head down.
The walk of shame right there as your opponent is dunking on you.
Just screaming down the hall.
South Florida's not to be fooled with.
They might have a chance against Miami this weekend.
They might have a chance against Miami. I saw Bobby was saying this morning, like their NIL payroll is like top 20.
Yeah.
Like sneaky, legit team.
It's crazy how just in the last 5 years it's become crystal clear. This is becoming a haves and have-nots, and it's almost like if you don't have the alumni or the boosters or the corporate sponsors to put you in this game, you're in a completely different thing. Oklahoma State looked like one of the worst football teams just a couple of years after contending for the conference title. All of a sudden, they don't have the resources, and I'd say Gundy's on the hot seat after a game like that.
Yeah, don't tell that to his son, who went on some Twitter rants hyping up his dad. But, Oklahoma State's going to be number 2. Clemson's
It doesn't
number
matter
3.
how good of a coach you are anymore. If you don't have the money, it just doesn't matter.
For sure. You have Clemson at 3.
I was watching that Clemson game when it was 16-0, Troy.
Yeah.
And I was like thinking, my gosh, what's happening here? But yeah, they came back and won though.
Found a way to come back, but they're down like 16-3 at halftime.
Yeah.
And they don't look right at all. Oklahoma State at 2, they get shellacked by Oregon, and then number 1, of course, is those Florida Gators, who have a spitter. We got a Gator spitter.
Yeah, that's the reason why they were able to get into field goal range.
No SMU in there? We're still living off last year's playoff appearance. That was tough.
Yeah, that was tough. Well, they had a referee like forcing a fumble.
Tripped a guy.
That was
referee umpire stuck his foot out and got the quarterback.
Like sack fumble. Put it on the ledger for the ref, man.
Thank you, Chief. Top 10 in the books. We got best of the weekend coming up next. Going back to back, Eric, what you got?
Yes, we have your weekend headline. We have more craziness from sports fans and your baseball Karen of the weekend as well. Next in the nation.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. I'm looking at no less than 3 updates on Cowboys storylines. We'll get those coming up at 3 o'clock. Let's reminisce on an incredible weekend here in DFW. Chief, fall is here. Yes, it is here. What a weekend of sporting, and fans were back at it again with their wild shenanigans. Congratulations to the happy Browns couple who got married in the parking lot of the stadium shortly before kickoff, shortly before losing just a heartbreaker game where you, I believe, surrendered 7 yards in the second half and still found a way to lose. Yeah, terrible when you can't trust a kicker. You know, it was a Brandon Aubrey appreciation day for me across the NFL.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, just crazy Browns fans. They had a whole ceremony. They had a nice little crowd gathered around, and you have 2 Browns lovers making it right.
I always wonder, are these gals just going for it like with resentment in their mind? But sure, I guess, if that's what my husband, my fiance wants. Or do you think this is Brown super fan herself?
This has to be Brown super fan.
Yeah.
I'd be hard pressed to say that I've met a single woman who would grant this reluctantly.
And you got to be Cleveland through and through, because I mean, if you weren't super loyal to that city, you'd go find another team by now. I mean, that's an embarrassment. That's a bad omen. Getting married in a Browns parking lot.
Seriously, dude.
Give it about as long as I give their next starting quarterback.
That is just hilarious, these fans. I do have some level of respect for them, you know, when you support such a god-awful team. I mean, they are the butt of every football joke, that organization. And you are still putting what is supposed to be one of the more glorious days of your existence right there in their parking lot. And then you're going to go lose by a point in a game where you surrendered 7 second-half yards. It's just incredible.
The only good thing that happened is Flacco didn't win. So now you're a little bit closer to Gabriel or Sanders.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You also had, did you guys see the Missouri Tigers fan? It's Mizzou versus KU.
Yes.
And it got a little bit contentious for sure. It was a hell of a game. But a Missouri Tigers fan, it was at like one of the 2-minute timeouts, probably in the first half. And a guy had a chance to kick a 45-yard field goal to make $25,000. It's a Missouri Tiger fan, okay? And instead, he gets out there to go kick the field goal.
Oh, when he kicked it towards the sidelines?
Yeah, well, I saw this.
First, he lifted up his shirt to show the painting that said FKU on it.
Yeah.
And then when he goes to kick the ball, he just, instead of trying to kick it to the uprights, he just kind of turns around and just kicks it at the KU sideline.
I was trying to
and then
figure out,
flashes the chest again. Go bleep yourself.
And, not a bad move. I think he probably went more viral than any other scenario that could have happened there. But I did wonder, does he just have tons of money and he's like, I'm more willing to go out here and do a bit?
Yeah.
Or was he thinking, I can't kick this field goal anyway?
If you look closely, you'll find that he has a prosthetic leg.
Oh.
So I don't know.
So they picked a guy with a prosthetic leg?
I don't know how
his
they go
plant
about
foot or his
I don't know
foot.
how they go about it.
Balls on that guy.
It was definitely a plant foot situation.
Oh, no.
I
You
would
think he
love to
sits to
see.
pee?
I mean, have we gotten to a point where the evolution of the prosthetic leg could be a kickable leg? I mean, I'm sure we're
Tom Dempsey.
There you go.
In 1971, forever had the record for longest field goal of 63 yards, and he kicked it with half a foot. Like he had a special shoe that only had half a foot.
okay. Now that you're saying this,
Yeah,
I am
kicked against the Lions.
Yeah, the half-footed guy.
Yeah, Tom Dempsey held 63-yard record forever, and then all of a sudden now we got these kickers. That's
happens every week.
Yeah, like we had 60-yard field goals, like winning games yesterday.
That's true. Then you have like some 40-plus yarders losing games. Shout out to the Falcons.
Yeah.
So, prosthetic leg. So
it'll probably fly off, right? Until we get it
Yeah.
Seriously, it could probably make the kick, but it'll fly off. It looks ridiculous at that point.
Do you get double points for the leg going in as well?
Yeah, it's going through. You don't know which one to watch, the ball or the leg.
He's one leg hopping after it.
Yeah.
My leg back. That could get bad. Maybe he made the right decision.
That's an unfair advantage too, using that prosthetic leg.
Like Lee
If it's good and strong,
$6 million man.
Yeah.
Bionic kickers are going to be the all-new rage at some point. Now, Carter's going to throw this up on the fan cam. Did you see one of your LSU bros? You might have gone to school with this guy.
The guy that's in the tuba player.
66-year-old retiree.
Yeah.
I guess living his best life in the LSU marching band.
He's a college freshman.
Yeah, he's still got plenty of eligibility.
Yeah.
This dude was seen. He's in the Tiger Band, and
he learned how to play.
He's taking classes at LSU, and he's doing the college thing at 66 years old, singing "S My Tiger D." B.
Yeah, he learned how to play the tuba like in the last year. So like he's really like he didn't know, and he's like, okay, I'm going to go be a part of the band.
Turns out I'm pretty good, guys.
Yeah.
Going straight to the first chair.
I didn't know what was going on when I saw the photo circulating. I'm like, is this real?
Yeah.
It's absolutely real. So congratulations to that guy.
He was sweating like the rest of us with that outfit on, man.
Yeah, seriously.
By the way, they need to do something.
Oh, my bad.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Lucian.
I mean, that's how I felt when I seen the Bills kicker last night.
Yeah.
I was the same way I see this guy right here. I'm like, damn, man, what's that old man on television?
41. Matt Prather, right? 41 years old. Yeah, but it's so funny. They got to do something about early season games in band uniforms, make those band members sit in the crowd with those. They're just sweating through.
Open those things up a little bit.
We need to go with the shorts and a dry fit shirt. I think for band.
Make them out of what the MLB uniforms are made out of. Those look pretty breezy.
paper uniforms.
Yeah. I'd appreciate it. I mean, what are those up there? Polyester.
Polyester.
Wool?
Yeah,
polyester.
thick polyester too, bro.
God dang! There's no way. I'd be passed out up there trying to play the instrument.
Do you think he says to any of the co-heads, "Hey, you're kind of cute. Do you have a grandma?"
yeah. What's your grandma situation?
Are you
like?
legacy?
All right. This is a legendary lady named Susie from Guntersville, and this is her talking with the local news station about what she's going to do if she wins the almost $2 billion Powerball.
I'll tell you exactly what I'd do with the first $70 million. I'd pay off Kalen DeBoer and get him the heck out of the University of Alabama, and then I'd take whatever else it took to get rid of the AD.
She says she'd also give some money to her church and save some for taxes.
I know I'm not going to win. I just hope I win some scratch-offs. I just do it for the fun of it.
So first $70 million.
It was one in Houston, though, right? Outside of Houston?
Kalen DeBoer.
I think it went.
Missouri City or something like that?
Missouri City, yeah. South Texas.
No way.
Yep.
1.8 billion.
Yeah, we were a couple 100 miles away from winning.
I bet most Bama fans would gladly throw that down right now. I don't think Bama will ever be great again. I wouldn't. I wouldn't think that any coach.
Saban came back.
I don't think so. I think that's why he left.
Yeah,
I think
he got ahead of it.
Yeah, I think it's a big time money thing.
Big time heady play from Nick Saban.
Is there anything worse than sitting behind or standing behind the person trying to do the scratch off thing at the convenience store?
My gosh.
Oh, let me get 2 of those and and it's like, dude, you're a degenerate. There's casinos. Okay,
right.
Move it along here. I need my Zen pouches.
Yeah, it's like I'm gonna buy a 7-Eleven hot dog and then I'm gonna dress it on up and I'm gonna stand right here and eat it. And when I'm done, then you can go. Then you can get your order. I don't know. It's ridiculous.
7-Eleven hot dog, 2 bites for you, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I thought so.
If I'm going competition style.
No. You're just naturally going to eat it in 2 bites.
Hey, by the way, the green pleasure devices have made their way to the NFL. Yeah, they got launched into the Cleveland Browns field and then also on the Colts field.
Is this? Do we determine this is Bitcoin stuff going on here?
It was originally. Now you might just have dudes that are trying to
copycats.
Yeah, the copycats trying to go viral, whatever it is. But they're still
We've
being
seen it in Buffalo
launched.
before. I have a picture from the Buffalo game.
Well, Buffalo used to do the more fleshy ones, right?
Yeah.
And they were the ones who started this. They were the pioneers.
Yep.
Still haven't seen the evolution of it with the parachute on it though. Lucius. I'm looking forward to that.
I want the parachute nice and slow. Everybody's got to watch it come down. And they have to describe the action in the arena.
And you get Kevin Harlan.
You could be so lucky.
There's a device. Yeah. It's a flying device. Oh, it's a device that I don't know. I was going to say something, but I didn't know.
Toy.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Top stories coming up next. We have 3 Cowboys developing storylines with the shoddy talk and practice going on. What's next for your Dallas Cowboys? That's coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for making us part of it. Our Cowboys coverage continues here. Is 0-1, getting ready to take on the New York Giants that looked atrocious. We'll react more to Week 1 here coming up in just a minute. C-Note at 3:20. Brian brought us Krusty's Corner at 3:40. Brian Daboll, by the way, today saying Russell Wilson's playing, so not quite ready for the rookie Jackson Dart.
Yeah, I went on. I made a bold statement after he said yesterday that they're going to fly home and they're open to talking about things.
They were going to look at the tape.
I think I was like, man, he's going to. I just felt like that him and the general manager are to that point where they've got to show winning games is important, but maybe if you throw a young guy out there and you get Jackson Dart to play at a pretty decent level for you, then ownership looks at it and says, all right, yeah, you guys, yeah, okay, we're doing the right thing here. I mean, they signed Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, and they didn't know they were going to get Jackson Dart.
No.
They did this just to kind of, but I would play him.
Yeah, let's see what we got.
I'd play him, and you might be getting him ready for somebody else, but what if Jackson Dart all of a sudden figures some things out, and it's going to be hard. Their offensive line, I'm looking forward to seeing really the struggles. I know the Commanders had a lot of pressures in that game yesterday, but man, I think if I was the head coach, I'd say, damn it, we need to play this guy.
Jane Slater made a pretty good point on Twitter that maybe they're waiting for Andrew Thomas to get back to make the offensive line a little bit better before you throw the rookie out there.
That's really fair. That's really fair.
From a Cowboys perspective, I'd rather see Dart because I think there's a chance that Russell Wilson is better next week after shaking off some Week 1 rust. But I don't really think it matters that much.
Yeah.
Either or, their offense is so incompetent. Malik Neighbors is already bitter, arguing with coach on the sideline. So feeling pretty good about being 1-1 here this time next week, Chief.
Yeah, same here for sure. I mean that Giants defense was really, really bad too. If you're being real about it. I mean, how many times did the Commanders have 2nd and 10 and then get 15 yards on the play?
Yeah.
There's a stat going around just about how dominant the Commanders were from that standpoint. But then they also had some offensive linemen out, the Giants did.
Yeah.
And so that exacerbates your problem for sure. I did notice my guy Cam Scattaboo, though. Physical mofo. Yeah, so Giants, 10 different instances had the Commanders on 2nd and 10 or longer. The Commanders averaged 15 yards per play on those plays.
No way. That is awesome. All right. I think it could have been a lot worse watching that game. There were just a couple of missed opportunities where a ball is just placed a little bit different. Terry McLaurin could have had a couple of big monsters. I think they only got 21 points, Washington, yesterday. So, but that's a sight for sore eyes here for these Cowboys. And tonight we watch the Bears and the Vikings and see what those games are going to look like there against the NFC North. Okay, 2 players missing from Monday's brief practice. Safety Malik Hooker, one of them with a sore toe. Hopefully this is not a Dion toe situation in the making, because I wouldn't want to try to take the field without Malik Hooker right now. But Perry and Winfrey with his back, he has been placed on the injured reserve. So does that mean 3 more games at least?
That means 4 games.
4 games from now.
Yeah, 4 games from now is what that is. So yeah,
Okay.
that's a lot worse than I thought it was. But it sounded like it was spasms. They must have went in there and found something that he just couldn't go forward. But I was hopeful that he was going to get an opportunity, because to me he's with the defensive tackle group, that pairing him with Clark and Osa and Thomas.
Nasty.
You got some guys. Well, you got some guys that'll attack.
Yeah.
Like they played on the Philadelphia side of the line of scrimmage in that game.
Solomon Thomas was on fire.
Yeah. So I was hopeful that Winfrey would be able to be available.
Do you think, when you hear IR, do you think he could be out for significantly longer?
It's the back. I need to ask.
Yeah.
This could be.
You could have a herniated disc situation.
There could be
surgery, and we'll see in training camp.
Exactly.
I mean, it's great for him that he has revived his career, but that would be a bummer. He was one of the real standouts in Oxnard. I've been looking forward to what he can provide for this defense. Coach Schottenheimer talking about Jaden Blue being inactive today at the Cowboys press conference, said, young players, it hits at different times.
Yeah.
He's extremely talented. You have to earn your chance to get out there. There has to be consistency.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I initially thought, because Eric and I were doing the pre, and then I was reaching out to people about it, like, why would you not dress him in this game? And they were talking about, well, the special team stuff. And then the more I started to think about it, it might be, well, maybe he's not carrying classroom to the field. Maybe they're not comfortable with him being out there and protecting for Dak or having to,
you're going to need protection with these tackles.
Yeah, you're going to need. They're maybe worried a little bit about Philadelphia, and that's why I kind of felt like, well, maybe he's not exactly picking it up. But it sounds like to me, it's about having, and Coach mentioned this, having a good Wednesday practice and coming back Thursday and having another good practice on Thursday, and not fall back into bad habits and stuff like that. So it sounds like to me that they just weren't comfortable playing him with the way that he practiced last week.
It is difficult, I think, to go from college where you basically just been hanging out with a bunch of older kids to now being in a professional environment. I think it can be intimidating. It can be hard to find your way or find your comfort zone, and until you're there, it's understandable. But I guess in the fifth round, that's what you get. But that to me is a significant red flag for this team. I think those guys stand out like a sore thumb on this football program when everybody is rah and here we go, and the vibes and the chemistry and the leadership. And then you have a surly guy, an unprofessional guy. To me, this is about as bad as it can get if you're hoping for great things from Jaden Blue. And I guess we'll wait until that maturity level kicks in, but it might be a while.
Well, it happened, if you remember, it happened at Guyton. Happened. He all of a sudden the light bulb came on, and we'll see. It's very early. Let's see if it does come on during the season. Let's see if all of a sudden he gets the message that, hey, to play, you gotta be ready to practice. You got to be ready to know all your assignments. You got to be able to perform at a high level, or we can't use you. And so if all of a sudden he becomes a healthy scratch first 4, 5, 6 weeks of the season, well, then to me, there's your red flag situation.
It's tough. You got to take things that aren't ideal and still find a way to be a professional and get your job done and be attentive. One of my favorite Cowboys players is actually Martellus Bennett, and I don't think he ever got it figured out while he was here. I think he was 20 years old when he was drafted. He goes on and has a really successful career afterwards, especially with the Chicago Bears when that light bulb came on and, you realize the opportunity and how you have to attack it. Maybe it's a confidence thing and anxiety thing. I'm open-minded to it, but I'm not optimistic about, where Jaden Blue's rookie year is going at this point. Coach Schottenheimer talking about George Pickens getting only 4 targets, quote, each week is going to be different. They did cloud to him. There were 1 to 2 potential opportunities where the ball should have went to George. Of course, CD was targeted 13 times. Shotty talked about how there's going to be weeks where Pickens gets more, and these guys are buddies, so there shouldn't be any resentment in there.
This is what we're talking about, though, in the second half of that game or after the weather delay was finding ways to get guys open. If you're kind of understanding that they're clouding the coverages and stuff like that and making it difficult on him, they're getting a lot of cover too. That's what's going to happen to them. They're not going to let people beat them on the outside or let them beat them deep. So, now it's about moving guys around and finding ways to get your players on their players, their bad players. And I think there was in both Lambs, on both Lamb and Pickens, I don't think they did that nearly enough. And especially with Pickens, if they're clouding stuff, get them out of it. Find ways to move him around so they can't play that way against him.
Yeah, and then you mentioned it on Friday, but John Owning, Pro Football Focus, he talked about it as well earlier today on Twitter. If you're not the primary or secondary option, the intensity of your routes, he said it left a lot to be desired. Yeah. And even on the 4th down play, on 4th and 3 to CD Lamb, the attempted rub on that one you were talking about, right. Friday, Owning saw the same thing there. And that sucks because that's one of the reasons he's not in Pittsburgh anymore. It's not just the fighting and the attitude and the drops that happen late, but it's the down in and down out. If the ball's probably not coming to me, I'm not going to give you 100%. And I don't know how that bodes for his long-term future here. I think it's trending towards one and done, if you ask me, because looking at that from a coaching perspective, I don't really want to keep this around no matter how talented he is.
For sure. I mean, that's what's so frustrating about it. And
This is game one.
Yeah, this is game one.
Yeah, but get his
time to prove Pittsburgh wrong, and he's like, nope, I'm going to mail this in.
Contract year, first game, and you're still having those bad habits. And maybe some of those bad habits are tough to work out of. You don't just flip a switch and,
I'm sure
and
he was
become that
frustrated.
guy.
I'm sure he was frustrated and probably saying the right things afterwards. And
he says all the right things. I mean, like when we sat down with him, when he's talking here, like everything is, he sounds great. He sounds happy, all that kind of stuff. But
talented player. I put this one on the staff. I mean, I know he has to be better. I know that he has to run the routes with intensity and all that, but find a way to get him involved like you do CeeDee Lamb. Find a way to get him more involved. And see, if you're getting him involved, if his targets are up the 8 to 10 variety of targets and he's not having that production, then by all means, this was probably a really, really bad idea. That's a damn good football player. Find a way to use him more.
Agreed. I mean, that's 100% fair.
I totally understand what you guys are saying. But to me,
get him involved, keep him involved.
Yeah, but that's on the coaches, though. That they move him around, keep him on the move, throw him the ball. You saw what happens when they throw him the ball. He's drawing pass interference penalties.
Yeah, the impact is there.
They can't cover him a lot of the time.
It's amazing how wherever the ball is, he will make a last gasp attempt at it and get his hands on it.
Yeah, if it's within reach, he is going to find a way to maybe come down with that thing.
He's a samurai. He's a samurai, the wide receiver position, and we need.
But the route running needs to be better for sure.
Cam Ward's debut was statistically atrocious. I think he completed like a third of his passes, but the completed passes are absolute dimes. Like if you just watch Cam Ward's completed passes from yesterday, you'd be like, holy crap, this is one of the most promising rookies, but he missed like 20 throws. Tony Pollard, his leading receiver and leading rusher, Calvin Ridley had a big drop late, and they've been trying to rebuild their offensive line there in Tennessee, but 6 different Broncos had at least 1 sack. That's a scary sight for anybody, especially a rookie quarterback.
Denver's defense is good too.
Yeah,
yeah, it's a tough place
that whole thing. Patrick Surtain. I mean, whenever you put Patrick Surtain in coverage, it's going to be a nightmare for whoever he's playing against.
We had a high-scoring game with Steelers and Jets. Fields against Rodgers taking on their former team. Sure looked like Rodgers still has it, but Pittsburgh could not protect him well enough. They couldn't run it well. They couldn't stop the Jets' running game. I don't know how you look at that, but in back-to-back games for Pittsburgh now, they got run all over by the Ravens in the playoffs, and then they got run all over by the New York Jets. So I'm not quite sure what to make of that AFC playoff picture other than Baltimore and Buffalo right now. But almost losing to the Jets is, identity crisis, especially when Justin Fields puts 32 points on you. That's not fun at all.
Yeah, their defense, because with the Steelers, you're thinking they're going to have a legit defense. That's just kind of always the case.
I'll tell you what, man, Sauce Gardner was really good yesterday because he was blanketing DK Metcalf. Metcalf only had 1 reception for 11 yards on 3 targets. So,
wow.
Yeah, and that's 30. And I looked this up. DK Metcalf was on Sauce Gardner 30 of his 33 routes. And he only gave up 1 reception for 11 yards.
Did you see the miracle catch there?
Yeah.
At the end?
Yeah.
On unbelievable. Off DK's hands, off somebody else's hands, and then back, just perfectly hit him in the breadbasket. He's laying on the ground. AP top 25 updated. Texas still 7. Mm-hmm. Ohio State still number 1, followed by Penn State, LSU. Congrats, Brian. You feeling pretty good about your Tigers?
Play Florida this weekend. It's one of those games where going into the season, you kind of felt like Florida was going to be a much better team. I still think they are. This will be a tough game for LSU.
Oregon 4, Miami 5, and in Georgia at 6. You got OU coming in here as I scan for regional teams. OU at 13, A&M is 16th. Texas Tech is 21st here.
That was a nice win by Oklahoma against Michigan, though, at home. That was a good win. Oklahoma's defense is for real.
Dude, I know. That was the thing that was, and I know we've heard people talking about it like going into the season.
Yeah.
But they were flying around, hitting people.
Got a good front. Yep.
And then Mateer is a hell of a lot of fun to watch.
Yep.
I mean, that dude is all over the place, avoiding sacks and making big throws, running around. That Deion Burks is a player too at wide receiver.
Yep, sure.
You think the Sooners are back?
I think they are. They've got a coordinator that is, I guess, 29 years old, and then they got this quarterback that Mateer, as you mentioned, and they're a pretty damn good combination from what they've been able to do. So,
do they have deep pockets up there? You got enough money in the program?
I think Oklahoma. Ooh, that's a good question. That's a Carter Freeman question because I would believe that they always find a way to, when they need money, they find money. But yeah, I mean, back in the day, of course, with the Barry Switzer administration, and Bob Stoops, they always seem to found money. So I probably guess they do.
Rangers baseball tonight, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch. If they don't make this happen, guys, I mean, there's still the chance of playoffs, and then once you get in, who knows what could happen. I guess Mallory's going to be back pretty soon. But does this season and last season inform that maybe they should be looking at a significant rebuild? Or do you look at, hey, we just brought in some young bats that went on fire. Maybe we just got to turn over parts of this roster, change up the vibes, change the energy?
I think the parts of the roster is probably the best thing right now. They've figured out they've got some young guys that can actually play and are getting some really good experience in a playoff environment. So I think it's not a full on build. I think it's probably like maybe 2 or 3 pieces need to kind of be changed out of here.
I don't know how I'd feel if I'm making a decision about season tickets for next year. What I want to see, obviously, is go out and get the game's biggest and best stars and bring them in here. But how confident can you be in these Rangers? Because it's really now 3 seasons if you consider the majority of the second half of 20. It's 2.5 seasons of pretty mediocre baseball. So I do feel like a lot is on the line, including my confidence. This team can be a contender. I've tried to hold the line as long as possible. We'll see what kind of thoughts CY has as they get set to take on the Brewers coming up at 4:20 here in the G-Bag Nation. Chris Young joins us every Monday at 4:20. And we got the C-Note coming up next, Top Cowboy Stories, as they get set to get ready for the New York Giants, and we're back here on The Fan. I want to chat Men's T Clinic with you before we do anything else, though, because these guys are the best at testosterone replacement therapy. They're absolutely dominant.
Home or business with smarter cameras and better access control. DFW Security has secured Texans for 30 years with a 4.9-star rating on Google.
DFWsecurity.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. As Wolchuk would say, Wolchuk's out today. He's sick. Segment's also brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Let's do this here. C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. Joseph Hoyt talking about the Perry and Winfrey injury, by the way, that just broke over the last hour or so. He's going to be on IR with back trouble. Hoyt writes, it opens up a roster spot, potentially also opening the door for Mozzie Smith to return into the fold. Smith inactive for the season opener on Thursday, marking the first time he had been a healthy scratch in his career. I just feel like it's time to move on from Mozzie Smith. Maybe they don't feel like they have anybody else.
I wouldn't make any changes to the defensive line group, or actually the defense. Now, the edge, I would consider maybe moving some guys around, maybe giving some guys more opportunity.
James Houston?
I'd give Houston more of an opportunity. I would maybe, look at some. I think there's some other opportunities there. Fowler probably needs some of his reps cut back a little bit.
Just pure pass rusher.
Yeah. I just I think that Marshawn Nealon deserves the opportunity to be your starter. Is really so to me. It's Houston, Nealon, those guys need a little bit more opportunity. Fowler, I mean, if you want to bring him off the bench as a situational pass rusher, I think that's probably the best plan there. But that defensive tackle room, there's no need for Mozzie. Just go with the guys that let's be honest. Winfrey was inactive this past week. There's no reason to put Mozzie Smith in the lineup.
I like that. I'd agree, status quo. The Giants' offense was so bad. Russell Wilson, 17 of 37, 168 yards. He was 2 of 12 for 26 yards under pressure. Once the pressure comes, he's done now. He used to be able to escape and get out, throw the moon ball, and now you just see him going, oh, my goodness, I'm getting old. Just 36, 37 years old. Dayball saying after the game we're going to get home and look at the film, but today – a couple hours ago, he did confirm Russell Wilson will be your starter Sunday against the Dallas Cowboys.
And Jane might be right too about with them getting some
Andrew Thomas,
Andrew Thomas coming back. That's pretty good idea there.
Calvin Watkins wrote about Dak's leadership in the spitting incident. That's the next story here in the C-Note. It's a good article. It's got a quote from James Harrison, the former star of the Steelers, said, if somebody would go on and spit on me, go ahead and get my bail money together because I'm going to jail. I love the line. Great quote. Totally on brand for James. The problem is, if you end up looking like an idiot when you fight, now you got spit on and got beat up, and you're the starting quarterback, so you're leaving the game. You're basically punting on any chance that you would have to be victorious. And I just feel like it's tough to say you should fight unless you're going to have that Hollywood type of scrap. You knock the guy out one punch or you DDT him. You get one of these incredible endings. But against Jalen Carter, you're going to lose that fight. There's no way Dak could whoop him, right?
No, I'd be surprised for sure. I think the response from James Harrison is exactly what I want from my linebacker.
Okay.
And the response from Dak is exactly what I want from my quarterback.
Yeah. Well said, Chief. Mario Herrera Jr. inside the Star with the headline, Cowboys O-line might be better than advertised. Brian, I've been taking shots at Guyton and Steele. Let me increase it to say I feel like there is a media push to justify Guyton, second only to the Mozzie Smith stuff that we dealt with last year, where all of a sudden the media was insisting this guy's taking steps. I don't get it. 5 pressures. I think he's better than what he was last year. I'm slightly encouraged by Tyler Guyton's long-term progress, but these are key pivotal spots on your roster. You can't have, he's kind of good enough. It's got to be great, especially with an aging quarterback. You don't have a great running game right now. You can't protect Dak that well. So I'm interested to get your thoughts on this offensive line.
I would consider moving Nate Thomas to right tackle and take Steele out of the lineup is what I would do.
Wow, that's strong. He was that bad.
I'm just saying. I think that if you want to play with 4 of the 5 guys would be the strongest, probably the strongest of what your offensive line has been in a long time. Guyton is not as strong, but I would take Steele out. I think Nate Thomas was good enough to start for you at left tackle. He's probably good enough to start for you at right tackle. And what it gives you is, if you legitimately want to run the football, if you feel like you can run the ball with Williams and he's going to give you some power, then I would consider putting Nate Thomas at right tackle or working him in to see. And I know that Schottenheimer and them don't like doing that, but if it was me, I'm gonna try and grow this thing with Guyton at left tackle. Didn't have really any reps at all in training camp. I mean, early reps, and then all of a sudden he's out there playing. Looked better technique wise, so there's something to grow on there. I'm trying to think of what I'm going to look like potentially in the future, and I would go ahead and think about playing Nate Thomas again at right tackle, and that would give you some legitimate. Now, Nate Thomas, when we were watching practices, OTAs, and minicamps, he was the backup right tackle. And then all of a sudden, Guyton got hurt, and they kicked him over to the left side. But I would, if you asked me to make one move on the offensive line, I'd make that move.
That's strong. I like that. 7th round pick in 2024. Basically took a kind of a medical redshirt rookie year, and once Guyton got hurt, we started hearing a lot about him. Now, tell me more about Steele. Obviously, the pressures are there. Is he no longer a good run blocking right tackle as well?
I tell you, the thing, he had a key block in the long run that Sanders had running from the backside. But if you're going to be a power gap scheme, that's tough for him. That's tough for him because he just does not have that ability. I mean, he's really good at like the cutoff blocks, the blocks you could see, the reach blocks, the scoop blocks, getting outside. He just does not have a lot of power in his body. And if you want to tell me that I could run the ball off the right side and have like Nate Thomas and then also Booker over there, 2 big, strong guys, I'll take that. I'll take a chance. And I would hope that they want to get Nate Thomas involved, but I don't think they will. It's just
you would do.
It's just me knee jerking on a radio program because I think that would give you a lot more power across the 5 guys you have.
Nate Thomas athletic enough to get out there and run a little bit?
No, he's fine. I mean, a lot of the runs are inside anyway. So to me, especially with the way that Williams is playing, or the way Williams is carrying the ball.
Now, the defense for Guyton is the average time to pressure, I think, was 3.1 seconds on his 5 pressures. So maybe you get the ball out a little bit quicker. Yeah. But you didn't want to address my scathing accusation against the assembled Cowboys media. They're taking the cheese here from their sources
on
Guyton.
To me, I'm willing to. I think Guyton has come a long way because I think that Guyton, when you looked at him last year, how did you trust him? I mean, he didn't even trust himself.
He got benched for Udoka.
Yeah, he came out and said he wasn't mature. He didn't handle things the right way. He didn't work hard. Hey, good job of self-awareness there. He's a different player. I mean, and a different player in a good way. Is he perfect? Is he Tyron Smith? No, he's not. But I'll tell you what, he got some one-on-one opportunities in the game the other day, and where he would have normally been broken down, someone would have broke him down. He was able, the technique, the hand placement, knee bend, all those things were very, very positive.
Yeah, he had a great line, too. He said Tyron Smith told him, I need to be able to punch through anybody.
Yeah.
And he certainly looks stronger. So we'll
better technique, much better technique.
Continue to track that again. Inside the Star headline, Cowboys O-line might be better than advertised. And I think as a whole, the physicality in the inside, the ability to get some run going.
That's what we talked about. They were going to. We talked about that. They were going to, if they were going to have success, it was going to be because of the inside 3, and the inside 3 are pretty damn good. Even if Carter and those guys and Davis would have all played, I think Dallas would have been okay inside because of the guys that they have. Even Booker as a rookie starter, I think they would have been just fine. So to me, I'm never worried about those inside 3.
Okay, we got Cowboys pressure rates. This went viral over the weekend. Pro Football Focus charting a 41.2% pressure rate from the Dallas defense on Thursday night. So there was the narrative building that, hey, they've managed to scheme up pressure. The context came in a secondary text. They had the 6th slowest pressure rate in the league at 2.98.
See, that's what I'm saying. I think the pressure rate was a lot to do with what their secondary was able to do.
Huh.
I think their coverage, and what happens is you're dealing with a quarterback in Jalen Hurts. It's one of the worst in the league when it comes to playing zone defenses. He's near the bottom. He has a hard time kind of finding where everybody is, and that's why he holds the ball. And then all of a sudden, if you lose contain on him, he's going to run, and he hurt Dallas that way. But you look at Jalen Hurts traditionally against zone coverages, and now I fully get why they did as much as they did. It's a struggle for him. And so that's why. But I thought the pressures were a lot because of their ability to cover and the ability to play zone.
It's just so different when you're getting pressure. I mean, go ask the Bills on that, what appeared to be the back-breaking play of the night. You had the Ravens in, 3rd and 10 or 3rd and 12 or something, and Lamar Jackson is like 15 yards behind the line of scrimmage with multiple Bills defenders surrounding him and grabbing at him, and he ends up turning it into a 15-yard gain. It's just crazy. You're around Hurts, but he can throw you down and run away from you. You know, either you're not big enough or you're not fast enough for these guys. Okay, and then we have just a little note from the Cowboys account. CeeDee Lamb, now the fastest player in franchise history to reach 500 career receptions. Where would you put Lamb? You could have any Cowboys wide receiver of all time. Who are you going with?
I mean, Broadus probably with the better answer. I would just say Michael Irvin. I want a guy that I know for sure when it matters, he's catching the ball. Big-time player. Plus the leadership and all the stuff that he brought to the table. Everybody's fighting for second after the playmaker.
Yeah, Michael Irvin would be the first answer. Drew Pearson was incredible as a player back in the day. If you go back in the 70s and watching him, I was amazed. He couldn't run out of sight, but he caught every ball. He was super tough. If you had to have a clutch catch, he was going to make that play. I think Des Bryant is actually up there for me as well. I think when you talked about how competitive, his ability to go track the ball, find the ball, go get it, make plays when people all over him. And then I would probably put CeeDee Lamb in that mix right behind Dez myself.
So Lamb not even in your top 3 right now. Got a lot of work to do.
I think that Lamb, and it's not just the drops or what happened the other day. Lamb's an outstanding receiver. I just think that in my history of watching this team play, I had 3 guys I think that were better than him.
Well, there's certainly a lot of good players to choose, and I don't know if there's an objectively correct way to power rank that. I mean, I might go with Lamb first overall. Some of the catches that he's made on his skill set, I think he brings it all together. And
go ahead. Oh, sorry about that. God, dog it, dude. I did it wrong again.
Get in there.
So since 2020, Lamb has the most drops.
True.
Yeah.
35 drops.
True.
How do you feel about that?
I do think he's maybe the most targeted player as well. So I think you would probably want to look at like the drop rate or the catch rate because he's getting so many more opportunities than most guys. But it is definitely a thing to talk about with him.
Because in 2020, he was like number 2 receiver. Wasn't number 1 at that time, right?
Yeah, for sure. But over the last few years, he is
kind of picked it up.
He's being inundated with targets, but it's definitely fair to criticize that.
Yeah, he has the most targets. His drop rate did move to slightly above average with those 3 or 4 drops, depending on how many he gets credited with. But I guess I'm not worried about it because
he'll be
overall,
fine.
Yeah, he'll be good.
He'll be fine. But if you ask me the history of, I'll power rank it. I'll say Michael, Drew, Dez, and then CeeDee.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I think there's a bias towards the guys that got to play on a great team. Michael Irvin and Emmitt Smith, and they love to tell stories about how we looked across the locker room and we looked each other in the eyes, and I promised to you and you promised to me nobody's going to let each other down. Well, you had great teams, and I think all of that adds up to you're probably the best team. And
if you power rank the quarterbacks of all those teams, you would have to say like Aikman, Staubach.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, those guys. I mean, Lamb and Lamb and Dez have kind of dealt with quarterbacks that Tony Romo and Dak Prescott. Fine, but not Super Bowl winning quarterbacks.
No. Okay, we do have Krusty's Corner coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Micah Parsons Day, and there's other things around the league we'll get into. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, it is our first Jerry Jones show of the
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has frozen.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're an idiot. Gavin, you consistently make dumbass comments. Just a sampling of what I'm looking at here from the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line.
Did I have any dumbass comments in there, too? I felt like I make dumbass comments.
Yeah. Well, your self-awareness is at an all-time high, and we appreciate you.
Is it true?
No, there's not a whole lot of broadest hate today. No, mostly just attacking the general.
Yeah.
Which means he's on fire.
What dumbass comments did you have today?
I'm going after their tackles, probably. Guiding and steal a little bit. They want to believe, and I get it. I want to believe as well. I'm ready. Okay.
I would replace the right tackle if it was me.
Okay, I like that. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king himself, Brian.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. Let's leave Gavin alone. He's making some points.
It fuels him. No, this is good for him.
Leave Gavin alone.
Leave him alone.
Thank you, Lucius.
Yeah, bro.
Much needed.
Remember that old Brittany? Leave Brittany alone. Yeah. Brought us went there with you.
I'll tell you what, man. Just leave him alone. Just trying to be a good team.
Back up off my guy.
Yeah. I don't have none of that.
Brian will take a swing at you.
You're talking to my guy all wrong.
I'm taking my guy all wrong there. Talking to him all wrong. We all watched Micah Parsons play a little bit yesterday, didn't we?
Sure did. It was interesting he didn't start.
Yeah. Interesting. I went back and watched all his plays. And this is the only time I'm going to do this. This is it. This is the one time. I just was curious how week 1 was going to look for him.
Hey, correction. Week 4. I got a feeling you'll probably do it.
Oh, yeah.
He's at AT&T Stadium.
No question. No question. You're right about that. I'll see him play in week 4. But this is my one time of doing it. But this is interesting too. I was doing they'll always do the metrics stuff to go along with what I watch. This is what the metrics people said about him, though. This is like after playing 1 snap in the first quarter, Micah Parsons played 28 snaps in the final 3 quarters in his Packer debut. Okay, he was traded just 10 days ago. He made an impact, they're saying, in his limited play time, both against the run and as a pass rusher. The Packers defense allowed a negative 2 yards rushing on 7 plays with Micah on the field against the run, compared to 48 yards on 15 carries without Parsons. As a pass rusher, he generated 3 pressures on 17 pass rushes, including a pressure that helped force an interception as well as a sack after being double teamed. Jared Goff got rid of the ball more than a half second quicker when Parsons was on the field, 2.8 seconds, compared to off the field, 3.3. That's what the metrics were saying about that kind of effort.
Yeah.
What's interesting about the way they played him, I was surprised how much that they lined him up across from Penei Sewell.
They like that matchup.
They must have felt like that was something that, that they could maybe take advantage of. One of the best tackles in the league. I was surprised they didn't. Now, they moved him. He played left and right end. He also took a snap over the center.
Mm-hmm. Got to do some of that with him.
Yeah, you got to kind of move him around. But the 1 sack that he had, a lot of it had to do with, to me, Goff is slow out of the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't run well in space.
Didn't know he was coming, probably.
They got a double team. They got a double team on the play, and Micah was able to kind of fight through the double team, but off the left side.
It is pretty awesome to watch him rush.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, he showed far more power in this game. I mean, you're thinking like, gosh dang, did he get stronger?
That's the thing about him, dude.
Did he get stronger as a player? Because there were a couple of times, like say he split the double team, chase Goff. Goff's got to get rid of that ball. You can't outrun Micah Parsons. It's just not going to happen. But there was a couple of times in the run game where he stood Penei Sewell up. I mean, stood him up, like hand in the chest, one hand in the chest, and like held the point of attack. Man, I wonder if he did. I wonder if the guy got, because we didn't see him practice all summer, right?
Just been lifting.
But man, he showed some power in this game, playing the run, playing against double team, and always the questions about him were, can he play the run? How is he going to play the run? And in this particular game, he was in the limited opportunities that he got.
Mm-hmm.
He held up pretty well. He held up pretty well on this. So, like I said, it's the last time I'm gonna watch. But there was times where Penny Sewell had him, got him. He didn't get the rush or the push. He walked him back one time into golf, but just like a one-on-one, got underneath him and just like that sumo wrestler move, just drove him straight back into golf. But man, he looks like a different player strength-wise.
Well, I wonder too if just the general freshness and not playing as many snaps helps him be able to defend the run a little bit better.
Maybe you're saying opening day?
Well, opening day, but then also just simply only playing like less than 50% of the snaps.
No training camp.
Yeah,
fresh.
Just generally more fresh as opposed to when you're playing 80+% of the snaps. Like that's what they talk about with run defense. You start gassing these guys down, and then late in the game, you can really start to tear them up. But he didn't really have to deal with that, so that was probably a bonus to his run defense. But when it comes to just the impact versus the pass, it's pretty obvious. I mean, he was on the field for 3 of the Packers' 4 sacks. He had the 3 pressures.
Yeah.
3 pressures in a game where he played less than 50% of the snaps.
17,
and the on-off splits, Goff averaged 0.44 EPA per dropback, 6 yards per dropback with Parsons on the sideline. Yeah. And those numbers dropped to minus 0.24 EPA and a 3.3 yards per dropback when Parsons was on the field. So the impact was absolutely there. One of the interceptions he threw is because he got a great inside rush on the right tackle.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. They talk about Myles Garrett being a guy who's just too bendy to be that size. Yeah. And then Micah, a guy at his size, it's like he's too explosive and too strong. But when you just look at him, he's so much more explosive and strong than you think he is. And because you have to respect his speed so much, it opens up the door for him to just slip inside sometimes. And that's what he did on that interception.
I think he's gotten stronger though.
Yeah, and maybe
I really do. I think he's gotten to the point where he knows now he has to be and he didn't look like he lost any explosiveness at all.
No.
I mean, usually when you get bigger, you get bulkier and you don't explode as much. He doesn't look that at all.
Must have got that epidural on his back to be generating that kind of power. I think being fresh as well is an angle with Micah Parsons because there's been critique of his ability to play an entire season. Maybe it's week 1 Hulkamania, but he's probably also really energized by the crowd, by being in a new spot.
There's a lot of truth to that for sure. All right, if I could, I know I got a minute or so left here. Voch Lombardi and I did a show together this morning, and he asked me an interesting question of like, let it ride or change something out. And people are like saying, damn, Brian, it's week 1. You're wanting to change players out.
Week 1 knee jerks.
Bench him.
Yeah. And so let me ask you this though. Of these positions of running back, defensive tackle, linebacker, and defensive end, tell me which position you would let ride for another week, or you need to make a change. Something needs to be different.
Okay, at running back, I think they got it just fine. I like Javonte Williams. I'm encouraged by what he might be able to do. Defensive tackle, as soon as Winfrey gets healthy, I want to plug him in there, but I like what they were doing there. At linebacker, I don't think they have a good linebacker. I think you're going to be able to watch whoever plays and be like, wow, I wish the guy on the bench was in instead of that guy, and that includes Leofau. I think he had a good highlight preseason game, but I watched the all-22 of that game. Chicken with his head cut off way too many times. Defensive end's the spot there with James Houston. I want more of him, maybe a little bit less of Ezeraku as he transitions through his rookie year.
How about you, Chief?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with everything he said there. I do like Javonte Williams, but I would still like to see Jaden Blue. Mm-hmm. I understand there's a consistency and understanding the playbook and all those sorts of things, so they know better than I do, but I'm looking forward to getting that element of explosiveness on the field and sitting Miles Sanders down. Leofau, I just don't know how you could get much worse than Kenneth Murray. And Leofau on special teams was cracking heads. He's at least an Energizer bunny, brings some type of emotion to the field. And then, James Houston, 9 snaps. We need to see more of him.
Yeah, I kind of went linebacker, defensive end, running back, defensive tackle. That's the order I went in. And
that's probably fair.
Is what I would, if you're going to make changes at those positions. And by the way, before I get out of here, Eric and I did do a Love of the Star today, and that's out wherever you get your podcast.
Heck yeah.
Right on. Yeah, downloading that as we speak. Yeah, and I like the idea of changing linebacker, even though
they were just so bad.
Hey, let's send the message out that whoever is the most dialed in practice week, kind of like what Bill Belichick used to do with the Patriots, you're going to play. And maybe one of the guys will get it figured out between now and the end of the year. Sports Hodgepodge coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking us?
As we prep our bodies for Monday Night Football, Bears fans, cover your ears.
Okay, I'm going to chat D&M Leasing. Open up your ear, okay? Because if you want to...
little shed. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 3 G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We got the Chris Young Show here coming up in 20 minutes. It's time now for Chief Sports Hodgepodge. Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. Okay, we did hit Merrill Reese during the pregame show, the legendary voice of the Eagles with the Dick Fangio. We will replay that, but first, I'd like to do a little segment we like to call Reading about Caleb Williams and the disaster that is the Chicago Bears. Monday Night Football, Bears versus Vikings, McCarthy, Williams. You have Ben Johnson's first game as the head coach of the Bears, taking on Brian Flores' defense. It's going to be a fun one. I'm really looking forward to tonight. But you have Tyler Dunn in his Substack is doing like a Bears 5-part series, just writing about the dysfunction from last year. And the first portion of this is centered around Caleb Williams and the tall task that apparently, allegedly, reportedly, anonymously, Ben Johnson has on his plate right now. So it reads as such. It says, the most dramatic spectacle of the season occurred on December 26th. His team was hosting the Seattle Seahawks Thursday Night Football. Commercials rolled during a timeout, so nobody at home saw this poignant moment that perfectly summarized the 2024 Chicago Bears. In the wake of 2 firings, heartbreaking defeats, staggering to the finish line of an agonizing 5-12 season, interim head coach Thomas Brown tried to explain something to his starting quarterback. And no, Caleb Williams was not having it. An auto response kicked in, he says. As he had done many times to many coaches all season, Williams turned his head and walked away. Shane Waldron, before getting fired as offensive coordinator, used to stay quiet, but not Thomas Brown. He's a stern, blunt, old-school coach who believed this 22-year-old crossed a line of disrespect. The typically calm coach lost it on the headset. Another Bears assistant coach recalls Brown pressing the mic to finish his conversation. Quote, "Get your ass back here right now. Don't bleeping walk away when I'm talking to you." Unfazed, Williams sashayed away, right back to the huddle. The Bears lost that game 6-3. One coach said, that's when you knew the world was coming to an end. And then the coach, he says, pauses, thinks back. The world might have ended that day, but in truth, all warning signs were obvious 7 months prior. Outside the walls of Hallis Hall, hype reigned. Tickets sold in record numbers when the Bears made Williams the number 1 overall pick. Number 18 jerseys flew off the shelves. The glitzy gazelle in the open field was universally extolled as the charismatic, electric, dare we say, Mahomesian playmaker. Mahomesian.
Very nice.
Playmaker these Bears have lacked since inception in 1919. OTAs arrived. Coaches unwrapped this gift from the football gods who've cursed this organization for so long. And yikes, Williams struggled to execute elementary tasks. Every day was a new disaster. Early in that spring, the Bears changed the snap count to appease Williams instead of using a combination of colors and numbers like every other team in the NFL. White 80, white 80. The Bears reverted to a ready, set, go. Straight out of JV football because that's what the quarterback requested. Aside from the obvious on-field consequences, defenders could tee off. The Bears were establishing a troubling precedent and allowing a rookie to tell them exactly what to do. Veterans couldn't believe it. Quote, "Are you bleeping me?" One receiver asked a coach. When a play call was sent in, he'd stare at this wristband for a painful length of time, quote, like it was in another language, another coach says. Williams verbalized the call in the huddle. It was wrong half the time, and then the players would be lined up all wrong on the field. Verbiage was truncated. Huddling was minimized. The playbook dumbed down. The Bears' offense devolved into an exercise of trial and error to fit whatever the USC rookie demanded, all of which would have been manageable if Williams was willing to work. He was not. For all the talk about wanting to be great, this new quarterback didn't seem to have the desire. When he wasn't storming away from a coach, he was telling veteran wide receivers how to run their routes before taking a game rep himself. In the meeting room, he barely said a word and didn't pay attention. Coaches often caught Williams on the wrong page of the game plan completely. He blew off film sessions and lifts. Chicago still made him a captain. The games began, and chaos reigned. So that is just a sneak peek into what I guess is going to be like a 3-part series about the disastrous Bears organization. And apparently throughout the draft process, everybody's looking around going like, we see these red flags, and they're like never being talked about because the GM was just zeroed in on absolutely taking Caleb Williams. Meanwhile, you see what Jaden Daniels is doing right now.
Ryan Poles, right?
Yeah, that's Ryan Poles. So, I don't know, man. It's just a glimpse into it. And we've seen, I think it was Wickersham, who earlier in the offseason had a Caleb Williams story, and Caleb Williams and his dad were upset about the film stuff or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
But this is Tyler Dunn in his Substack going deep, and he's just getting quotes from all these coaches who have since been fired from Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, it was so dysfunctional and toxic last year. I mean, the way that the Eberflus got fired was just unreal with the things that he said post-game. Like, the offense isn't my responsibility, basically paraphrasing. I guess Shane Waldron was universally acknowledged as one of the worst offensive minds that you could have in charge. So, you know, I think as a Bears fan, that's where you have to try to find some hope here. Now you have a good offensive line. You have 3 good wide receivers. If it doesn't happen this year, I'd be ready to move on. But that doesn't sound like typical arrogant young quarterback who thinks his bleep doesn't stink. That sounds like a degree or two more intense.
Yes, it does. And I mean, I don't know. You never know when you have fired coaches and they're all talking what they're trying to get out there.
He and Dad came out and made them look bad, so maybe they're emptying the notebook themselves. And losing is so toxic, you know, it can really change a perspective on what reality is. But yeah, you know, wouldn't be a surprise if a number 1 overall quarterback is a total bust, and it wouldn't be a surprise at all if it happens to Chicago again.
Yes. Now, fortunately for the Bears right now, you have an offensive mind that should be able to hopefully get the most out of his talents. But if you're going to be like a petulant child with the way that you go about your business, it's just really never going to work for you. But you saw the difference that in the Lions offense yesterday without having Ben Johnson, and how much of that is not having their center either.
Yeah.
But in general, Ben Johnson should be able to be some level of a difference maker for you. And the talent is still obviously there with Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
So
you'll be patient.
It's just going to be fascinating to see how this whole experiment works, and we get to see it tonight. That's a heck of a test for a quarterback. I mean, I was just watching the QB documentary from last season with Cousins and Burrow and Goff.
Mm-hmm.
And Cousins is prepping for the Vikings to go up against the Brian Flores defense. And he's like, this is a different kind of beast here in the preparation. And Kirk Cousins is kind of like a maniacal preparation kind of guy. But he's like, when it's a Brian Flores defense, it's a heck of a lot more in terms of the homework and figuring out what they're trying to do and how you want to combat it. So that's a lot on Caleb Williams for his first game. He's had roughly all offseason to try and put a plan together here. But that's going to be a test tonight.
In order to be a non-working quarterback at this level, though, you got to be super fast. Like, I'm good. I don't need film. If my first read isn't open, I'm going to go get us 12 yards and everything's going to be fine. But the way that this story is reading right now, it makes me feel like Caleb Williams will get that opportunity in the next couple of years on a different team, where it's like, hey, 2 teams, 3 different coaching staffs have told you this now. You've had this similar reaction. Maybe it's time to start listening. But he's 21, 22 years old now. This is just what we were talking about in hour 1 with Jaden Blue, needing to grow up to earn his opportunity, to be consistent enough in his habits and everything Monday through Saturday to earn that opportunity. The difference here is it's the number 1 overall pick. It's a quarterback. You got to put him out there. You don't really have another option as an organization to have him try to earn the opportunity. You got to keep your fingers crossed and hope he grows up quickly.
And it's interesting, too, because Ben Johnson clearly identified the Bears and Caleb Williams as the team and player that he wanted.
Yeah.
He had every option known to man other than the Cowboys, of course. And he'd been punting on opportunities for the last couple of off seasons, and he zeroed in. Like, I wonder what type of intel he had about it. Maybe he thought it was bogus. Maybe he didn't really know too much about it. Maybe he just wanted the Bears, and Caleb Williams was just a part of that. But it's fascinating that Ben Johnson, who had the NFL world at his fingertips in terms of where he really wanted to go, and this is still the place that he chose. So can't wait to see how it unfolds.
Was he a Chicago guy? I mean, I think it's a cool enough city. You have divisional familiarity. There's a lot to like.
I thought he was a Carolina guy for some reason.
He said he was excited to live and work in Chicago when he took the job, but who knows what, publicly. That's a really good point. Why would you choose Chicago? Maybe he feels like they're going to have such loyalty to me that I'll be able to draft another quarterback if this doesn't work out.
Yeah. I don't know. Okay, so
the situation is there, though. A good quarterback would make that team a pretty reasonable contender.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it looks like their defense is going to end up being pretty respectable. and they've bolstered the offensive line. They got a bunch of weapons, so at tight end and wide receiver. So plenty to work with there. Hopefully the talent of Caleb Williams can rise above all. But yeah, tonight with the Vikings, and then seeing the J.J. McCarthy stuff too. Can't wait to see how he performs.
Yeah, Ben Johnson's from Charleston, South Carolina. He grew up in Asheville. So
yeah. I don't know why as somebody who'd grown up in the South would want to live somewhere so damn cold. But hey, to each their own. Maybe it was the full-on autonomy. Maybe
he feels like that he's going to be the general manager of that team when they get rid of Poles.
But they extended Poles too. If I remember correctly, earlier this offseason, they extended Poles.
Yeah, but
who is getting eviscerated in these articles.
Yeah.
In this deep dive that they're doing on the Bears. So we'll see how it plays out. Now, we had, of course, Merrill Reese, legendary play-by-play voice of the Eagles, on the pregame show on Thursday. I promised.
It was his opening day. He was actually pretty good.
He was, man. It was like Micah. He had fresh legs.
He was better.
It's that championship energy. Remember how that felt?
He was playing with confidence, and it was his 83rd birthday as well, so he had a little pep in his step. He was giving pretty good answers.
He was.
So early on in the proceedings, I looked at Broadus and said, now's the time. Yeah. And so this is the first installment of hitting Merrill Reese with the Dick Fangio, and this is how he responded. Okay, so how about when you look at this Dick Fangio defense? A lot of new faces, Merrill. Are there some holes?
We'll find out. The only two areas of question mark are the other corner from Quinyon Mitchell, because Darius Slay is gone, and you have Reed Blankenship at one safety, and we haven't been told who the other starting safety is yet. I think it will be Sidney Brown, and I think Adoree Jackson will be the other corner. But those were the only question marks.
I'm sorry. How could management have ever gotten together and be like, this is what we want to be for the voice of the Eagles?
Oh, hey, everybody, it's Jalen Hurts.
Man, he is so beloved in that town.
It's a pretty good Merrill. He totally dodged the Dick Fangio.
He did.
Right? He was an absolute professional.
He did until you insisted.
He thought, man, okay, this guy's just screwing stuff up. Week one, we're all kind of in preseason form.
I don't know if you did this intentionally, but the hesitation before you said Dick made it kind of sound like you were searching for his name in your mind.
Right. Yeah, that was unintentional.
Excellent.
That was just leaking confidence of whether or not I really wanted to go for it. But then here we go. I'm like, no, I didn't get the response I wanted. So we doubled back. No way. What did you learn about the way Dick Fangio was able to prepare for this Cowboys offense? Because new coaching staff, they didn't show much in the preseason. How do you prepare for an offense like the Cowboys right now?
I think Vic prepares for everything. Wow. He's seen everything. He's known everything. He looks at the capabilities of the people on the roster. He's as good as it gets. I've been around three great defensive coordinators in my tenure, and Jeff Fisher was a great one many, many years ago. Jim Johnson was a great defensive coordinator, and Vic is right there. He's a great
Too good, strong Vic. Vic, you fool.
That might be the two strongest Vics we've ever heard correcting you.
Pretty strong Vic, man.
I think he took offense to you.
I think so.
Yeah.
At that point, he was like, okay.
Yeah,
now there's some disrespect.
You're calling my guy Dick.
We're not doing Dick.
Vic prepares.
Vic. Wow. He held that V.
Yeah. Favorite bit, man. Keep it going. I love it. I love it.
I'll attempt. Maybe I don't know if I'll have guts on the next time we get Merrill on for the pregame show.
That would be something.
But we'll see. Maybe face to face because he'll come into the booth.
Okay.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
We got the Chris Young show coming up next here. We'll talk with the Rangers president of baseball operations about a huge series starting tonight, 6:30 pregame here on The Fan with the Brew Crew in town, and that's next here on The Fan.
But
said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
back. It's time now for the Chris Young Show here on 105 through the Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Rangers baseball tonight, 6:30, hosting the Brewers. 7 o'clock first pitch. The Chris Young Show brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Play Score. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
Well, we're doing awesome. And a great job getting runs with 2 outs yesterday. What are you learning or what are you liking about how this team's battling through this?
Well, really just everything you just described in terms of the fight, the resilience, the perseverance. I mean, I think it would have been really easy to come into yesterday's game after the tough loss on Saturday night and to kind of roll over and concede the series. And the guys didn't do it at all. Patrick Corbin was phenomenal, really went toe-to-toe with Framber Valdez, and then the offense found a way to get it done with the 2-out hits and, Cody Freeman and Josh Young and then Jake Berger with a big blow. So it was really fun to see the fight, the resilience of the team. And then, post-game too, just these guys, the highs weren't too high either. They know that we've got to show up today. We got another game to win. We've got a tough Milwaukee team. So the guys are very focused. They're not, over-celebrating. They're enjoying each other. They're playing the game for each other, and they're fighting day in, day out, and it's all I can ask for. I'm very proud of the way they're playing.
How different is the mood with the different guys around and some young, high-energy guys?
Well, I've said this before. Anytime you get an infusion of young players into a big league clubhouse, it can be a really good thing. It can be a positive thing, and that's what we're seeing right now is these guys coming in and playing with a kind of infectious kind of naivety and energy, which is great for veteran players and a veteran team that has been around for a long time. And I think part of that's just September in general, that you can see the end of the season. The games mean something. It's got a little bit of feel to early fall baseball, and that kind of gets everybody going. So I think it's a combination of many factors, but our young guys have been wonderful. They've made a great impact on our team, and my hope is they continue to, and my hope is also that we get some of these veteran guys back as well who will lift us these last few weeks.
Hey, CY, is it kind of like they just don't know any better? I know that's probably a terrible way to say it, but they just kind of show up at the ballpark and just kind of don't know any better. They're ball players. They just go out there and play and kind of have fun with it.
I think there's something to that they haven't been around and seen, how precious playoff races are. And
Sure.
Over the course of your career, you hope to be a part of these things, every year. But, in my career, I only got to do it in 13 Major League seasons, 3 or 4 times. And so I think you don't have that kind of wisdom that older players have. That said, I think, I don't want to do a disservice to these young guys
Sure.
who show up at the minor leagues the same way.
Right.
These guys, this is who they are as people, and this is their character. And so they show up at minor league games, whether it's AA or AAA, with the same enthusiasm, the same optimism, the same passion for the game. So this is kind of who they are as people. So, I think it is a factor of being the end of the season and we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. But I also, these guys, this is who they are. Cody Freeman, Alejandro Osuna, Hellman, these guys are great people and they care and they want to be good at the game. And I don't think they're just saying, we have nothing to lose. We're just happy to be here. I think they truly, they're competitors and they want to win. And you're seeing that.
Hey, CY, and again, another probably terrible question for you, but with all these young guys playing, though, does it help you for your evaluation at the end of the year of kind of you're not going into the offseason? And I know we're not at the offseason yet, but does it, as an evaluator, does it help you kind of have an idea of how these guys are playing at the major league level for next year?
100%. And every young player needs runway at the big league level. I've said this before that our player development does not stop once you reach the big leagues. In fact, it continues, and it continues for a big portion of at-bats through your major league career. Some people say it's up to 1,000 at-bats. Some people say it's 500. Whatever you want to call it, your development continues into your major league career. So the fact that we're getting to see some of these young players with some runway right now to get real experience and to do it in a pennant race, I think it's the best way to evaluate personally. I think it's great to see these guys playing with pressure, with the game on the line and meaningful games and having an impact on a pennant race. it's the hope is that they get to do this every year of their career, like I said, and this experience is invaluable for them.
And some vets like Josh Young, Jake Berger coming up big as well. What have you seen from those guys? What's been working for them?
Well, Jake, since he's been back from the wrist injury, has been terrific. I mean, he's really swung the bat well, and you can see what he can do. Just he has the ability to run into a ball every at bat, and when he does, they go a long way. So he can impact the game. He's also had a couple, just singles here and there as well that have helped. But Jake has been really, really good, and then JJ. We need him right now, and he's been really good. Having those at-bats off Valdez and the base hit was huge to score Freeman, and just coming through the way a good veteran player does. And it's kind of weird to call JJ a veteran, but in the cycle of Major League careers, he is reaching that stage now where he is a seasoned veteran, and he's been around. He's won a World Series. He's made an All-Star team. He is a veteran player, and we need his wisdom, his experience, and certainly his talent to help push us through these final few weeks.
With Young, through his struggles, we talked about on the show, after the World Series year, he looked like he was going to be a 10-year plus Ranger, and then we weren't quite sure. How solidified is his status medium to long term in this organization?
Well, obviously, we're extremely invested in Josh, and we drafted him. We've developed him. He's helped this organization achieve something that's never been done before. And so, we would like to think that he is a forever Ranger. That said, I say that with a caveat of it's a performance-based game, and Josh knows this. And you've never really arrived in this game, and that's the beauty of baseball. And Josh certainly has had some of the struggles he's been through this year, but he's never quit. He's never put his head down. He's never hung his head and felt sorry for himself. He's responded with the resilience and a perseverance that good players have, and he's a big part of why we are in this pennant race right now. So. I can't say what the future holds. Obviously, none of us can predict that, but I do know that we care immensely about Josh and what he's meant to this organization, and we want to continue to see him have success.
Incredible week for Sean Armstrong. How is it looking in the ninth for you and Boach right now? What are you guys talking about?
Well, there's just really no set role for these guys. It's whatever the best matchups are, and Sean's the hot hand. He's pitched so great. It's been fun to see. Such a great guy. He's worked so hard, and coming off a year last year that was a down year, we got him at the right time, and he's been wonderful. He's such a competitor, ultimate in terms of preparation and his diligent work that he does to prepare for each game. You just know you can rely on that. He's not going to beat himself, and he's been wonderful. And to have him as an option to go with Chris Martin, Phil Maton, Robert Garcia, we just had a number of guys step up in those roles over the course of the season, and we're going to need all of them as we wind down here. But in terms of solidified roles, we don't have that. We're just going to let the game dictate who the best matchups are, and the save may be in the seventh inning. You never know. It may be in the seventh inning with the bases loaded for a guy to come in and get out of that jam, and then the eighth and ninth are easier innings. So you just can't predict it.
Hey, CY, I just I used to do pro personnel scouting and advanced scouting and stuff. And I was just wondering in baseball, if you have an opponent like the Brewers that you never, ever really get to see, is it harder to face somebody like this later in the season, or would you rather face them like earlier in the season?
Well, the just candid answer is with a team like the Brewers that have been as good as they've been, you just hope you catch them at a time they're not as hot as as maybe they could be. And sometimes it's not who you play, it's when you play them. But in terms of our advanced work, we've had scouts watching them all season long. We have a video advanced team. We have an in-person scouting department that does advanced work. So we're well prepared. We know who they are. We know their style of play. And, man, it's a fun team to watch. They're really, really good. They're really talented. They play for each other. And so we've got our work cut out for us. But this is going to be a great test for us. I mean, this is something at this time of year, if we want to get to where we think we should be, we've got to beat teams like this. And we were able to do it this weekend against Houston. Now we've got a great Milwaukee team here, and we've got to find a way to win the series and keep marching forward. But it's a great test for our guys. I'm really excited to see how we stack up and measure ourselves against the best record in baseball.
You got the righty Carl Edwards Jr. getting brought up from Round Rock. What do we need to know about this guy?
Well, Carl, obviously he's had a long career. I believe he was started with the Rangers, so he's kind of come full circle here, and we're happy he's here. We needed innings coverage last night and tonight. He's pitched well in Round Rock, well enough to earn this opportunity, and he's, we know we can trust that he's been in the big leagues before, knows what it takes, and will go out there and compete. So we're excited that he's here to help us.
So you had to shut down one of our favorites, Sporzy, huh? What's the outlook for him now going into the winter?
Yeah, Sporzy, he's given it everything he had. He's coming off shoulder surgery, and our hope was that he would make it back at some point to help us this season. The rehab is a difficult process, and the timeline, we were trying to rush it, trying to force it, but sometimes the body just has a little bit different timeline than what our expectations are. And unfortunately, we're not going to get him back this season. I still think Sporzy is going to make it back and recover full strength from this surgery. But it just takes a little bit of time, and we were running out of it. And with the minor league season winding down, we just felt like we couldn't get him the reps and the innings that he was going to need before being a real option for us. And so we decided, given everything he's been through, the prudent decision is to shut him down.
Are we getting closer to a Sam Haggerty return?
I hope so. Sam's made progress. He's continued a running progression, which is the next step in him testing his ankle, and so we hope that we're going the right direction here. It's to be determined. There's still steps to pass, but left to pass, but we are moving the right direction from where we were a couple weeks ago, and hopefully we'll get Sam back here. But with foot and ankle injuries, you just never know until you see a guy get out there going full speed and testing it every way he can. But we're optimistic that at this point he's going to be able to make it back, but still not there yet.
What'd you think about the Framber Valdez story from last week as a pitcher? But really, how uncommon is that?
Well, I think the cross-ups are less common now than they used to be when catchers were giving signs. Now with the pitches called electronically and both players hearing what pitch is called in your ear, you definitely aren't seeing as many cross-ups. So what happened in that specific circumstance, it's really hard for me to say. Only the catcher and the pitcher know. In the end, it's kind of between those guys, and whatever happened, it's again, it didn't look great, but it's I can't fully say what happened.
How we doing on Tyler Mahle? He going to be back with the big league club soon?
Yeah, I've got to talk to Boch and Mike, see how Tyler came out of his rehab outing yesterday. Threw the ball really well. Velocity ticked up. Stuff quality was much better than it was his first outing, and was really, really good to see. Obviously, we need pitching, and we're going to need healthy Tyler down the stretch here, and it would be great to get him back. We also don't want to put him in harm's way if he's not quite ready. So some of that will be contingent upon his feedback, how he's feeling, where he thinks he is, and some of it's going to be based on what the team needs are. So the hope is that Tyler is close to ready and we can consider activating him, but we've got to have that conversation.
Pre-game tonight, 6:30, first pitch, 7 o'clock. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, thanks so much. Let's have a great week.
Yes, sir. That sounds great. CY brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Play Score. It's the Brewers. 7:05 first pitch. I really like what he said. Sometimes it's not who you're playing, but when you play them.
Yeah.
And the Brewers have been on separate 10-game win streaks this year.
12-game one time.
Oof.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Great to catch him now. Okay, we'll talk more Rangers. Jared Sandler coming up next here to preview this team even more. A massive series for the Rangers coming up tonight, 6:30 pregame here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. Football's finest coming up here at the top of the hour. Eric Chiafalo will walk you through the top football stories of the day. It's time now to chat with Jared Sandler. He is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing, and he's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, a must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere. Buddy, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Gavin?
Well, 89 and 55 Brewers in town. Is this a World Series favorite that we're looking at the Rangers taking on for the next 3 nights?
Oh, it's interesting. I actually don't know. I'm sure they have World Series odds, and they are, like, by far and away the best team in baseball record-wise. But I'd be surprised if they were the favorites. I just think that, you know, the Vegas lines probably would lean more favorably towards the Dodgers team with more star power. But, I mean, you can't deny what the Brewers are doing. I think the question is, are they more built to, succeed over 162, or Are they going to be able to have success in those shorter bursts that, you need in the postseason? Whatever the case, they've got 89 wins. I don't think anyone else has more than 83 wins, and they're 10 games better than the Dodgers. And so what they've done is really impressive. I mean, it's undeniable. And, Gavin, you're a soccer fan like I am. But there's something to be said about, just being the best team of the regular season. That's how the Premier League crowns its champion. There's no playoff. They don't, boil it down to a tournament. It's just, hey, who's the best over a large sample size? And I don't know that any domestic sport would go to that model because we already have, opened the tube of toothpaste for the playoffs, and there's a lot of money involved there. But, what the Brewers have done is incredible, and I don't know that they're going to be my World Series pick. I'm curious to see how they look over the next 3 days. Not that I'm going to determine it solely based on that, but I am excited to see how they look and, what makes them so good. But it's cool to see that in an off season that was dominated by how amazing the Dodgers are and how ridiculous it is. They added this guy, that guy, and that guy, which is, maybe will set themselves up to win another World Series, but that in the regular season, at least, it's the Brewers that, have kind of taken control of not just the National League, but Major League Baseball.
Where are they vulnerable?
Well, I guess where they're vulnerable is they don't have like that one star. And it's odd because in baseball, maybe less than any other sport, you don't need it. Because it's one guy every 9 spots. But I think the questions are going to be, is Bryce Terang good enough to be your main dog? Can a lineup with a lot of really tough outs and really good players, but maybe not a great player, is that going to be good enough in the postseason when you're facing the best pitching in baseball? I think that's going to be one of the questions. Defensively, they're great. They're really athletic. They're going to run on you. So the Rangers are going to be tested on the bases in that regard. Their bullpen is outstanding. I guess maybe their bullpen's a little bit better than their rotation. Maybe that's another thing too, but they've got great depth in their bullpen. They match up really well. So they're not going to be as vulnerable in certain situations. So I think that's something that's really going to work for them really well in the postseason.
What have we learned about Adolis Garcia and Corey Seager?
Yeah. Well, you guys just spoke to CY, right? Did he have anything to say? I kind of defer to him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Adolis Garcia, outside chance that he could be ready for the next Houston series, but Seager probably a little bit further away.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we heard as well. That Adolis maybe a week away, and a week from today is the beginning of that Houston series. I think he's probably got to pass a few more tests, but he was on the field before the game today, or before batting practice, going through some quote-unquote baseball activities. Corey had a surgery, right? And, that's, it's not easy to come back from that. And so he's doing everything he can. I know he's trying to get back as soon as possible. But, my guess is that you're looking at, maybe best case another week, beyond Adolis for Corey. But I think, he's still so closely removed from the surgery that he hasn't been able to really test certain things, certain movements, certain activities to really get a true timeline or something that's a little more focused. So that's probably why, the conversation right now is he's just behind as opposed to, hey, he's 5 days away, 2 weeks away, whatever it might be.
All right, Jared, how are they doing it with this lineup?
It's a great question, Brian.
I look at the box score. If I was like old school guy like I am, and here I'm interrupting you again, so get ready for a long question. Good. But I'm sitting here. If I was old school, looking at the newspaper, and I saw these names, I would say no way in hell my team's any good, or my team has a chance here, right?
Yeah, I think you looked yesterday. Someone tweeted this, but the OPSs for the 9 guys in the Houston lineup, I think they had like 2 guys under 700 or 3 guys under 700, and the Rangers had 2 guys over 700. Yesterday they got a couple big hits from guys who you expect to contribute in Josh Young and Jake Berger, but it all started with a Cody Freeman single. If Cody Freeman doesn't get the 2-out single against Framber Valdez, that moment right there, that hit right there might, ultimately lead us to telling a different story. and today's against another lefty. So you're going to see, a little bit of a different lineup. And, you're not going to have Jock Peterson. You're not going to have Josh Smith. Not that, Josh Smith has been crushing the ball, but, he's a guy that you feel when you see his name in the lineup, you feel good about. Brian, I don't know. I don't know other than they still are pitching really well. And so Patrick Corbin in the bullpen yesterday did not require them to score a lot of runs. And maybe there is something about the athleticism, the energy. Dylan Moore's put together some good at-bats for this ball club. Cody Freeman's numbers aren't great, but it seems like he puts together good at-bats. But it's a mystery. That's a fair question, and I wish I had a better concrete answer for you, but I really don't. I think it's kind of what's made this fun and head-scratching at the same time. That they're I don't know that they've gone on their first run with this group, because they've definitely gone on a run before, and some of these guys were a part of, this most recent run. But the fact that it hasn't just totally tabled off with the injury to Adolis and the appendectomy for Corey Seager is it's pretty head-scratching for sure.
Why do you think the playoff odds are just 10%? Is that the difficulty of the schedule?
Yeah, I bet the schedule. I don't know, Gavin. I wish I knew better, like how that was formulated. I don't know if the injuries have something to do with it. Right. I imagine that I would think that they're taking into account, guys who are, getting a lion's share of the at-bats. And again, statistically, it's not like that is very statistical based, and statistically speaking, it's not an imposing lineup. So I'm sure that has something to do with it. And then maybe, what also has something to do with it is they don't own the tiebreaker against Seattle. So, we're sitting here saying, well, they're 1.5 games back, which is great, but, they're really, they can't have the same record as Seattle. So that half kind of throws it off. But if they're 1 game back, then they're really 2. If they're 2 games back, they're really 3. So maybe that 1 game, really would shape the odds. I'd be curious, like how much different the percentage would be if the Rangers had the tiebreaker. I don't know that it would double, but I wonder if it would go from 10 to 15% or 17. I don't know. But that tiebreaker, unfortunately, something we identified earlier in the year. You think, well, what are the odds after 162 games, 2 teams finished with the same record? And maybe they still won't, but just the possibility that, it could impact the playoffs shows you how important some of those games, ended up being in some of the games the Rangers lost in extra innings.
Well, have a great night, Sands, and we will catch up with you tomorrow, same time.
Sounds good, fellas. Take care.
Thank you. There he goes. He'll have the pregame coming up in just over 90 minutes now here on your home of the Rangers, Chief, in addition to the finest.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Serial killers, coaching blunders, and epic stats of the day from NFL Week 1. That's next year in the nation.
It's a must-listen. D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour 4 G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. There's several Cowboys news items of the day. We'll get to those again coming up at 5:20. We'll hit the Expressway. LA Live's coming up. G-Bag of the Day is coming up. Before we get to any of that, the Chief has an edition of football's finest. Here's Eric.
All right, so we have a football weekend under our belts, and we have the quarterback grades. Dak was super high, 90 grade, third passing grade of all the quarterbacks this weekend. Tied for second when it comes to the BTTs, 4 big-time throws. He was third in average depth of targets. He was pushing the ball down the field. He was the second graded quarterback under pressure, according to Pro Football Focus, and the third graded quarterback when blitzed. So we saw it on Thursday night. We knew Dak was really dang impressive, and now we have a full weekend of games under our belt, and he's sitting there in the top 3 in a lot of big-time categories. So salute to number 4. Let's keep this thing rolling, and let's keep the aggression rolling from Schottenheimer, trying to push the ball down the field a little bit. That's what we need to see, but we need to see it into the second half, don't we, Broadus?
I just like to have seen him take advantage of like matching him up with a Dory Jackson or whoever else was out there and just continually attack, motion to him, bunch to him, whatever you had to do to take advantage of that. I think that would have been a better path. And I felt like there was just a couple of drives in the second half that weren't good enough. And I think they could have put that game away if they would have stayed in the mode that they had in the first half or with their motions. I just don't want Turpin to be the only motion guy on this team. And I don't want Hunter Lipke to be the only motion guy. I want them to move Pickens. I want them to move CD. If he's worried about cloud coverage and stuff like that, get him out of that. Move him around so that they don't lock down on these guys that way. That to me is all I'm asking for in the second half of the football game, and I think they would have won that football game if, in fact, we talk about drops and stuff, big part of it, missed block, big part of it. But I think there was some times they could have gotten the ball to Pickens with him on the move, and it would have worked out for him. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I hear you, and that is something that hopefully
first half they were outstanding, doing stuff, moving around, But to me, it became very much like what the offense of old was.
Yikes!
And it still ultimately came down to, even despite that, it still just came down to catching balls. Like you still had open CeeDee Lamb.
CeeDee was, if you watch Babe Laufenberg's breakdown of the CeeDee Lamb drop with Tolbert in the same area, it appears that Lamb was not correct in his routes.
That's why they were in the same spot.
Same spot. Lamb was out of position, and he just went to go make a play on that ball. I think Dak was throwing the ball to Tolbert on the play, and Lamb just happened to be in the area and tried to go make a play.
Wow.
But Babe Laufenberg, I thought, broke it down just.
It was a good video.
Absolutely right.
Man.
Trying to explain why. Why would you have two guys in the same area 40 yards down the field?
You don't draw it up that way. Like somebody screwed something up.
4 vertical. He's supposed to stay outside, but he went and he tried to go be a football player. Good for him. Because I don't think Tolbert's going to get the ball.
Adoree Jackson was so bad. I mean, he gets toasted. He's got the penalty to not torture him all game long.
That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at right there. That's where I'm at. The Philadelphia Eagles for the last year were outstanding in their secondary.
Mm-hmm.
This might be the one thing that kicks them in the ass. That they now have a position, their cornerback spot, the other one isn't good enough. And that might be where teams, I guarantee you there will be other teams that stay away from Mitchell, stay away from DeJean. They stay away from Makuma. They're going to attack whoever the scrub is on the other side of the field. And I say scrub respectively. I'm not saying.
Say their names, Sidney Brown and Adoree Jackson or Keely Ringo.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Yeah, that one's tough. And I would say about the drop, instead of like asking your best player to go down there and make a play on a contested catch, just continue to scheme stuff up to get the defense out of position immediately after the snap and take what they're giving you, right? You need 3 yards.
Yeah.
Oh, on that 4th down. Yeah.
Well, they tried to run the pick, and they didn't get the rub that they needed. They didn't get the rub because they were able to the corner was able to fight through. Mitchell was able to fight through the pick.
It also took a while to develop, didn't it? Like we're looking at asking our tackles who have been endangering the quarterback all game long in a crucial 4th and 3 to probably hold for significantly longer than 2.5 seconds.
Yeah. The late game stuff will have to get cleaned up for sure.
I hate this. I football to me is pretty simple. Attack their bad players. That's what it is. Match up bad players. Bill Belichick knows who your bad players are. I mean, that's
Kellen Moore knows.
Yeah.
That's how they beat you in Week 9 so badly, picking on Kalen Carson.
They know if you can't cover a guy and then force them to have to make changes in their secondary or force them to have to get that guy out of there. And likely the guy that they're putting in there is probably worse than the guy they're putting that they've had on the field because they haven't put him out there in the first place. That's what just bothers me about coaching sometimes is you don't take advantage of bad situations for the other team.
Well, good news for the Cowboys. They have the Giants on deck. I believe they're sitting at a 4.5-point favorite right now. The Cowboys are first home game of the season. Looking forward to that noon kick. Noon kick at AT&T Stadium. Congratulations to the Giants being the first team to not score a touchdown in 3 straight season openers since the Lions did it back in the early 1940s. So they're making history throughout their incompetence. And, of course, New York radio is doing the thing. Do you guys want to hear Salicata just screaming?
Yes. Can you shoot into my veins instead?
Let's do it. Shoot it into his veins, Lucius.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. We're told the offensive line was going to be better. I don't care that Thomas is out. Figure it out. Just didn't have Veritucket. They ran the football down the Steelers' throat. So I don't want to hear about the injuries. It's not about that. I was a believer in Brian Dable. It's the same thing year after year after year. And then he stands up there in the post-game press conference and says the same thing. Nothing. Well, this is not on Russell Wilson. Well, then who's it on? If it's not on Russell Wilson and it's not on Malik Neighbors and it's not on Theo Johnson, who's it on? It's on you. This is on Brian Dable. Even the worst offenses in the league score points. He is an offensive guy. How many different quarterbacks does he need to score a touchdown? They can't run a BT. They can't run the football. They can't protect the quarterback. They are a total mess. Yeah. That has to be on the head coach. The Giants can't run the football consistently, and they haven't been able to do that for years. Even with Saquon Barkley. How many examples do we need? Saquon Barkley, they have him here. The Giants couldn't utilize him. He goes to Philadelphia. He's the MVP in the league. Wins a Super Bowl. He has a historic season. Daniel Jones, 1 week with the Colts, is lighting up the scoreboard, throwing dimes all over the damn field to receivers nobody's ever heard of. And yet you got Russell Wilson and Malik Neighbors. Neighbors yelling at Dable. Neighbors dropping balls. Theo Johnson's dropping balls. Russell Wilson scrambling for his life. But one constant is Shane and Dable. That's the constant.
Yeah! There he is.
Bada bang.
You got the screaming. You got the banging on the table. You got the petering out because you're running out of breath. I mean, they are in mid-season form right there in New York, and the Giants on 10 different instances had the Commanders on 2nd and 10 or longer, and the Commanders averaged 15 yards per play on those plays. So, man, it is bad. And then you factor in the fact that old Daniel Jones is out there with the Colts, and I don't imagine this sustains very long. The Dolphins are as disgusting of a team as you'll ever see, but Daniel Jones goes out there and scores on every single possession of the game.
That is wild.
Just insult to injury right there,
Big
man.
winner of week 1.
Gosh, you are not joking, bro.
And Tyreek Hill did not look happy.
No. Everybody, it was trending of like, get Tyreek Hill to Kansas City. When's that trade happening?
Oh, geez.
And I would imagine that is something that will be on the table there because the Dolphins will be selling off parts for sure. Tyreek Hill already frustrated.
I almost feel like every AFC contender at least should be in on him because they all pretty much have wide receiver 2 or 3 needs.
Yeah, there's plenty of teams that need it. And now with the Chiefs and Xavier Worthy's banged up, he's their one real deep threat guy. Now you're just throwing to Hollywood Brown and a bunch of jobbers. Travis Kelce still, he ends up scoring a touchdown, but he's just clearly not the same dude. and you're still waiting for Rashee Rice to come back. So I could see the Chiefs being interested, unless they're just so done and they've done the Tyreek Hill experience before, and they're like, we just don't want to mess with this. But it makes plenty of sense to go ahead and reunite.
I'm looking forward to your film study. When's that coming up on the Giants defense? Because on paper, this should be nasty. They shouldn't be averaging 15 yards on 2nd and 10 or longer.
That would be Thursday, Giants defense, Thursday.
I mean, Lawrence, Burns, Thibodeau. I guess Abdul Carter not quite starting yet.
Yeah, secondary.
All right. So protect, and you should have a good day offensively, I hope.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, what put Dak Prescott in that mode where I saw Bobby Belt said this morning it was 2023 MVP Dak mode last night, or on last week. So, I hope that wasn't just week 1 energy, excitement, mom's birthday. Let's go show him what we got. Hopefully he can sustain that. Now, 90 is an ungodly number in Pro Football Focus terms. That is an insane number to put up, but anything over 75 would be amazing for the year.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what you attribute it to, but hopefully, yes, the consistency will be there, and he's going to be locked in an offense that's clearly helping him. He had a little bit more of a run game. Like when you look at the way they were able to run the ball, I mean, the Cowboys' success rate running the football was extremely high, and it's that kind of stuff right there that if you're going to bring that to the table and you're going to give him some semblance of protection, which for the most part they were able to do, then he's going to be good. Their rushing success rate was 59%.
Wow.
That is absolutely getting it done. So that right there goes a long way for sure. Now, and just if you're interested in the breakdown, I know we were curious about how this rushing attack was going to look for the Cowboys, and because you bring in Clayton Adams from Arizona, and there was a super diversified rushing attack where it's like, you never know. They're going to go inside zone, outside zone, power lead, man, duo, power, counter. Like they're doing a little bit of everything. And week 1, the Cowboys, 33% inside zone, 25% outside zone, 10% power lead, and then single digits of the power and the counter. So, but they did mix it in, which was good. And I'm sure they're still trying to build on all of it. So we'll see how this fluctuates. But as of week 1, still plenty of inside zone and outside zone as the bread and butter.
Hopefully they can add it over time. Clayton Adams said when he got to Arizona, they pretty much had to scrap everything they were doing with Indianapolis. So I think it might be mildly disappointing that immediately they don't have the diversified run game that they were able to put together for James Conner last year. But I'm confident that the coaches will find the right plays that work for their personnel, not just stick with one thing because that's what they do.
Right. Jordan Lewis, Jaguars debut, pretty dang strong. Gosh, it'd be nice to have him in this secondary right now. He had a pick, a fumble recovery, 3 pass breakups. He hit the quarterback once, pressured the quarterback plenty of times. He was out there making plays for them.
If I'm shopping for Cowboys on this team from previous teams, I need Jordan Lewis, and I need Sean Lee, and I need Cole Beasley. And I think those 3 guys would make this team an absolute contender.
Okay, let's take you to Tennessee, where their head coach Brian Callahan is at the podium, and there was a play. It was like 1st and 20. They get a huge chunk play down the sideline, and it gets called incomplete. But when you look at it, the receiver's elbow hit the ground first before going out of bounds, and so they should have challenged it. And after the game, this was Brian Callahan's interaction with the media about it.
Yeah, you got to get a foot in bounds too. Which we didn't have a clean look at whether his foot was down as well. An elbow doesn't equal 2 feet, so his foot would have had to come down as well. We didn't have a clean look, so the call from upstairs was that it wasn't more challenging.
Now, that is just Brian Callahan not knowing the rules. Because an elbow, absolutely.
Elbow is 2 feet.
I mean, any body part that's not your hand comes down inbounds, that's a catch.
That's a catch.
So he has since come to the podium and apologized today, basically, for not totally knowing the rules, but that was a tough look for him.
Yeah, their offense looks like he doesn't know the rules.
Yeah, for sure, dude. There was a lot. I mean, listen, you're playing in Denver versus that defense with a rookie quarterback, but like Calvin Ridley dropping a ball big time, and then they pan over to Cam Ward's dad in the stands, and he's just like having a meltdown. He just can't believe it. He's so sick to his stomach.
I mean, he has no help. I think Cam Ward might be one of these quarterbacks that doesn't have a winning season his entire rookie contract, but ultimately becomes one of the better players. I love watching the guy play.
Oh, me too. He's a ton of fun. And on the flip side, I mean, Bo Nix was struggling his tail off. I believe Pro Football Focus had him as the 31st quarterback of the weekend. He did. I mean, all the Broncos love out there. Sean Payton must have been having a conniption. And you can tell he just doesn't trust them. If it's 3rd and 9 and you're going to throw a line of scrimmage, like bubble screen to a receiver, you don't trust your quarterback.
No.
And there was no reason that he should have trusted Bo Nix yesterday. He looked pretty dang bad.
Is that the sophomore slump, or is that reality in the league getting to know him a little bit?
That's 100% reality. I mean, a lot of their success last year was throwing the ball at the line of scrimmage and guys making plays. You cannot live your offense like that. No. So everybody who wants to ride the Broncos, I get it. Their defense is awesome. They got enough players offensively. Is the quarterback good enough is the question, and that question still remains. Now, last night, unbelievable game. Oh, my gosh, with the Bills finding a way to get it done. And I cannot believe that. I know Lamar Jackson was dealing with a cramp, but on 4th and 2, Baltimore 39-yard line, 90 seconds to go. It's an 8% win percentage greater to go for it on 4th down. And they, of course, punt the ball back to the demigod that is Josh Allen right now.
It's
and
crazy.
They lose the game.
It reminded me, again, as I turned it off because I thought I'd lost my brother a 9-leg parlay by telling him to bet Buffalo. But it was crazy to me how similar the Philadelphia offensive letdown was when they had the game. It's one score, just go score again, and it's over to Baltimore last night. Instead of offensive creativity, running outside, running our quarterback, we're giving it to the running back to slam up the middle again and again, and the defense is key on that. You know, I don't understand why you can't take advantage more of that and trust your passing game in those situations.
And this is something that Baltimore has to be familiar with now. Deontay Lee with the numbers in fourth quarters since 2019. Baltimore's defense has the 5th worst passer rating allowed, 6th worst EPA per pass allowed, and the highest explosive pass rate allowed. In the final 2 minutes of regulation, Baltimore's defense is bottom 3 in all of those same categories.
I saw they gave away 17 double-digit leads during John Harbaugh's career, most in the NFL since 2000.
Yeah, the Bears, I think, are ahead of him in that. By the way, on metrics save on coaches' decisions on a 4th and 3, actually it was 2.6 yards is what they needed for the first. And that was 4th quarter, 1:33 left in the game. Coach's decision was the punt. The recommended metrics say it's a toss-up by 1.7%.
Looking at next gen stats?
Yeah.
Is that what you're looking at over there?
Yep.
My winning stats say something different, but that's totally fine.
Yeah, they say go for it at 70.1%, punt it at 68.4. Field goal, that's 34.1 is what they say, but I'm thinking either go for it or punt it. So it was go for it was at 70 and punt it was at 68.
Tip of the cap to Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs, who had 10 catches for 31 yards. That's the fewest receiving yards in a game where a player had at least 10 catches in NFL history.
Wow.
So good stuff there. I saw maybe my favorite tweet of the football weekend. Someone said Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery are supposed to be Sonic and Knuckles, but they're more like ass and cheeks.
That was horrible. Detroit's got to be on the ropes this morning. This afternoon, somebody call and check on them. We'll hit the expressway. Busy day for Cowboys news, not all of it good. So we're back with that. The G-Bag of the day in LA Live here on The Fan. Have to chat Frankels before we go. You're getting ready to head out. Maybe you're on your way home already. Just know there are...
Uber Eats has low review products. Remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Now that is a very good one. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Great. Oh, is that your name? No, what is your name? Lauren Jones. Right. That's, this is your hair, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. G-Bag of the Day is coming up here in 5 minutes. The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. The segment's presented by Cars for Kids. Donate your vehicle today, carsforkids.org. You have LA Live in 15 minutes. And Rangers pregame, huge series against the Brewers. I mean, you're absolutely going to have to earn it here. Best team in the Bigs, at least in the regular season. 89 wins the Brew Crew sitting at. We had CY on about an hour ago if you want to go back and listen to that, Rangers fans. It's always a great conversation with the Rangers president of baseball operations. But Russell Wilson is going to start, Brian. Would you prefer that, or would you like to see Jackson Dart at this point?
Well, I was just thinking, Russell Wilson, obviously, haven't watched the tape, just watching some of the clips of the game and stuff like that, but interested to see how the offensive line played. I was thinking when Brian Daboll made the announcement that they were going to look at all possibilities, I was immediately thinking, for your sake, you probably need to go to Jackson Dart.
Yeah,
Even though Russell Wilson wears the C and you got Jameis Winston, you need to prove to the ownership. It's not you and the general manager both have one foot in the parking lot. you need to prove that you can win games or coach up Jackson Dart to stay. Now, you might be using Jackson Dart, and all of a sudden he's winning some games. It's not enough, and they fire you anyway, and you got him ready for somebody else. But your best chance is to show ownership that you can coach this young future of a quarterback.
It's crazy how long they've stuck with Dayball for how bad it's been.
Well, that's the Maras.
Yeah.
That's the Maras. That's the Maras have gone through some awful head coaches. Parcells and Coughlin, they've had some great ones, and but it's just been awful at times. But they've stayed the course. Like I never believed that they were going to give after the Saquon Barkley thing. I never believed that they were going to give these guys another chance. And the Maritish family, who owns the team, said, "Yeah, one more year, we'll see where you're at."
Since Coughlin, McAdoo, then Spags for interim, Shermer, Joe Judge for an interim, and now Brian Daboll since 2022. He does not look comfortable up there on the podium at all talking about this. I guess it's acknowledgement that they haven't given them a lot to work with, but I love it. Okay, Perry and Winfrey goes on IR. Brian, how much concern should we have for this Cowboys defensive tackle's back?
Yeah, I've reached out. I'm going to try and figure out exactly. Maybe tomorrow we'll have an update on that situation or how bad this thing really is.
How about Brian Schottenheimer on Jaden Blue today? I don't know if it sounds like they're going to put him out there. He said you have to earn it, and for young players, it happens at different times.
Yeah, that's one of those things that in the classroom and the weight room and all the things you have to do to be a pro, you got to make sure that you're practicing hard and showing the coaches that you deserve to be active. And I felt like that there was probably a reason more than special teams. Felt like that maybe that hey, you weren't picking up the assignments in the classroom and it was carrying over to the field. But it sounds like it's about just going out there and practicing and putting good days after good days together.
I think fans are ready to see his playmaking and his speed out there.
Oh, there's no question. And we've hyped that kid up more than anything. He's also been hurt. He got hurt in training.
Right.
Got hurt in training camp, missed a lot of time.
Got dinged in pre.
Got dinged in the last preseason game again.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he has to prove that he could be well enough to play.
Brian also told us today that the reported Eagles offer from Jay Glazer, according to your sources, was not totally accurate.
I'm not killing Jay on this. I'm just saying I need to dig in some more because I got the vibe that maybe that wasn't the exact offer that was made.
Would you rather have 2 1s, a 3, and a 5 from Philly, or 2 1s and Kenny Clark from Green Bay?
Oh, I think they're better. Matter of fact, if you did the trade with Philly, I would take the 2 1s and one of those defensive tackles.
Yeah.
If you wanted to call it a day. If you wanted to call it a day.
Yeah, I would love to have their big one take.
Yeah, that's to me, I would the Kenny Clark thing has been beneficial for them. The 2 1s will be nice too when we get to the draft coverage. But yeah, I just, like I said, I'd be real careful. Like Jay Glazer knows his stuff. And he's friends with Stephen Jones. I mean, buddies. And but it didn't sound like that was the exact offer. So need to do more digging on that.
Yeah, I think if Jay Glazer is in Oxnard, he's at dinner with Stephen Jones there in Ventura that
every
night.
time.
Yeah,
every time.
So I do believe that he is absolutely wired when it comes to those sources,
question.
and whatever he says about the Cowboys, I take as gospel right from Jerry or Stephen. Okay, and then Tyler Booker on his NFL debut against the Eagles. I feel like I have a lot of room for improvement. There's a lot that I need to get better at. I'm not going to sit here and say my worst performance ever, but at the same time, to be who I want to be and where I want to be, I have to play a lot better than I did Thursday. He allowed 2 pressures on 40 pass block snaps and earned a 50.9 run block grade per at Pro Football Focus, which isn't good. Yeah. But you're optimistic about his future.
Yeah, need to work on the twist stunt stuff. They're gonna keep coming at him with the cross stunts and stuff like that until he proves he can pick him up. That's the one thing that's like his biggest problem right now.
I think all kinds of movement gives him trouble as an athlete.
He's a big man. Yeah, that's the thing about it. He's a really big man. And in training camp, things were happening with the twist stunts and stuff that were giving him problems.
Okay, let's twist on into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has a Monday edition.
G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the fan here at 5:30. Appreciate you stopping by, fam. How you doing? Hope you had a great Monday. It is presented by Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. If you see anything that we should be playing, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. Listen, bro, I appreciate what y'all do, and I try to check all the little cubby holes throughout the week. But we got to get a rule here, y'all. Send me stuff that you think should be G-Bag of the Day worthy. Or maybe a topic for LA Live or something like that. But every fly thing that you see on the internet does not have to come my way. I get it, bro. The internet has a lot of fly stuff. Everything doesn't have to come my way. It takes a long time for me to get through the emails if you do it like that.
The best tip, I think Spittle gave this to me over the years, close your eyes, don't watch the video. Can you still get it?
Yeah.
If it's still awesome, then maybe consider sending it to Lucius.
How about that? I appreciate that too, y'all. Appreciate it. At Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook. Or you could follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. This is day 2 right here for this piece of audio. Rangers versus A's. The A's broadcast, I believe this was. Dude in the crowd. The cameraman panned over to the crowd. Man in the crowd just started playing with his wife's jumblies. Oh, right there. Started shaking them bookers.
She was proud, too.
She was happy about it,
Get you some of that,
man.
honey.
A little flirting right there. Check this out.
For the folks at home, I on behalf of Chris Carey, I will apologize.
For what?
You are a handful, Chris, let me tell you.
Greatest layout in radio.
Fly ball center.
Still laughing.
That'll end the inning. A's down by a few. Gonna try to grab a couple back.
Trying to grab a couple back.
Brilliant broadcasting there.
Have you seen the video?
Yeah.
That man looked at the camera. You see how he looked at the camera? He's like, look at these puppies.
Yeah.
It was like an earthquake on her chest.
Doing good over here, guys. I think I would try that move myself if I happened to appear on the Kiss cam or whatever that was. But I'm afraid I'd get swatted on national TV.
That'd be funny, too.
You know, she's got like a radar.
That'd be funny, too.
Coming in, wham.
Yeah, that'd
like
be great.
Miyagi.
All right, let's see here. I got a
BG bag of the day right there.
It would be great. It'd be great. I have an Oregon State combo pack right here.
Uh-oh.
Because they were all over the place. Yeah, the Beavers. The Beavers got beat, boy. I tell you what, Fresno State beat those Beavers. And Oregon State's head coach, Trent Bray.
Trent Bray.
Yeah. Eric played this earlier today, but, you know, it's time to play it again because this is him going into the half.
Do you tell your team in the locker room to settle everybody down and finish this thing off?
Yeah, we're fine. I mean, we've allowed ourselves to create their success, both in special teams, joke, right, and then on big plays on defense. 2 long runs for touchdowns that shouldn't exist. They did nothing to harm us. We got to stop killing ourselves.
Yeah.
Appreciate the time, Coach.
Yeah, well, we'll offer our apologies for that. Oops.
Yeah. I'd like to apologize on behalf of all the people watching.
For that oops.
Losing to San Jose State just should not happen. They're about to get demoted out of the Pac-12, I think.
Yeah, they've it's big.
Hard times.
Yeah,
Oh, my brother was so happy, man. What was it? Fresno? No, it wasn't Fresno. It was another.
San
Don't even
Jose.
worry about it. Yeah, it was San Jose State.
Yeah.
He was so excited. It's like, I'm going to go see the quarterback. He goes to my school.
Oh, right on. Went there.
Yeah. He still goes there. Yeah, he still goes there.
Been a hard fall from the Mike Riley years for the Beavers.
All right, what is this one? Oh, yeah, he said the Beavers really beat themselves. That's what the coach was saying, right?
Yeah.
Here's a holding penalty.
Holding offense, number 64, 10-yard penalty.
It seems to be the common opinion here.
Oh, it's a feeling.
I think the last time Oregon State was good, it was former Cowboys quarterback Matt Moore under center. There, I think maybe 04, 05, something like that.
It's been a minute.
Embarrassment.
They had DJ.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Little transfer action.
Sounded like that dang coach was mic'd up, bro. That was I mean, did he go right to the ref's microphone? And
No, it was a player.
Yeah, it was a player.
It was a player.
I think it was the player
64.
himself.
It was number 64 who got the
64
penalty.
walked right by the mic, the live mic. Yeah.
Yeah, he knew his coach was not in the mood for that.
Holding offense, number 64. 10-yard penalty.
Must have been watching Mailata play.
Not like getting called out. I love when they point at you, too, like soccer. Like that fool right there.
That one.
Yeah. Okay, this is not one, fellas. I'm just going to play it for the hell of it. No, I don't have that type of time.
Oh,
Sorry.
I would say winner.
Yeah, it was going to be. It probably would have been. How about this one? Police were investigating an area, and they had a convo with a woman through her Ring camera.
Okay. Loud knock.
Yeah.
Who is it? Detroit police. Who is it? Detroit police. What you coming to my house for? Oh my God. Hey, we just trying to see if your cameras work, man. We just had a situation happen. You what? Hey, I said we trying to see if your cameras work. We just had a situation happen. You what?
Oh, no.
Hey, can you open the door?
Stop sign.
What police you from? Detroit police. What you coming in for? We're not coming in. We trying to see if your cameras work. You trying to see if what? Hey, are you hard of hearing, sir or ma'am? Am I what? Are you hard of hearing? I'm fine. I didn't call you. Okay, we know that. We're trying to see if your cameras work. Is my family what?
Oh my God.
That might get my vote.
If my family what?
My family.
Wow.
What? Stop sign. Let's see what else we got. Hey, yesterday was a church day and pray you got your blessing. We have a worship leader right here. Oh, yeah. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. He was in his bag yesterday. I was watching. Oh, yeah, I was watching while I was on the bank.
Nice. Multitasking.
Very biblical.
Throw your net over here, Lucius, and catch all the fish.
Go ye therefore. Yeah, a worship leader right here is not convincing me.
I feel like I just snorted cocaine or something. I'm so excited. And I never did that before.
Yes.
For the record. For the record. For the record. For the record. But I'm clapping my hands.
Yeah, what are we doing?
He ain't convinced me, bro.
He ain't convinced me at all.
Maybe he's a
I
meth
just
only
did
guy.
cocaine. For the
Feel like I
record.
just did cocaine.
Record.
Pulpit's not meant for everybody.
Yeah. All right, that's it, I guess, for now.
We have a champ, the boob grab on TV. We have Oregon State coach Trent Bray not happy at all at halftime, losing to San Jose State. And then his sounds like his guard got called for a hold.
Yeah.
Had the same sentiments for live TV. Police investigation through a ring cam or worship leader.
What?
Yeah, I'm not buying that either.
I'm okay.
I'm going to go with the Beaver combo pack there. Let me get two of them things.
Samesies.
I'm going to the Detroit police. Detroit, what up, though?
Let's vote this thing off, Dawson. Detroit police.
Okay, we are tied at 2. Is it the police investigation through a ring cam or Oregon State coach Trent Bray? Jump onto @GBagNation on Twitter. You can follow us all when you get there. All of our handles are in the bio. We sure would appreciate that. Then just go ahead and vote in this Insta poll I'm about to create. We'll announce the winner towards the end of LA Live. And speaking of that, here's Lucius.
Somebody on the fan text said, Lucius, you still ugly. Why you flirting with me, bro? I hope that's a girl, because that's what girls say when they're flirting with you. You still ugly, big head, because you got the little car. I don't think you cool now. All right, let's get into a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James. Oh, wrong damn button.
All right, you squares.
It's time you smoke. Fire up this pumpkin. Shut up, fool. Leave me alone.
Dance with some of everything.
Big head.
Yeah, big head.
Ugly.
Everybody get high.
Listen, can't touch me. Apply the pressure with the VVS. I drive the foreign like it was a Chevy. I drive the foreign like it was a Chevy.
Hey.
Lifting up and gon' offset it. A cougar like she Holly Berry. Future hit the
Halle
dirty
Berry,
sprite,
all right.
legendary. Dirty soda in the styrofoam. I spend a day and get my mind blown. Dress it up and go to Nassau. 200 miles on the dash. Gotta roll a pound up and gas it.
Yeah.
Switching
Yeah.
lanes in the Grand Rapid. We the one that kept it cool with all these
Started acting.
That a road trip?
Nah, that's Unk right there breaking down the lyrics to March Madness.
Oh.
In New Times Roman so we can hear it. Other than how Future does it.
I always appreciate that.
You can't hear that. Unk broke it down for you right there, though. This is LA Live for September 8th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live here. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip hop group PPT for naming today. Welcome back to the grind, people. Welcome back to the grind. On a fight week, Canelo versus Crawford. Straight legacy.
Let's go.
Legacy.
You Vegas bound?
Vegas bound, Lucius.
Vegas bound. I still got mad questions. They dodging me. They dodging me, bro.
So the flight's covered.
I heard you were going.
Yeah, I might be going. But it's starting already, y'all. It's starting already. We have both Canelo and Crawford's camp calling for knockouts.
Oh.
And we have a catfish photo circulating the internet. A catfish photo of Crawford going viral. Got him looking kind of pudgy.
Uh-oh.
Now, I seen one on Friday. He was ripped up, looking crazy. Oh, my God. Woo! Ripped up. But there's another one that another boxer put out, and he was pudgy. So everybody's going to say, well, is it closer to this week? Or blah, 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 whatever. So it's a catfish photo. I'm saying the ripped one is how Crawford looks right now, and the old one is him bulking up for this look.
Okay.
If you ask me.
Thought it might be a little Photoshopping.
Yeah, little playful stuff going on. But I did see the Canelo Crawford on Netflix. They have like the episodes to get you ready for the fight.
Oh, yeah.
And it shows them bulking and feeding with the family. I'm talking about Crawford, they're eating with the family and whatnot. And there's some great value Alfredo sauce being used.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Good for the calories.
Yeah,
It's delicious.
I mean, we couldn't go to somewhere else. I said that respectfully.
Maybe budget shopping?
Just see what we doing, bro.
We got to get that check in the bank before we buy anything else.
Okay, yeah.
That Alfredo sauce
I shouldn't be
is so
pocket
good,
watching
though.
like that. You're right, bro. You're right, bro.
I will give you credit though. Your taste in Alfredo sauces.
Yeah.
I do appreciate a thrifty shopper in the house.
Me too. I get that.
not when I'm eating, right?
No.
Yeah. We're going to get the ribeye for me. Yeah. Go ahead and take the sirloin.
But it's starting already. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Monday, Friday is just some things I seen over the weekend. Like my dad sending me a photo of a 1936 Mercedes-Benz.
Oh.
Talking about, I think I'm going to trade the Lexus and my motorcycle for this right here. Talk to the guy. A 1936 Mercedes.
I guess a coupe?
It looks like Great Gatsby, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
It looks like Great Gatsby.
Oh, 1936?
Yeah, Great Gatsby.
Wow, look at that.
But I would be excited if he does trade that motorcycle away, because those are just problems at this point.
How do you get that? Where? How do you get that car?
I don't know, man. I don't know. But shout out to the Boomers, because clearly the Boomers are cleaning up out here. They the only ones with some money, the damn Boomers and the tech nerds. Yeah. All right, the State Fair of Texas has some new rules that you should be aware of.
Are you following any of them?
Well, the State Fair of Texas is rolling out a new clear bag policy.
Okay.
With the exceptions for medical and parenting bags.
Okay.
Bags must not exceed 9 times, 10 times, 12. What is that?
9 by 10.
9 by 10 by, what is that?
Yeah.
9 by 12?
The circumference.
So it can't be a foot?
Yeah, it's going to be smaller than that. Yeah, 9 inches by 10 inches.
Got to be clear.
It's got to be clear, and it can't be longer than a foot, basically. Huh?
Yeah.
All right. Anyone under 17 must be accompanied by an adult after 5 p.m.
Ooh.
That's
wow.
really good.
Wow.
Yep.
That's new.
Yeah, that is new.
Okay, that's what you're telling us.
The packs of young teenagers are the worst.
Come on.
They're just so annoying and loud.
Come on, bro.
Disrespectful.
Well, beginning this year, high school students will no longer receive the free admission tickets.
Wait. That's the first time.
Fair.
That's first time in what, 100 years? Wait. I mean, I'm 60 years old and got one.
I used to look forward to those things. They pass them out, and sometimes you had to be a kid in school. Like, I'm not going to go to that damn thing. Like,
give me your ticket.
Please give it to me, bro. I got a cousin coming with me.
Yeah, give me a ticket.
Yep. Beginning this year, high school students will no longer receive free admission to the State Fair of Texas.
I was trading those free tickets in the cafeteria for chicken tendies.
Oh, I would have hooked you up, boy.
Off the floor sometimes.
Let me get them spicy chicken tenders, bro. You still got some cheese?
I would have hooked you up, Eric. They will now receive a QR code for a discounted ticket. You can only use that through Monday through Thursday. That means the teens won't be out there crazy during the weekends.
Yeah,
okay, I appreciate that.
So you can take your babies out there and not have to worry about the rowdy kids.
Yeah. Were they having incidents last year? Were they on the rise?
Come on, they were shooting in the what's the name?
That's right.
They were shooting in the indoor food court area.
That's crazy.
Come on, bro. That bullet bounced around everywhere, man. What's wrong with y'all?
The only thing worse is getting caught in there at the end of the Red River.
That's happened to me a couple of times.
Yeah.
Happened
That's
to me
no
one year on
fun.
accident. I was like, wait a minute.
No.
What's that roaring?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Stampede.
Yeah.
Man, so one year we decided we were going to take the trains down there for the Red River game.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Going back was the worst decision we ever decided to do. You got to really plan that properly.
Yeah.
It was fun going there because everybody was excited. There was some day drinking. On the way back, it was just sloppiness.
You need the 8-minute rule. Get out of there. 8 minutes left in the game. Yeah.
Oh.
It's your specialty, I hear.
That is my specialty. Well, for that I would.
Shout out to Bills Mafia last night, punting on the game. It was a bad look.
Shout out to Grambling State University for taking that $1 million ass whooping in Columbus.
Wow.
Their band won
70-0. Yes, you are 100% correct, brothers. The band won.
Even the Ohio State fans stayed in the stands. They stayed to watch them. Yeah.
They stayed even after putting that behind whooping. You can go out there and party in the Columbus. She was like, nah.
The Ohio State band stayed and watched them.
That's what I'm saying. You supposed to go, what is that, North Shore, North Side, something like that? Go hang out? Nah, they went to go watch the band get down.
Yep.
The band played neck right in front of them.
They sure did. Their version of it.
Yeah, let's see. Hey. Talking out the side of your neck. Anyway. Anyway, I wonder who came up with that first. Like, who started playing that? I seen somewhere it was maybe Southern or Norfolk State. I'm not sure. Send it to the fan text if you know.
I know LSU loves to play it, but we get fined,
Sure do.
and then you get like the alumni step up and pay the fine.
I love it.
Like Odell Beckham said, play it. I'll pay the fine.
Play it. Please play it. I love it. A lot of blowouts, too, this weekend. Florida State beat East Texas A&M 77-3.
Yeah.
Gosh, dog, 77, bro, they 70s. So there's no mercy rules in college. Just get your ass beat.
Need the running clock. Those games need running clock.
It's butt whooping season.
Butt whooping. Alabama beat Louisiana Monroe 73-0.
Yeah, you knew that was coming.
Nebraska beat Akron 68-0. Oklahoma State got beat by Oregon 69-3.
That was a bad one for Oklahoma State.
Yeah. Talked about this earlier. University of South Florida pulled off one of the biggest upsets of the weekend by beating Florida Gators in the swamp. And there was video of the coaches celebrating as they were walking past the press box.
They were going to the elevators.
That's where they were going?
They were going, yeah. The visiting coaches and the home coaches usually ride the same elevator. I think at Florida they have separate elevators. But it was great to see the South Florida coaches were screaming. And you see the Florida coaches just kind of walking.
Moping on by.
Just moping on by. Yeah. Yeah.
They excited, bro.
They're excited.
Like they just sacrificed one of the Florida coaches there during the win.
They did.
Like they pulled him into the locker room.
Yeah. You know what usually happens, Lucy? You get on those elevators with the other coaches, and you have to be so quiet. And then when the doors open, everybody walks off, and you start just screaming.
You try to keep it cool, like you've been here before.
You can hear everybody breathing in the elevator. It's just that way. And then when those doors open, you just start screaming out of there.
If you watch the video of that University of South Florida coaches celebrating, the first one right there almost tore his meniscus trying to celebrate.
He did.
I can tell because I've done it before, and I can see how the knee kind of jiggled.
Buckled.
So, watch out, boy.
Buckled it.
He almost had a celebration injury.
The worst.
The Grammatica.
Yep.
What's funny is the Grammatica kicked the game-winning field goal, and didn't when the Grammaticas pull out a knee celebrating, jumping up in the air?
Yeah. You don't want that to happen, fam. No. America has a new millionaire, folks. Hold up.
But I ain't got nowhere to go. Ain't got no money to buy a ticket, and I don't feel like walking anymore.
Yeah. America has a new millionaire. There was a man in Michigan that won $1.3 million at Firekeepers Casino, Battle Creek, Michigan.
Oh.
The man was playing blackjack, triple diamond progressive. What is that, Dawson?
Is some kind of bonus where if the dealer turns up 2 cards or you have 2 cards, maybe the same card, same suit. There's all sorts of bonuses. I'm not exactly sure what they had going, but
is that a slot?
It sounds like he was on blackjack.
But I think you could play the card game on the slots, and
That's what I'm
hits
looking
it,
for.
and then it hits it 3 times for you.
That's what I was looking for. But also said something about some side bets. I don't know what. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.